Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 1010 Shoot. Oi, what the hell is going on here? If it was a draw, we should at least get our money back. Nah, FCK this. They must have staged all of this. There's no way that Vince guy would have jumped out of bounds on his own accord. Following the momentary silence, the crowd went berserk. No announcement had been made regarding the bets everyone had placed, and yet the people were going berserk thinking they lost their money for good. Seeing as the crowd was about to get out of control, the event overseer, or the manager as he was referred to, called for backup. The moment the crowd saw the mercenaries making their way inside, all of them immediately calmed down. They were still upset about their money, but FCK their money, their lives were far more important. Moreover, none of them wanted to get on the wrong side of the market owners either, as that would leave them getting banned from ever placing bets again, at least in person. Once everyone had calmed down, the announcer got on the stage along with Ashton and Bader. Since there was no clear winner, they should have declared the match as a draw. At least that would have happened a decade ago when the last draw match was registered in the database. But now they had increased their budget and thus had already placed high-motion cameras alongside the arena. The market owners had been wanting to expand their business for a while, and since they had the funds, they were about to start a streaming service and open settings globally. But for now, everything was in a sort of beta testing phase. Still, it was the perfect opportunity for them to test whether the cameras and other pieces of equipment were of any use or not. What an exciting match it was. The announcer wanted to cheer the crowd up, but with the mercenaries being there, it was a difficult thing to do. So moving on, I think all of us are excited to know who was the winner of such a thrilling match, right? There was no response this time either. Without any further ado, let's check the footage, you boring mofos. The announcer snapped his finger, and the next moment, multiple screens dropped down from the ceiling for everyone to watch the result with their eyes. In slow motion. Well, looks like they really spend a lot of money here. Ashton thought to himself, damn, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have jumped out in the first place. Before jumping out of the arena, Ashton thought if they'll end up with a draw, they'll either get their money back or will have to start the match again. He would have been happy with either result. But he had not expected them to decide a victor like this. Although I jumped after this masturbator did, I'm not sure if I hit the ground first or not. By now Ashton was a bit worried. While he could afford to lose the money, he really didn't want to. Well, because money was money after all. One could never have enough of it. Those who said otherwise were plain liars. On top of that, he did not want to miss out on the chance to get a new weapon for Vince. As the recording started playing out, it became clear who had won the match. Because of the leg Bader was holding on to, one of Ashton's feet touched the ground before Bader's did. But his second foot touched the ground only after Bader's entire body had touched the ground. This could have led to another controversy. But the announcer immediately used his brain cells to remind everyone of the rules of elimination. The person whose both feet touches the ground first was eliminated, which meant Bader had lost the match. There were some whispers about whether the decision was right or not, but ultimately there was nothing they could have done with the mercenaries present there. Congratulations to the guy with the lame name Vince for winning such an exciting match. Sarcasm most definitely intent. Do not forget to claim your winnings before leaving. The announcer announced and once again scurried away. With that, the match came to an end, and although Ashton did not earn as much EXP as he would have wanted to, there was something more important than victory which he could still gain. As Ashton headed to the counter to claim his prize, he realized the troubled look on Bader's face. That look was exactly what Ashton had been waiting for. It was time for him to make his move. He walked up to the man who was checking his broken and dented armor. What do you want now? Came here to rub your victory in my face? Bader said in a down voice. The loss was affecting him more than Ashton thought. Ashton didn't say a word and transferred Bader 20,000 blue units, about half of what he had won. Bader was surprised and jumped up as soon as he got the notification. But his reaction soon faded away and he stared deep into Ashton's eyes. I don't need anyone's charity. He mumbled, and even though he needed the money, he was about to transfer them back when Ashton stopped him. I don't care what they say, I know it was a draw. Ashton smirked. As far as I am concerned, I'm just giving you what should have been yours either way. On top of that, I already have a reward I can claim, so I got what I wanted in the first place. Bader was stunned. He had been fighting here for weeks, ever since getting his first class, But this was the first time he had come across such a fighter. It wasn't surprising that this was his first experience, though. Most of the fighters who fought here had their circumstances, while the rest just fought for fun. There were a lot of things going on in Bader's mind, but the thing that came out of his mouth was, "Thank you, you have no idea how much I needed this money. I knew you needed money for something." Ashton smiled before patting the man on his shoulders. "Otherwise you would have invested more money on your armor and get proper materials for it. I can sense you have some extraordinary talent, and it would be a waste to see it not get utilized properly. So, I'm glad I could help you out just a bit. You are quite observant young fella, aren't you?" Bader wiped away his tears. "I'll remember this generosity of yours. Whenever you need me, just call me and I'll be at your service. Don't worry about it. I'll rather have you as a friend than be your benefactor, but I'll take you up on your offer." Ashton replied and left after exchanging contact info with Bader. Looks like mission bait the Bader was a success. When Ashton said he knew about Bader's talent and potential, he wasn't kidding. Having a creationist as an ally was worth much more than the 20k blue units he just spent. Thanks to Bader, Ashton now had a dependable source to get his weapons and armors from in future. That is, as long as he could provide Bader with enough materials. Soon even that won't be a problem. But for now, everything was right on track. The slaves are under control and I got an ally as well. Things have started to look up for me. Chapter 1020 Shoot. 3. Well, maybe things were not looking as good as Ashton was thinking. A moment later he was shrouded in troubles once again. This time the trouble came in the form of a human. As Ashton was on his way back to the academy, a guy bumped into him. Although he was disguised as a werewolf, Ashton knew the man was no werewolf but a human. After all, werewolves did not require dentures. At least, as far as Ashton was aware of. He used detection and sure enough the man was definitely a human. The hell, Ashton was shocked to see a human running on a street filled with werewolves. However, before he could ask or do anything about the situation, he was immediately cornered by half a dozen people. All of them were wearing the same uniform the two people Ashton had seen before in the academy. He was confused and didn't know what was going on until one of the men surrounding them yelled at the top of his lungs, "Don't move, you terrorists. It's better to surrender yourselves." It was only then Ashton realized the people had their weapons drawn and were ready to kill him along with the black-haired human. Soon, a crowd gathered around them as well, and it didn't look like they had any good intentions either. I knew it. These bastards could not have gotten inside contingent without any inside help. The man with massive goggles covering his face said, "See this werewolf helping the bastard human out." The others remained silent. Ashton couldn't believe how rotten his luck could get within moments. Just a second ago he was feeling as if nothing could have stopped him. But now, well, he had landed in a get-up situation. "Look, I don't know what you're trying to imply, but I don't know this man." Ashton raised both of his hands above his head. "I was just walking out of there, and this man just ran into me." "Shut it." Suddenly a squeaky voice came from behind. Ashton turned around to see who this new troublesome person was. It was the same man and the girl whom Ashton had seen talking with the director a few hours ago. The girl still vividly stared a hole in him, but this time Ashton did not feel uncomfortable unlike before. Instead, her gaze was unusually cold. At that moment, Ashton realized he had not reverted his facial features back to normal after leaving the market. Maybe that's why they could not recognize him. So these people have their hands within the academy as well. Huh? Cap mumbled before taking out a couple of his knives. No wonder that beast was able to get inside and out of the arena without any troubles. Tiske, these kids these days, it's so easy to bribe them. I'm sure the resistance would have offered the kid a few skill pages and he started working for them. Someone else commented. "Why are you wasting time like this?" The woman with red hair and an eye patch asked the Cap. "Let's just kill the bastard and get it over with. We can take the kid in for interrogation instead." "Hey, I'm telling you, you are mistaken. I don't." Ashton tried his best to explain the situation to the officers around him, but once again he was interrupted. However, this time he was interrupted by the human, who sprang back to his feet and put a syringe right next to Ashton's neck. "Let me go or this fucker dies right now." The human roared at the top of his lungs. "Yeah, nice move, dumbass." The man who appeared to be just as short as Professor Kakarov scoffed. "You think if you put the syringe on your comrade's neck, we will let you go? Hold it." The one everyone was referring to as Cap told everyone, "Lower your weapons." But Captain the Redhead tried to argue but was immediately shut down. "Scarlet, do as I told." The Cap barked at his soldiers. "Can't you morons see? The syringe contains the venom. If exposed, even being in its vicinity would kill us all. Also, there's no way these human bastards would take one of their comrades as a hostage, even to save their own skin. The kid seems to be innocent." Upon hearing that the syringe contained the venom, the crowd around them immediately dispersed. Ashton did not know that this venom was, but judging from everyone's reaction, it wasn't something that should have been so close to him. Initially, Ashton was planning on disassociating himself from the surrounding, clearing the suspicions that were on him and making a clean break from this mess. But it didn't seem like that was an option anymore. On top of that, Ashton was a bit intrigued about what this venom thingy was. After all, he had never seen such a thing before. Also, if the thing could scare so many werewolves away from itself, then it was definitely something Ashton would like to get his hands on. Well, that's it. I have had enough of this crap. Ashton gritted his teeth in frustration based on the situation. The more he wanted to help the humans, the more they kept testing his limits. First the slaves and now this man. He was being kind after knowing there was a human there. But that was until Ashton got to know that the man was indulging in some not-so-nice things. Hell, the more he got to know about how the humans actually were, the more he seemed to understand why the heck were they being treated like a plague on the planet. Also, as much as he did not want to put his hands on the human, he needed to clear his name right then and there, or else God knows what the mistress would do to him this time. Oi! Didn't you see where I was coming from? Ashton mumbled sternly. Shut the FCK up, kid. The man was panicking as his grip around Ashton's neck got tighter and tighter. Just get me out of here and then I'll let you go. And I thought I am the only moron here. Ashton mumbled to himself, before grabbing onto the man's hand and planting the back of his head right on his nose. No one there had expected Ashton to pull off something like that. The man was staggered and forced to take a couple of steps back. As soon as the terrorist was away from Ashton, the rest of the crew jumped the man, forcing the syringe out of his hand before tying him up using metal cuffs and chains. Ashton thought it was the best moment for him to make an exit. However, there was one set of eyes still on him. Hold it. You are not going anywhere just yet. The girls with pink bow and arrows stopped Ashton before he could slip out of there. Not until the cap says otherwise. Chapter 103. Would you like to join us? In the minutes that followed, Ashton had no idea what was going on there. But from what he saw, he could infer that things were not going to end on good terms for the man. As for what the venom was, Ashton had no idea. The special officers, as they referred to themselves, had already confiscated the syringe before he even got a chance to use detection in the syringe. However, after seeing how everyone around them reacted upon learning that the syringe had venom in it, it was probably a well-known substance. Thus Rose should be able to tell him what it was. But at the moment, Ashton had some other things he had to worry about. The duration for his alteration skill was rapidly running out. In 5 or so minutes, his face would automatically turn back to its original form. If he did not get out of there before that, there was no way these officers would believe anything he had to say. After all, who would believe someone who could change their faces with a snap of their fingers? If anything, these special officers would be more suspicious of him, and would probably even take him into custody. That was something Ashton could not allow to happen. But there was little he could have done. The bow-carrying girl named Mia had already told him he was not getting out of there before talking to their captain, the man with the knives. Not that I mind hanging out with you people, but don't you think cuffing me up just for a meeting is going a little overboard? Ashton mumbled, rattling the chains in his hands. You do know detaining an innocent civilian is a punishable offense, right? You can go to jail for this. Or at least get fined. You are not considered to be detained until, and unless you are inside a police station, Mia replied and began blowing up the bubblegum in her mouth. Don't you, dumbass? Ashton shook his head and resigned his fate in the hands of time. What else could he have possibly done? After all of them were level 30 or above. He could barely fight a level 15 or maybe a level 20 guy. How was he supposed to take on all of them on his own? Just thinking about it was suicidal. Thankfully, his stars appeared to be shining a bit brighter. The next moment, the so-called captain of their squad finally headed in their direction after putting the man to sleep. Why is he cuffed up? The captain asked Mia as soon as he saw the cuffs on Ashton's hand. I was worried he would run away. Not that I would have minded watching his ugly ass trying to do so. Mia replied with a snark in her voice. If you were worried about him running away, you should have chained his legs together, not the hands. Captain sighed heavily while shaking his head. Get the chains off of him. I already know he is innocent. How do you know that? Ashton couldn't help but ask. But he wasn't curious about it or anything. He just wanted to know whether the man had some sort of lie detection skill. Because if he did, then the boy he was fed. When you work in this line for long enough, you know when someone is lying or not. For example, that terrorist guy over there was trying his best to get you caught up in this mess. And I have never seen a human do that before. The captain continued. In fact, they usually do the opposite. Also, I can see the slave bands around your wrist. The humans would never work with someone who had human slaves. So, it's just a simple deduction. Damn, he is quite observant. If I did not have the slave bands, I would have been fed for real. Ashton smiled in relief. He had done all that on impulse, but at the end of the day, his impulsive actions had saved him. As weird as it sounded, Ashton was so thankful to Duncan and Daniela for signing the slave contract, that he would actually let them have some food tonight. So can I leave? Ashton asked the captain while rubbing his wrists to ease the blood flow there. You can, but before that I have something I'd like to talk to you about. I'm sure. How can I help? I would like you to join us. Wah. To say that Cap's suggestion left him quite baffled would have been an understatement. This man wanted someone he barely knew on his team? For real? It seemed like he wasn't the only one who had been baffled either way. Mia had a similar reaction as he did. What are you talking about? She almost screamed at the captain. We barely know this guy for Lycaon's sake. Shut it, Mia. Cap pointed a finger at her and she immediately obeyed. I didn't know you either when I recruited you, did I? So what's it gonna be, mister? Vince. Just Vince. Ashton hurriedly replied, I would be glad to help you out, but as you can see, I'm just a student. What can I possibly do to help you? Let's just say there are some places where even we, as the Special Terrorist Response Force, can't enter. Places like the Academy. I assume you are aware of the death of 3 students during the ranking examination? Ashton nodded his head. Yeah, as it was the doing of the Resistance, we would like to investigate the Academy. But there's a slight problem in it. We cannot enter the Academy without the permission of the director, and for some reason, she is not allowing us to do so. Mia chimed in that along with her past involvement with the humans, makes us suspicious that she might have something to do with the attack. And that's why I would like to have someone on our side investigating the place. Someone who does not need permission to enter the Academy. Cap finished explaining his reasoning, so would you like to help us out? Ashton was lost in his thoughts. On one hand, it was a perfect opportunity to misguide the investigation while being on the team. Also, if he played his hands right, he could also get an upper hand on the director. After all, he would be able to frame her for it. All in all, it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. But if he immediately agreed to it, it might seem suspicious as well. That's a lot to take in. Would you mind if I take some time to make the decision? Ashton finally replied after a couple of minutes. Sure, take as much time as you want. Here, you can contact me on this number to let us know about your decision. The captain handed him his contact information. You can leave now, and try not to get in some other mess. The other captains might not be as lenient as I am. I'll keep that in mind. Ashton smiled and ran away from there. The duration of alteration skill was almost up. Chapter 104 Venom. As soon as Ashton got inside the academy, he immediately went to his room. Thanks to the potion Ashton spent on Duncan, the slave was already back on his feet and helping Daniela around with her part of chores. They seemed to be enjoying their time together. But when they noticed Ashton was back, they immediately jumped back. It would seem Ashton had left quite a mental mark on them after what he did to them, which wasn't surprising to be honest. However, Ashton did not acknowledge their presence and rushed into the shower. He was covered in sweat and dirt which he would like to get rid of as soon as he could. Also, he had a lot of things he needed to do and think about. First, he had to have Rose take a good look at the relic he got as a reward for winning the battle. Since, unlike the last time, Ashton was not a part of the main event of underground battles, he was not allowed to freely choose a reward. Instead, he was given a rusty black dagger as a fixed reward. However, when he tried using detection on the dagger, the only thing that popped up in front of him was the name of the dagger and nothing else. But the name itself was intriguing enough. Especially after his encounter with Venom, since the dagger was named the Dagger of Venom. Ashton did not know whether the venom in both the cases was related to each other or not, but after getting a proper appraisal, he should be able to know more about the weapon. Still, he had quite high expectations from the weapon because it was the first time disclosing a weapon's details has failed him. Item: the Dagger of Venom. Type: weapon. Damage: unknown, appraisal needed. Stats bonus: unknown, appraisal needed. Rarity: unknown, appraisal needed. Description: the level of detection skill is too low to view this information. Please get this artifact appraised by a master appraiser/creationist to view this information. Effects: unknown, appraisal needed. It was weird for the prompt to say to get the weapon appraised by an appraiser or creationist. Ashton mumbled as the water drenched his body. Also, I don't know how to level up my detection skill so that I can get rid of this stupid thing from happening again. Whatever, I think Rose can help with this, which brings me to the next thing. The second thing he wanted to know about was Venom itself. He wanted to know what it was and just why the heck was everyone scared shitless just by its mention. If it was some kind of super weapon or shit, then Ashton needed to have it. Not to misuse it or anything, but if he had some of it with him, his plans to eliminate the mistress and get his revenge on everyone else would be pushed forward by ginormous steps. However, he had a feeling something like that was too good to happen. Still, it wouldn't harm him to try and get his hands on some of it. And last but not the least, he had to make a decision regarding the proposal of joining the special force or not. At a glance, the opportunity definitely seemed to be worth it. If he made his moves correctly, he could even get rid of the mistress or at least make their lives hell. On top of that, the authority he would gain by becoming a part of them would make his life in the academy a bit easier. After all, he could always misuse his powers to frame those noble bastards. But Ashton was sure the authority would come to him with strings attached, and he hated these kinds of powers. Thankfully, he had a lot of time to think about it. Ashton turned off the shower and walked outside. Duncan and Daniela were still busy cleaning up the mess Ashton had made earlier, so he did not bother them and got dressed into his spare uniform before heading out once again. Although he wanted to meet Rose as soon as possible and get his doubts cleared up, she was busy teaching a class. After all, just because Ashton was given a day off didn't mean everyone was free to meet him. So he headed to the place that could have the answers to his questions. The Central Library. Although the students had been given a tour of the facilities available to them, it was the first time Ashton had gone inside the library by himself. From the outside, the library appeared to be the oldest building within the academy, and had some weird markings etched into the walls. Also, the building was entirely made up of white marble, which was certainly not the easiest material to work with. On the inside, however, the building was just like the other buildings. There was enough space for over 1,000 students to study there in peace. Also, with more than 10,000 books stored there, it was impossible to run out of things to read. Hell, Ashton was wondering if there was anyone who could have read all of those books within their 3-year course. After gawking at the magnificence of the interior, Ashton headed towards the counter. After all, with so many books there, he needed to know which section he had to look in to find something about venom. Otherwise, he would keep roaming mindlessly around the numerous corridors and sections looking for the right books. "What do you want?" The old lady sitting behind the counter rudely asked him as soon as he approached her. "I'm looking for a book." "Oh wow. I thought you were here looking for a weapon." "I'm so glad it's a book though." The librarian sighed. "What's the name of the book?" "You see, I'm not aware." "Genre? Potions or poison, I guess." "Potion books are in section 5, second floor." The librarian gave him the directions and immediately got back to her work. "Whatever it was, if you don't find whatever you are looking for there, then leave. Do not go into the restricted area. That is if you don't mind getting expelled because of it." Damn, who shat in her morning coffee? Ashton ignored her remarks and headed towards the second floor. An hour later. Nope, none of these books is of any use to me." Ashton sighed and accepted his defeat. In the last hour he had turned the entire potion section upside down in hopes of finding something related to venom. But there was not a single mention of such a substance anywhere. Ashton didn't know what else he was expecting when he walked inside the academy, but this was certainly not on the list. At least I got to know a bit more about poison, so my time wasn't a complete waste. He shrugged his shoulders and retraced his path. While he was walking down the stairs, the thought of entering the restricted section entered his mind. After all, if venom was a lethal substance, then it would have made more sense to that information regarding that would be stored in a somewhat secured area, out of the reach of the first-year students. However, the risk was too big for Ashton to take at the moment. Even though he could use the potion given to him by Kakarov to get past the security undetected, he doubted he would be able to locate and read the book in a short span of 30 seconds. Also, if he ended up getting caught, that would be it for his time in the academy. That was something he could not gamble on. "Looks like Rose is the only hope for me." Ashton shrugged as he walked out of the library, but it would take a couple more hours before she is free. What should I do in the meantime? He wanted to spar again, but he was sure Duncan would not be up for the challenge, especially after what conspired between them in the afternoon. With nothing else to do, Ashton decided to take a walk around the campus, as the sun went down while thinking about his next moves. However, nothing came to his mind other than continuing his classes and fighting in the underground arena. The loot he was getting that way was surely more than enough for him at the moment. As for the future supply of better weapons, he had already secured a way in the form of Bader. Ashton had no doubts about his skills when it came to creation. After all, an armor made of scraps gave him so much trouble during their matchup. He could only wonder what Bader could have done if he had proper materials to complete his armor. I should let him focus on whatever he has to do for now. But I should contact him before heading into the dungeon. Ashton took a deep breath while stretching his arms over his head. Everything might seem calm now, but there's no telling when someone will try to stab me from behind. So I better be prepared just in case. A moment later, Ashton saw a horde of students coming out of various buildings. The classes were over for the day, which meant it was time to head back. He didn't want any of the students to see him just yet, as most of them were believing he would have been suspended. After all, the Gruntas had called their parents in for just that purpose. Also, with the teacher supporting them, no one would have thought he would be the one to escape unscathed from the charges pressed against him. Chapter 105, Venom 2. At the same time, the Conundrum's orders had arrived at Donovan's new place within the capital city, Dej. However, it did not look like he was pleased with the orders given to him. Wait. How long am I supposed to wait? He yelled in frustration before punching a hole through the wall. At this point, Disha came rushing into the living area of the mansion allotted to them by the king. The first thing she noticed was Donovan's hand, which was still stuck between the wall. She immediately went over and helped him out, only to be smacked on the face by him. This wasn't the first time Donovan had raised his hands on her. In fact, ever since they decided to abandon the mistress, Donovan had been getting physical with her every day. Still, her love for him had blinded her. She could not see that to him she was just a tool with which he sometimes had moments of pleasure. Other than that, Disha did not mean jack's hit to him, especially since he didn't have any use for her. Any use that a street whore could not have fulfilled. Disha slowly got back to her feet, but this time before she could even take a step in his direction, Donovan looked at her with bloodlust. Within a fraction of a second, Disha knew that something had pissed Donovan beyond any limit. She just stood frozen at her feet as Donovan began walking towards her. Fear had shrouded her unlike ever before. However, she was pretty sure the feelings she was sensing were not real but a fabrication. After all, she would never be scared of Donovan. She loved him too much for that. At least their skill is still working, he mumbled before slumping down on the chair, releasing Disha from the clutches of his newly learned skill, but the skill might be the only thing working within this damned syndicate. The skill Donovan had been given was one of the 5 rarest skills ever. The mark of fear was a skill even the most skilled fighters and magicians had a hard time countering. After all, it was a skill that slowly crept up to the opponent, and by the time they realized what was going on, they were already too deep within the skill's effects. And all it took for the skill to activate was a moment of physical contact. It could be a handshake, a slap, or even a sexual contact. As long as the skins come in contact with each other, fear would dominate the mind of the other being. Donovan had been depending on this skill when he said he would tame the mistress. Once she was in his clutches, she would have never been able to escape from him ever. But his plans had failed miserably. Donovan had hoped that the nobles would be able to kill Ashton during the examination and make it seem like an accident. With Ashton out of the picture, the mistress' heart would belong to him. However, the tables were turned on them harder than he had ever seen before. Not only did those fools were not able to kill him, but they also ended up dying themselves. Since their top-class plan failed, Donovan issued a bounty over that bastard's head, but so far, even that did not seem to be working for him. He waited and waited, but since nothing came out of the bounty despite several attempts, Donovan decided to end Ashton's life himself. However, the conundrum immediately put a halt to his plans. Afterwards, he was told to wait while they figured something out. The wait was excruciating and he was worried too. Despite telling them everything about Ashton, they were still viewing him as a kid. That was their worst mistake. Donovan knew, regardless of what the conundrum thought about time being on their side, it was actually on Ashton's side. After all, the growth Ashton had shown had never been seen before. The more time they gave him, the stronger the would become. However, the conundrum seemed to have either forgotten his warning or they just simply didn't care about his plans. The conundrum had only one agenda at this point: to eliminate any threat to the throne. Since Donovan had made it clear he was not going to kill the mistress and tame her instead, their use for Donovan was rapidly fading away. Hence he was repetitively being told to stay silent. While on the other hand, it wasn't like they had forgotten about the mistress either. With Donovan no longer by her side, she should have been an easier target to assassinate. After all, Donovan was both her sword and her shield. Without him, she was at her most vulnerable, just like a wounded night creature. However, a night creature was also most dangerous when they were injured. Thus the conundrum was not taking any hasty steps to get rid of her. They had to come up with a proper plan first. For this purpose, all of the members were testing the limits of their intelligence. Still, no matter what type of plan they came up with, their plans ended up getting rejected by the head of the table. By this time, even the members were getting frustrated. However, the head had made it clear that they wanted a perfect plan. If the head could find errors in their plans, then the mistress would be able to as well. And just in case she survived, she would not hesitate before launching an attack on the capital by herself. This would also give the other nations a wonderful opportunity to invade their kingdom and claim their prizes from themselves. Thus, the plan to eliminate the mistress had to be perfect, which, much to the head's dismay, none of them was able to offer till now. Also, there were people within the conundrum who still did not trust Donovan. So he was not included in this process of planning. Even so, the time to take some action against the mistress was drawing closer. Within the next year, the mistress would be killed and the threat to the throne would be no more. It wouldn't matter whether the king would like it or not. At the same time, within the academy, Venom? Where the heck did you heard that term? Rose playfully asked Ashton. I assume you're not planning to make some, are you? Quit playing. If you want money in exchange for information, just tell me how much. Ashton muttered in annoyance. Oh boy, you hurt my feelings. Do you think I will only trouble you for money? Is that how lowly you think I am? I'm no whore for money. Rose mumbled in an exaggerated dramatic tone while clutching her chest. Yeah, you should have joined a drama class. Ashton shook his head. Will you tell me or not? All of a sudden Rose got silent. At least she appeared she had when in secret she was talking with Lucifer. She just wanted to make sure that Ashton was ready to listen to what she was about to tell him. Only once she got the green signal from him did she proceed to answer Ashton's query. Tell me, Boya, how much to know about how our world and we, werewolves, vampires and undead, came into existence? Ashton opened his mouth to answer her, but then quickly shut it back. In his 16 years of existence, not once he had heard anyone talk about what actually happened on Earth. All he knew was some sort of virus appeared on the planet and turned more than half of the global population into the creatures that now reside on the planet. However, he had no idea where the hell such a virus came into the world in the first place. He turned his clueless gaze over to Rose, who was slipping blood as usual. No idea, huh? Let me give you a clue. Rose smirked and pointed towards the ceiling. The ceiling? Ashton mumbled in his confusion. Sometimes you really make me question my sanity. Think beyond. Wait, the space. Up. Rose nodded before gulping down the rest of the blood. More like a space rock, a meteorite. Now you might want to question, how did the virus survive in space, or more importantly, why did it not get burned away while entering the planet's atmosphere? Right? To be honest, none of that even entered Ashton's mind. Still, he nodded along. The answer is pretty simple. It wasn't a natural phenomenon. Or in other words, someone intentionally designed that meteor as a means to spread the virus the moment it entered the atmosphere of the planet. Wait, what? Aliens do exist, boya. Rose said with a smile on her face. Aliens who got bored as humanity achieved some semblance of equilibrium. So they decided to stir things up and threw a rock at them. But they did not want humanity to get wiped out completely, so they gave them a weapon to get rid of the virus and the creature that evolved thanks to the virus. She continued, that weapon was called the venom. It isn't a poison but a chemical weapon that, if used correctly, could have wiped the creatures who evolved due to the virus. Sadly for them, before they could get to the substance needed to turn venom to the most lethal weapon, the mutants, as they used to call us, overwhelmed them completely. And they decided to flee rather than stay and fight. Ashton completed the sentence. But how do you know all this? How else? One of the aliens told me. You know an alien? You do too. What? Ashton was baffled. He had never known an alien, but then it clicked him. Lucifer. Chapter 106. Ignorance is a bliss. 1. Lucifer. Of course he was an alien, the kinds which Professor Merlin said they referred to as gods. Above all that, he was an admin and seemingly knew everything about what happened on Earth. The more Ashton thought about it, the more sense it made. However, with this revelation, Ashton's view of Lucifer changed. It wasn't anything drastic, but he couldn't help but wonder, was he just another pawn for a citizen of this seemingly higher civilization? Not that he minded being one as long as he could get his revenge. Still, he could simply not stomach the fact that the humans were treated like a bunch of toys to cure their boredom. Was this higher civilization not responsible for what happened to him and his parents in a way? After all, if they did not have the sudden urge to cure their boredom at the expense of humans, wouldn't things still be normal? No, they wouldn't be. Rose read Ashton's mind and answered the question for him. Humanity had been on a path of self-destruction for a while. Countless centuries to be exact. Even if those godlike extraterrestrial beings had not intervened, the planet would have ended up being destroyed along with the humans. But you said. I know what I said and I stand by that. But these aliens simply didn't react to an urge to cure their boredom. They wanted to give the planet another chance to evolve, save itself from the curse of humanity, and to become part of something much bigger. Rose knew it very well that even if she told Ashton everything, he would be able to grasp it all by himself. Thus, she was spoon-feeding him things bit by bit so he doesn't end up exhausting the few brain cells he has remaining. However, she could tell she had already told him a bit too much. The boy was already lost thinking too many things at once. But she also knew she had to tell him that much to answer his question about what venom actually was. As it was a substance that can even kill him should he try to misuse it? Okay, I get it. But are you the only one who knew about all this? I mean, what's the guarantee that Lucifer is not trying to fool us? Ashton asked Rose a simple question. It was the same thing she had thought after Lucifer told her these things. Obviously, there was no proof of whether what Lucifer had told her was true or not. As he was the only source of their information regarding all this, it wasn't like Rose could have contacted some other admin to cross-check his claims. As a result, she did not have a choice but to accept what Lucifer had told her with a grain of salt, even though it meant she could have been lied to. As for Ashton's question, well, she did not have any answer for him. Of course, there is no guarantee. Lucifer is free to twist the tale as much as he pleases. However, why would someone of higher existence would lie to us? Rose replied after thinking about it for a minute or two. Even if he has a reason to lie to us, do you think we can do anything about it when we don't even know who these aliens are and where they live in the first place? It was Ashton's turn to stay silent now. The back and forth of questions kept them engaged for the better part of the evening. By the time Ashton left her chambers, he was still confused about a lot of things. But he knew he now knew a bit more about this world than he did before, as his knowledge had spiked a bit. You have learned something new and of importance. Knowledge had been boosted by 5 points. Knowledge. 1722. As he walked out of the administrative building, he realized the campus was not as quiet as it previously was. Especially after most of the students had dined in the multiple diners spread across the campus. While the S-rankers were allowed to have their food prepared by their servants, everyone else had to depend on the diners. Still, just like the distinction between the A to D ranks, the diners were also separated on the basis of ranks. One could say that S-rankers got facilities similar to a 7-star hotel, while it gradually decreased as one went down the ranks. Ashton wanted to ask someone about what was going on, but he didn't know anyone. Well, something like this was going to happen sooner or later, as he did not interact with anyone during the class. Also, he was usually ignored by the low rankers as they did not want the high rankers and seniors to trouble them for talking to him. He had been turned into a social outcast among his peers. This was the only way the ever-righteous nobles could have punished him for standing up to them and causing trouble for them. As petty as doing something like this was, it wasn't like the nobles could have done anything else to make Ashton's life a bit hard. They could not get physical with him, not after seeing him demolish a second-year student along with the gruntas. TSK whatever. Ashton mumbled to himself and headed back towards his room. It wasn't like he was attending the academy to mingle with the students either. He had been a loner for the better part of his life, whether it was in the enclosure or in the academy. Being friends with someone didn't matter to him much, if at all. But if he could use someone, then that was a different story altogether. However, it seemed like a certain someone had other plans. Just as Ashton was about to enter the hostel, he heard someone call out his name. I wouldn't go inside if I were you. Anna stopped him. I knew others will not tell you why, so I waited nearby, just in case you got back. Now ain't this interesting? Chapter 107 Ignorance is a bliss too. What do you mean? Ashton asked Bella, who was already in her sleepwear. Looks like someone was playing around with a bunch of potion ingredients and burned their entire room. Anna replied nonchalantly. As a result, all of the students and servants were forced to evacuate. But the professors should have it all under control by now. Ashton turned back and stared inside. If there was a fire, no matter how much the fire had been controlled, there should be smoke and soot coming out. However, Ashton could not see anything of that sort coming out of the building. It wasn't an ordinary fire, in case you were wondering. Anna replied as if she too had telepathic abilities. The flames were blue, the purest any flame can be. There's no smoke, as flames only turn blue when sufficient oxygen is provided. Oh, I see. Any idea who did this? Anna shook her head. While her ponytail swung around like a whip, the professors pulled a student out of the fire and headed towards the infirmary. Maybe it was that student? Could be. Oh wait, where? Your servants are fine. They helped us a lot while evacuating. I think they are there. They are standing with Professor Amira. Thanks for the help, Ashton mumbled before hurrying off towards the slaves and the professor. There could be only one reason why a purist like Amira, who considered humans as untouchables, would be talking to them. To find a way of causing more trouble for Ashton. At least that was the only reason Ashton could come up with. If I just walk in like this, they'll stop talking abruptly. I gotta sneak up on them. Thankfully, sneaking up on them was not as difficult as he had expected. More than 100 people were in the vicinity and acted as the perfect cover for him to blend in, while also listening to what those fuckers were talking about. He is indeed an interesting fella. Not gonna lie about that. Amira said, followed by the fakest laugh Ashton had ever heard in his life. Can you tell me something more about him? I'm afraid that's all we know about the master. After all, we have only been under the same roof for a couple of weeks at most. Duncan replied. His eyes were fixated on the ground, and it seemed they have been for a long time. Daniela was following whatever Duncan was doing. They might have been the mistress servants still. They were slaves who could not look any high-leveled werewolf in the eyes. After all, they have been beaten up countless times for doing something much less before the mistress rescued them. That fear, on top of what Ashton did to them, had scarred them enough to fear the werewolves for the rest of their lives. Are you sure you don't know anything more? Like his. I think you already heard what they had to say, Professor. Ashton saw the opportunity to start them and seized it. Also, I can't help but wonder, what kind of information would you like to get from them? You're a professor. If you wanted, you could simply check the academy records for any info you might want about me. Ashton could see his sharp tongue had left Amira quite baffled. For starters, she had probably not expected him to jump in front of them so suddenly, let alone throw a slew of questions at her. Professor, are you okay? Ashton smirked. He knew he had her cornered. Whatever a professor would have wanted to know about a student was already listed in the records, and all the professors had the authority to view that information. But since Amira was so dead set about knowing something else about him, it was only natural for Ashton to be intrigued about it. Oh, it's nothing. Amira hastily replied before waving her hand in front of her face. Going into that fire must have done something. I think I should probably get some rest. Good night, Professor. Ashton exclaimed at the top of his lungs as Amira hurriedly ran back to the administrative building. Now you too. I swear we did not tell her anything about you that she didn't already know. Fearing Ashton's anger, Daniela immediately started blabbering and almost got to her knees to beg him for whatever reason. I heard you helped in evacuation. We'll never do it, Aga. Good job. Both of you. You did the right thing. Ashton said with a warm smile spread across his face. Please forgive us. Well, what? It took a moment for both of them to register what Ashton had just said. He had praised them? Why would he do something like that? Was he high on something? Judging from his reaction to the whole ordeal, it seemed like it. What are you acting all surprised about? Ashton scoffed before slowly pulling Daniela back to her feet. It might not seem like it, but I still have a heart that can praise and respect those who do me right. I'm not a cruel piece of shit unless you don't do something and force me into becoming one. Both of them were stunned. They couldn't figure out whether Ashton was being serious or was it another one of his tricks. But Ashton had a way to convince them, now that they were under his slave contract. I guess it's a good time to use that skill. You are using the skill. Influence on your slaves. Due to the low intelligence of the targets, the skill was successful. The targets feel an enigmatic warmth towards you. Your relationship has improved. Hostility towards you has been decreased. Current relationship points. 2 out of 100. Classification has changed. Faux neutral. Relationships? Why have I never heard of this before? Ashton thought to himself as numerous prompts popped up in front of him, so this means that using the influence skill I can also improve my relationship with others? This skill might turn out to be handier than I initially thought. Chapter 108 Ignorance is a Bliss 3. As the day came to an end, Ashton had solved most of his problems. As far as the question of joining the special force was, he had already made his mind up. He was going to join them. After all, it was too good of an opportunity to gain some kind of influence for him to pass up. Also, he never knew what kind of adventures and resources he might end up gaining after joining them. He would call the captain in the morning and discuss the details later. For now, he was tired and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. However, while he slept, the members of the special force were working tirelessly to figure out just how deep the resistance had sunk their jaws within contingent. To them, it seemed as if the city had been turned into some sort of operational base for the humans as they were continuously capturing them one after another. However, after hunting down vampires for most of their service, hunting humans for a change was more than welcomed by them. It wasn't as dangerous as hunting high-ranking vampires at the same time, it was adventurous enough for them to not drop their defenses completely. All in all, a proper trade from them as most of them were looking to retire now. Another one down. Scarlet, the vice captain, reported, "I think we are done for the day. What do you think, Cap? Wanna hunt some more?" "Nah, it's fine. It's not like they are going to pay us more even if we capture a few more humans." Cap shook his head before lighting a cigar. "Why waste our resources if it's not worth it? We'll continue tomorrow after collecting the paycheck." "Good work, everyone. The drinks are on me tonight." "Woohoo." Most of them exclaimed and began packing up their equipment while Scarlet headed towards Cap. "Something bothering you, James?" she asked. Captain, or James as he was called, just nodded and took another drag and hauled it within before letting out all of the smoke. In his life, only 3 things could make him be sane: hunting, tattoos, and cigars. Everything else in his life was optional, including values such as loyalty, kindness, and pity. Well, he was loyal to one thing. The most important thing that was needed to have the 3 most important things in his life: money. As long as he was paid enough, he and his crew would do whatever their employer would want, even assassination of werewolves their own kind. Since most of the crew were saved or rescued by him at one point or another, they simply followed James' lead. Although he wasn't loyal to anyone in the group, he wanted them to be loyal to him. At least on the surface level. Call him a hypocrite, but he didn't care. "Do you think that brat will accept the deal?" he asked Scarlet back. "I feel like we should have tried to convince him a bit more." "You already did enough. The drama you orchestrated with help of a prisoner should be enough to convince a teenager. If anything, we are his heroes." James nodded and continued to smoke. His plan of infiltrating the academy on the Conundrum's behalf was going good so far. That being said, he had not seen a single member of the mysterious organization yet. It seemed like while they trusted him enough to let him do the job, they were most certainly aware of what kind of a man he was. Thus, the Conundrum was keeping their distance from him. All he had were the letters in which their orders were passed down to him, and the money that regularly got deposited in his account weekly. Living this dual life is a bit taxing, he mumbled to himself. Although James was working for the Conundrum at the moment, he was also earning money on the side by turning in bounties. Bounties that he got by hunting humans. It'll come to an end soon. "Now that we have found a way inside the academy," Scarlet chimed in. She was the only one in on the Conundrum's plan, and was willingly helping the captain to fulfill the contract he had signed with them. A contract to find dirt on the director, as well as to eliminate her if such an opportunity presents itself in front of them. That too within a year, or else, it'll be someone else's turn to hunt them instead. Why did the Conundrum want to find dirt on the director? The captain didn't know, nor did he care enough. As for the question of the assassination of the director was concerned, they were not going to do it. Mainly because it was too risky for them to do something like that. The director's reputation was legendary. So much so, that she had connections with all 5 stars of the werewolf empire. Going against someone like her was not the best decision they could have made. Gathering dirt on someone was a different thing, but trying to assassinate them, nope, they were not going to do that. However, for that purpose, they needed someone within the academy to work with them in secret. As they had realized, the director would not let outsiders roam around the campus without supervision. That's why they staged a scenario with a human prisoner to surround the first student they saw out of the academy. It was their plan to let the human bump into the student, followed by them framing the kid as a traitor. That way, the kid would subconsciously go to any lengths to prove his innocence to them. Even if it meant betraying his fellow students, professor, and even the director. They wanted to get the student worried and nervous so that the cap could influence him into working with them. Mentioning the venom was also a part of this trickery. After all, the venom was something even kings have a tough time getting their hands on. How the FCK would a simple human be able to get some by himself? However, what they had not expected was for the young lad to actually attack the human himself. But that only made the captain solidify his decision even more. He could probably easily influence that Vince kid to do their bidding. That is if he agreed to their request. He will agree the opportunity is too good to pass on. Cap once again mumbled to himself and threw away the cigar. Let's go. We have a big day tomorrow. The sun rose as usual, but with it came some good news for Ashton. The punishment imposed on him had been lifted. He was now allowed to attend physical training and sparring classes as per his schedule. However, he was warned to take care of others' well-being during the spars, or else he might face some other form of punishment every time he permanently injured someone. With this notice came another one. Well, it wasn't a notice but a request from the director herself. A request to meet her after his classes were over. With all of this sudden and new development, Ashton completely forgot about contacting the captain to accept his proposal. He immediately freshened up and threw on his uniform, before rushing towards the arena. He knew for a fact that if he did not get there early, that which Amira would not allow him within the class, even though he had the notice with him. Run, run, run. Ashton stormed through the campus repeating those words inside his head. Sure enough, he reached the arena around 15 minutes before the class was scheduled to start. However, almost all of the students were already there. But there was something strange going on. The first years weren't the only ones there, the second years were there as well. Everyone was awfully quiet in front of the seniors. Even the Shrinkers. However, when Ashton showed up there, all of the attention was immediately diverted on him. It took a moment before even the second years started pointing fingers at him while whispering in each other's ears. Looks like I'm gotten famous even among the second years. Not sure if that's a good thing or not. A few of the second years took a few steps in his direction when the doors to the arena were thrown open. A familiar face they all dreaded could be seen through the doors. Amira was there, but unlike her usual buffed self, she looked quite frail. This form of her was something all of the first years had seen for the first time. Hell, some of them could not even recognize her at first. The hell are you idiots looking at? Get inside, I have something special planned for you. She was in mid-sentence when she saw Ashton and stopped. The heck are you doing here? My punishment has been lifted. Ashton confidently replied before handing Amira the notice. Everyone around them was stunned, for it was the first time the director had revoked a ruling given by the disciplinary council, that too when the princess herself had given the punishment. Honestly, none of them had ever expected something like this to happen, but it did. As a result, the students couldn't help but feel if Ashton and the director were close or something. Amira crushed the notice into a ball, and threw it in the trash can before walking inside all huffing and puffing. While she did all that, Ashton had the biggest smile on his face. He knew Amira was pissed beyond her limits, and he was more than happy to be the reason for her dismay. Chapter 109. The King has spoken. The capital city of Deja, within the king's courtroom. The kingdom of Lycania was turning prosperous day after day. However, there were a lot of issues that did not let the king have the peace he so desired. Even now his courtroom was amidst the chaos. Even though he understood why everyone was freaking out, all the noise they were making brought him a bit of displeasure. Upon realizing that the chattering of his ministers was not going to cease on its own, he slammed his fist on the golden throne he was occupying. The loud reverberation generated from the impact made all of them go silent immediately. For a moment, the ministers had forgotten about their king's sensitivity to sound, especially to voices. In fact, at that moment they knew they had messed up so bad that they were fearing for their life. After all, the king was someone who had killed off far more important people for doing something much less. How many times do I need to tell you morons to keep your voices down? The king yelled and started massaging his head. All that noise you made me not listen to what any of you had to say, so please start over, but this time in a civil manner. The ministers let out a sigh of relief as the king did not seem to be in the mood to kill them. For now, however, there was no guarantee he wouldn't kill them after the disappointing news they were about to deliver to him. It was no secret that the kingdom of Lycania was running out of habitable space to live in. On top of that, none of the other kingdoms was willing to give them a hand or a part of their land. The way everything was going on, they would have to forcefully turn the swamp into some kind of habitable place. They needed the space for a lot of things, or so did everyone thought. But that was only a cover for what the king's true ambitions were. They did not want to convert the swamp for any noble use, but to finally forge a path for them to dominate the entire continent. The king wanted to until the 5 stars, but under his iron fist. He no longer wished to be called a king, but an emperor. The emperor of all the kingdoms on the continent. However, they first needed to deal with the swamp and the night creatures dwelling in it. That's what his entire focus was on for now. It was for that reason he was no longer considered with what one of his illegitimate daughters was planning to do to him. In his eyes, Mara was far too insignificant for him to even spare a thought over her. But the other might not agree with him, so he left them alone to do as they pleased. If they wanted to kill his daughter, they could. In front of his larger goal, he would not even bat an eye even if his legitimate children were killed. After all, he had more than 50 offsprings with around 13 women he had ever gotten close to. What loss would it bring to him if a dozen or so of his children were to die? Why are you silent now? The king repeated his words for the ministers to make sure they heard him this time. What were you talking about? Saying so, the king got to his feet, and all of the ministers could not help but feel insignificant in front of him. Standing at 7 feet tall, Jonathan Bismarck II, or the king as everyone called him, was a mountain of a man. It wasn't that he was only tall, but he had considerable muscle mass on him as well, and that was while he was still in his human form. Had he turned into his werewolf form, he would turn into a titan taller and stronger than any werewolf ever had been. Maybe even Lycan, their primordial lord, would think twice before confronting him head-on. Jonathan's ambitions might seem too ahead of him, but considering the physique and skills that he possessed, his ambition of ruling over the continent no longer seemed unconquerable. Also, his platinum blonde hair and different colored eyes in his werewolf form made him much more intimidating than he usually was. Your Highness, the thing is... Stop blabbering, Raymond, and speak confidently. The conquest failed, Your Highness. The night creatures eradicated the 17th squad. I see. Jonathan walked up to the Minister of Internal Affairs, Raymond, and placed his hands on his shoulder. If I remember correctly, your younger son was a member of that squad, correct? Yes, Your Highness. I'm sure he fought till his final breath to take a step in achieving your dreams. A teary-eyed Raymond mumbled. Jonathan nodded and turned back. However, the next second he turned back and kicked Raymond's head cleanly off his shoulders. With a single kick, the minister's head went flying out of the courtroom while everyone else cowered away from the king in fear. Calm. Jonathan never believed such a state of mind could ever exist for him. He was born to be a conqueror, and yet his courtroom was filled with fools and morons who couldn't do anything but weep after the failure of a simple task. He didn't want these morons to capture the entire swamp in one day. He didn't even care if they were only able to proceed one step in a day as long as they were going forward. However, allowing the night creatures to reclaim a piece of the swamp for themselves was inexcusable in his eyes. Anyone else wants to cry? Jonathan asked his ministers, unbothered by the fact that Raymond's blood had drenched his clothes. The ministers immediately shook their heads while boring a hole in the floor through their eyes. Then go and reclaim what was lost or die trying. The king spat in disgust. I don't care if you have to go and fight the night creatures yourself. Do not show your faces to me before that, or else, you know better than anyone what I will do to you. After being given another chance to correct their mistake, the ministers hurriedly left Jonathan inside the courtroom all alone. They knew no matter what, they had to make up for the loss, or else, not only them but their families would be in grave danger. Not even infants would be left alive. A moment later, dozen or so cleaners showed up in the courtroom to clean up the mess. It only took them a couple of minutes to make the room spotless as it had been before. Once they left, Jonathan's youngest and most loved daughter showed up there to meet with him. Oh, my lovely Michelle, how good it is to see you again, my child. The moment Jonathan saw Michelle, he forgot everything about his problems. Ever since she started attending the academy again, the frequency of her visits had decreased a lot. Thus, her unannounced visits were something he looked forward to more than anything. However, Jonathan could not help but feel that something was off with her. I, the 27th princess of Lycania, greet the king. Michelle gracefully bowed before her father, which was certainly not common. In fact, Michelle was the last person Jonathan would imagine performing proper etiquettes and such. Unless she was there to make some kind of official request. Yes, my child. What can I do for you? Can you send a few of your elites with me to the academy? Disguised as my servants, of course. She said while looking her father straight in the eyes. I most certainly could. But I would like to know for what purpose? To kill that wench of a director. Michelle dropped her calm and collected demeanor and yelled in rage. She was finally back to being herself, just like Jonathan remembered. As for her request, it was quite an absurd one. He was certainly not going to allow Michelle to do something like that. Not yet either way. However, he wanted to know what had happened between the two of them for Michelle to ask for something so inappropriate. First calm your nerves and tell me what happened. Michelle then proceeded to tell him what had conspired in the academy, and how the punishment she had given to the kid serving Mara was revoked by the director. However, at that moment, Jonathan was more interested in the so-called kid than the problem Michelle had with the director. So you say this first year was selected by Mara and could already perform partial transformation? He asked her with an emotionless face. Not only that, he beat the grunted twins? Yes, father, but... Michelle was immediately cut off as Jonathan started laughing hysterically. Michelle couldn't fathom a reason for her father to start laughing like a madman. However, the next moment he had an order for her. I don't know what you have to do, but I want you to bring that boy over someday. Chapter 110 Training Session 1. But father. No buts, Michelle. You have to do this. Jonathan's smile did not fade away as he continued. I may not acknowledge Mara, but I cannot ignore her skills when it comes to recruiting people. Something must be special about this kid for her to choose him, and I want to know what. Michelle gritted her teeth, but that was all she could do. Just like her father could be stubborn sometimes as well. After all, they were two peas in a pod. Still, her father's instructions did not help her from getting angrier. She came here hoping her father would put the director in place. Instead, she was being given an impossible task to accomplish. After all, why would someone whom she tried to screw over entertain her request? Also, it wasn't like that she could force that brat to do as she pleased. He didn't look anything special to me. Then you are saying the director went against you for a nobody? Jonathan gave Michelle an understanding look before carrying on. You know how ridiculous it is, right? Why would the director risk angering royalty for someone insignificant? Michelle nodded. It finally made sense to her. She had been so angry at the director, she forgot to address the obvious. Just who was the kid for whom even the director was willing to risk her position by going against them? As you wish, father. She bowed once again before turning around to leave, before being promptly stopped by Jonathan. Stay for lunch. You can leave for the academy afterwards. I'll pass on that offer, father. If I have to bring that kid here, I need to start working for it immediately. After all, the mess I made isn't something that can be cleaned up so easily. Back at the academy. I know you all must be wondering why the second years are here today. Amira mumbled in her weak state. As you can see, I'm not in the greatest state. Thus I asked your seniors to help you out with your combat session today. The first years exchanged looks amongst themselves. The second years were known to be a rowdy bunch. Some of them had even been suspended for causing violence on the campus. There were rumors about some of them coming from families having relations with vampires who taught them forbidden magic. Thus even the thought of training with them had the first years a bit worried. But since Amira had already made the decision, there was nothing they could have done to protest against her idea. Doing so would only paint a target on their back, and to be honest, none of them had the guts to do so. None of them but a few. Especially someone who already had a huge target painted on his back. Ashton could sense some hostility coming from the second years, and although he knew it wasn't possible, he couldn't help but think whether Amira orchestrated all this so the second years could get their hands on him. Man, these people sure have the most fragile egos I have ever seen. Ashton sighed. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? He beat a second year, so what? It wasn't like he was the one seeking trouble in the first place. Obviously, if someone would attack him, he would have to respond in kind. In his eyes, fighting was nothing more than a form of transaction. But these people always made a bigger issue out of something that was insignificant. Still, he was happy that for once he would get to fight some people who knew what they were doing. Unlike the first years who can only throw punches randomly while heavily depending on the abilities they had. Since your first dungeon trip will be in a few months, I think this would be a golden opportunity for you inexperienced brat to learn a thing or two from a bit more experienced brats. Amira kept blabbering on and on. Now that the goal of this joint session has been cleared, we'll now divide both the freshers and seniors into groups of 3. Since in a dungeon, the participants have to work as a team, thus fighting as a team would help you to recognize what you need to work on. Whether it is teamwork, battle tactics, or self-improvement. Any questions? While everyone shook their heads, Ashton's hand shot up in the air. Yes. Could you please make the rules of engagement clear this time around? I would hate if something like the last time happened again. Ashton iterated with a sincere look on his face. At least that's how it appeared to everyone else. But Ashton's intentions were something else entirely. He was warning the professor that if anything like the last time was to happen, he would not hold back. It didn't matter if he was going against seniors. Don't worry, Mr. Bismarck. This time there is only one rule. You have to knock your opponents out cold. You are free to use your abilities, but you cannot do any permanent damage to your opponents, and this goes for everyone. She continued, if you end up breaking this rule, then I'll make sure this day would be your last in the academy. Even if I have to put my job on the line. Is that clear? Good. Now form your teams. As Amira said that, Ashton realized he was in trouble. Everyone in his year hated him. He would not be able to form a team. He was hoping Amira would make teams on her own, but boy was he wrong to think so. However, he wasn't as lonely as he thought he was. The following moment, Anna appeared in front of him, followed by another girl. The girl was a bit on the shorter side, about 52. Had curly brown hair just like her skin along with blue eyes. As for her demeanor, she appeared to be quite shy, judging by the way she was constantly fidgeting. Want to form a team with us? Anna asked with her usual emotionless face. We need one more member. Why not? I'll be in your care then. Ashton replied with a short but curt nod. Let's win this thing. Chapter 111 Training Session 2. The rules of engagement were the same as before. The only that had been changed was that a team member will not get disqualified even if they were pushed out of bounds. Ashton wholeheartedly agreed to this change of rule. After all, in dungeons they will have to fight against night creatures, and they will not stop just because they pushed them back. They will keep coming at them until and unless they were dead. Also, most of them will have skills of their own, which they would not hesitate before using. As a result, Amira's decision to let the students use their skills as well was within reason, and would help them to get acquainted with how to parry or dodge such abilities. But there was one thing Ashton simply couldn't come up with a reason for. It was obvious since the seniors have more experience in dungeons and stuff, they were the ideal people to teach them about self-defense and offense. However, was it really necessary for them to thrash their juniors so brutally? In the 4 fights that had happened till then, not only did the juniors lose all of them, every single one of the first years also had to be sent to the infirmary. Some had their bones broken, while some had grievous wounds on their body. Even though Amira said none of those wounds will cause permanent damage to the students, the mental trauma the students might end up suffering was completely disregarded. Their training session was turning out to be a freaking how to be treated like a punching bag session. But the more Ashton thought about it, the lesser he minded it all. After all, these were students who wanted to make his life hell if anything else. Why should he feel sorry for their state? The only thing he was concerned about was his teammates, that's all. As long as he could stop the same thing happening to them, he would have done more than enough. Well, he was more concerned about the tiny princess on his team. After all, he was more than sure Anna would be able to handle one of the seniors by herself. She is the conqueror of flames, having blue blessing. With her mana and fire abilities, she should more or less be able to hold at least one of them off. A rough plan slowly began taking shape within his head. The rest of them would be my headache to handle. A moment later, the next teams were called on the stage, and although the first years tried their level best, the end result of the fight remained the same. However, this time there was a different reason for their defeat. Weapons. This time, the first years had managed to overwhelm the seniors, which wasn't all that surprising considering their team was made up of 3S rankers. However, the minute it seemed the second years were going to lose, they brought out their weapon and swift took their opponents down. The first years were baffled by Amira's lack of response. However, when she said what she had to, they could not counter her claims. I never said you were not allowed to use weapons, did I? She sighed in disappointment. You should listen to the instructions more carefully. Also, the night creatures will not ask for permission before doing a similar maneuver. If all you can do is complain, then I think you should sit out during this subjugation attempt. After that, none of the first years asked her anything. The subjugation trip was something all of them were looking forward to, and since Amira had control over who could and could not join the trip, no one wanted to piss her off. After all, out of 80 of them, only 30 students were to be sent on the trip. The rest will need to prepare more and maybe they'll be able to qualify for the next trip, whenever it would end up being. Although I don't know much about dungeons and subjugation and whatnot, it must be a big deal for everyone considering Amira silenced them all using a warning of not letting them join in. After living in the enclosure for 16 years, there were a lot of things Ashton had little to no knowledge about. The dungeons were one such matter. Well, he could always ask Rose for an explanation or just make a trip to the library. Anna, Nikki, and Ashton. You're up next. Amira roared at the top of her lungs. Ashton could help but notice the wicked smile on her face, as she announced who their opponents were going to be. The moment Ashton saw his opponents, he realized why she smiled as she did. After all, the 3 of them were going to face a team made up of 3S rankers from the second year. Ashton quickly checked their stats, and while things were not looking good for them, his opponents were all either level 12 or 13, while on his team, he was the only one on level 12. Anna was at level 10 and the freckled chick was at level 9. Anna might not be able to hold off one of them by herself. Maybe with the help of Nikki, the 2 of them would keep one of the level 12s busy. However, that would leave Ashton to handle a level 13 and a level 12 on his own. What are you waiting for? Get on the stage ASAP. We don't have time to leisure around. Amira barked at them as they made their way to the stage. As soon as they did, the seniors jumped on the chance to mock them. Especially the bald guy who happened to be at level 13. I heard you were the kid who dropped our classmate in one punch. Pretty bold of you to lay your hands on a senior like that. The bald guy smirked, but as he did, Ashton smirked as well. The hell are you laughing at? Oh, nothing much. I was just wondering if you transformed into a werewolf, would you still be bald or not? It would be hilarious if you were. Ashton replied, and to his surprise, the first years actually ended up sniggering as well. I'll make you eat those words. Like you ate your hair? Sure, come at me. Chapter 112 Training Session 3. However, before either the bald guy or Ashton could make any moves, Amira jumped in between them and literally threw them back to their teams. Although she would have enjoyed seeing the seniors wreck Ashton, it had to be done in a permitted environment and she could not give permission to them to do as they pleased. She simply could not have 2 brain-dead fools mess around her class. She had already been given a warning by the director to control the environment of her class. Thus could not let the 2 of them fight amongst themselves before the match officially began. Both of you morons, stay in your corners until I say otherwise. She roared as veins bulged out of her head and face. Her face also visibly turned red, which was fun to see. On the other hand, her frail self was nowhere to be seen and she was back to being the muscular Amira like she was before. However, her form lasted only for a minute before she turned back into her weak self. Giantification sure is a cool ability to have. Ashton thought the moment he recovered from Amira's violent throw someday he'll make that skill mine for sure. However, that day would take a while to arrive. For now, Ashton had to focus on the three musketeers in front of him. But before he could do that, Amira started berating the Baldy and him for disregarding the rules. Which, to be honest, Ashton had completely forgotten about, in his executing his pre-planned phase before facing the seniors. As much as Amira wanted to whoop both of their asses for disregarding her, she was not in a state to do so. So she reprimanded both of them and stepped out of their way. Just like before, you will have a minute to come up with strategies or whatever, Amira reiterated the rules after the minute had passed. He'll blow the whistle and then you'll begin. Is it clear to you f***ing brain-dead dogs? Yes, Professor. A moment later, Anna turned towards Ashton with a blank expression on her face. It appeared Amira wasn't the only one who was pissed by his sudden urge to fight the senior Heaton. Before you start berating me for nothing, look there. Ashton nodded his head towards the bald guy who appeared to be furious as his teammates desperately tried to calm him down. It took Anna a moment to realize why Ashton wanted her to look at the bald guy. But Nikki beat her to it and mumbled the reason in her shy voice. Why, you intentionally made him angry? Yup. A cheap trick, but it should be enough to throw him and his teammates off guard. Ashton smiled confidently. He didn't simply jump into a fight because he felt like it. It was a calculated move. There was no way in hell facing the three seniors Heaton when they were calm and collected would have ended in their victory. The seniors would have easily wiped the stage with the first years as mops and brooms. Even with Ashton's cheat genes and abilities, there was no way they were going to win unless Ashton used his gears. Hence Ashton made his move before anyone could realize what he was doing. Most of the bald people were self-conscious about their hair. At least the oldies living in the enclosure were like that. That's why Ashton decided to use the obvious source of displeasure to provoke the senior. This way Ashton was successfully able to ruin the baldy's calm state of mind, forcing him to throw a fit in rage. As a result, the other two seniors also had to focus their attention on calming their friend down, rather than focusing on preparing for the match ahead. It wasn't an honorable thing to do, but honor was the last thing on Ashton's mind ever since he became a Zompirewolf. How do you suggest we go about it? Although Anna's voice was as emotionless as before, Ashton could sense that she was a bit worried after seeing their opponents. They might be disturbed for now, but they still have more experience in fighting than us. Do they now? Ashton gave Anna a very suggestive look, but that look disappeared a moment later. He did not want her to think he knew something that he shouldn't have. She did not know it, but Ashton was well aware of her secret identity as Bella. Also, from the one fight they had, Ashton already knew Anna was quite a fighter, and should be able to hold her own weight if all went according to his plan. Well, since we are allowed to use weapons, I assume we are also allowed to use armors. Ashton continued the conversation and quickly donned on the Nemean hide, along with the bone whip. Those were the two items he got during the trial exam. Still, seeing those shiny gears together made a lot of students a bit jealous. Both first years and second years. They might have been their seniors in terms of experience, but when it came to weapons and gears, Ashton surpassed them easily. I'll handle two of them. In the meantime, I hope you two can take care of the third one. Ashton mumbled while swinging his whip around like a pro. But try not to unnecessarily extend the fight. I might be able to stall the seniors for a while, but there's no way I'll be able to defeat both of them on my own. Got it, Anna replied and took a magic staff out of her inventory. As for Nikki, well, she had a yellow blessing and was apt in using supporter spells than in frontline combat. Hence she stayed behind all of them. Ashton got in front while Anna stood between the two of them. Their battle line wasn't perfect, but well, it was better than what most of the first years had come up with. Both teams ready? Amira asked them as the preparation time was over. Then fight. The moment Amira blew the whistle, Ashton charged in like a battle-hungry werewolf. The second years were surprised by his fearless charge, but a moment later, they ended up getting even more surprised by the skill Ashton used. Aggravate. Chapter 113 Training Session 4. All of the second years tried to get out of the range of Nemean Hide's crowd control skill. But Ashton was already too close for them to do so. They were inevitably hit by the skill, and as a result, the two level 12s were no longer able to use their skills for the next 5 minutes as they had the same level as Ashton. As for the level 13 Baldy, the effectiveness of his skills dropped by 60%, which more or less made his skills useless against Ashton's armor. Gotcha, bitches. Ashton smiled and carried on with the next phase of his plan. A moment later, a mark appeared over their heads. It didn't take more than a second for everyone to recognize what skill it was. After all, it was one of the 5 fabled skills a werewolf can obtain, the wolf's mark. Presence of 3 marked targets can be sensed in your vicinity. Damage and agility have been boosted by 30% for 3 minutes. Everyone who was seeing this fight was either stunned into silence or had been awestruck. Ashton's teammates were no exception either. It hadn't even been a minute since the fight started and Ashton quickly overwhelmed the opponents, that too with just using 2 skills. Well, despite her hate for Ashton, even Amira couldn't help but appreciate Ashton's battle prowess. He made it seem easy, but it isn't everyone's cup of tea to use skills in a quick succession. She thought to herself, guess I know why the director had been lenient when it came to him. Despite being a mutt, he has some talent. Anna and Nikki, take care of the one on the right. Ashton instructions snapped the two of them out of their awestruck state and headed to do as they were told. In the meantime, Ashton used the whip to swing towards the left to dodge the Baldy's attack, while also firmly planting his foot at the back of the Baldy's head, and using it as a platform to leap towards the third guy. In midair, Ashton transformed his right hand into a werewolf claw, and using its enhanced strength planted a punch right on the senior's face with a loud bang. Using gears almost made it too easy for me. Ashton smiled. Had the seniors from the last round not used their weapons, it would have never entered Ashton's mind to use his gears in the middle of the fight. In that case, things would not have ended well for him or his teammates. However, the moment they were allowed to use weapons and gears, all of Ashton's worries left his mind. Thanks to the Nemean Hitus exclusive skill, he no longer had to worry about the two level 12s. After all, he could easily seal their abilities, and without their skills, it was child's play for him to take them down quickly. The only one he had to be wary of was the Baldy. But before he could focus on him, he needed to knock out the level 12 guys first. However, there was one thing Ashton still needed to learn. Anything could change within a dungeon, and even a well-thought-out plan could become useless. Just like it was about to now. The plan Ashton had hastily made was somewhat perfect, given the situation. However, it heavily depended on one fact: Baldy in his enraged state would keep his focus on him. But what if he didn't? Just when Ashton thought everything was under his control, things changed. Nikki's blood-curdling scream was the proof of that. Ashton quickly turned around, only to see Baldy stomping on Nikki as if she was made of rubber or something. But the smile that Baldy had on his face was even more bizarre than the mess below his feet. Ashton didn't know what happened a moment later, but he snapped. It had never happened before, but he was angrier than he had ever been, which was surprising considering he didn't even care about Nikki all that much. However, at that moment rage filled his head and his vision got severely narrowed down. All he could see was Baldy stomping Nikki, nothing else. It was as if Ashton was seeing himself and everything around him from a third-person perspective. Then a moment later he was inside his body, but he was no longer in control of it. It felt as if he was a passenger in a car while someone else was driving it. Just that in this case his body was the car. He was pretty sure it was the first time he had felt like this. Still, he couldn't help but feel a weird sense of familiarity with this situation. As if he had been through all this before in a distant past. Let go of your inhibitions. He heard a voice inside his head. It was his voice, but it was unlike anything he had ever heard before. He was aware that he needed to get back in control of himself. But for some reason, at that moment, his body was compelled to do what the voice wanted him to. No. Why resist now when you have already submitted to the primal urge before? Don't you remember the day your beloved, helpless parents were taken away from you? Don't you remember what you did then? What are you talking about? Even though Ashton was conversing inside his head, he was barely able to speak. It felt like someone or something was choking him, making it difficult for him to speak clearly. Tiske, you're pathetic. Resilient, but pathetic. Fine, have it your way. Clear up this mess by yourself if you can, but I'm afraid it's already too late. All of a sudden Ashton's vision got cleared up and he was back in control of his body. But when he looked around him, he saw everyone was looking at him with fear in their eyes. Only then did he realize his hands felt a bit wet. He looked down and saw that his hands were curled up like fists smeared in blood. He looked even further below and saw Baldy was lying there, face first, and his head had been busted open. I did this? Ashton barely managed to mumble before fainting himself. Chapter 114 Ashes of Forgotten Times 1. Darkness is a funny thing. People's minds are often programmed to be scared of it. Constant nightmares of something lurking in it catching up to them while wandering in the darkness. It is often portrayed as a source of displeasure and misfortune as well. However, the darkness is very different from as it was depicted. Only those who had embraced it with open arms would understand that darkness was nothing to be worried or afraid about. After all, darkness itself was lonely, and all it wants is to have someone embrace it, just as one would embrace the first light after hours of darkness. It was just a misunderstood entity that could be someone's greatest ally, if only they began trusting it. Vampires were the first to do so, and now their strength remained unrivaled as they ruled over half of the Earth's population. One would have expected the werewolves to be leading in that regard, but they weren't. They were far too shrewd and consumed in their own thoughts of genetic supremacy that they had forgotten about the most precious and limited resource the planet had to offer long before the mutants rose from the ashes of a forgotten time, the humans. While the undead were busy feasting on the humans the first chance they got, and the werewolves were busy enslaving them and establishing their supremacy over the humans, the vampires took a very different approach when it came to making changes and establishing a new world order. They were fully aware that the humans were wary of them and did not trust them at all. Well, it was given they would have felt like that, considering what they as the mutants and enemies of humanity had done to them. However, to make the humans join them willingly, the vampires gave them one thing no one else dared to: freedom. You see, freedom was something humans have craved for a long, long time. Once the world began to fall apart, They were stripped away from their freedom and forced to fight for the survival of those who escaped the planet, on the first chance they got, leaving the ones who fought for them behind. That betrayal was much worse than anything the soldiers could have felt. For decades, the humans who were left behind were treated worse than animals even by the vampires. But that all changed when the vampires recognized the worth of these humans. They were priceless, at least for the vampires. They were walking food sources for them. One, if used correctly, could fill their needs for 6,070 years or even a century. Thus, in exchange for their freedom, the humans were required to give away at least 1 unit of their blood every month. On top of that, the humans were only allowed to use their blood as a unit of exchange in the empires made by the vampires. This arrangement might seem harsh, but it was much better than slaying most of their lives away or being eaten alive. Also, they were offered a way to become free from ever giving away their blood, by willingly turning themselves into vampires. If someone from a family turned into a vampire, they were exempted from all of the troubles humans usually had to go through. And to the surprise of no one, lots of humans accepted this opportunity, which further helped the vampires strengthen themselves. Their acceptance of humans as equals was one of the reasons why the empires ruled over by vampires were more successful in comparison to those ruled over by the werewolves. But this wasn't the only reason. Since vampires could literally live for several centuries, they did not have a thirst for progression, a thirst to do more. Instead, they just wanted stability for the rest of their abnormally long lives. However, the werewolves were different. Since they were usually weak in comparison to the vampires, they often kept searching for ways to defeat vampires. That's where humans turn out to be priceless assets. Werewolves and humans were very alike. Thus, their thinking was more or less the same. Both the species were hungry to achieve more and more in their lives. Also, by studying humans, the vampires were able to know a lot of the werewolves as well, which in turn helped the vampires even more to know about the weaknesses of the werewolves. That being said, even though the vampires understood humans better than any other dominating race, there were still quite a lot of things they didn't know about humans. Things that even worried them. Thankfully, they had some of their brightest brains looking into it. They were mostly the people who were once humans but had been recruited from different corners of the world for this purpose only. Humans who had been offered to them as peace offerings from the werewolves and the undead. They had not been aware of what they were losing, and by the time they realized it, it was already too late. They had been turned into vampires. One such former human was on her way to the capital city of the biggest vampire kingdom, the city of Ambrosia. This woman also happened to be the head of the research facility based in the city, and although she had only been there for 11 years, she had gained the trust of King Arthur Verdasha. The sound of her stiletto heels resounded in the corridors of the laboratory, which was awfully silent, even though they had over 1,000 alive test subjects being kept there for research purposes. "Welcome back, Dr. Ava Crane," the woman's assistant and a former human, acknowledged the lady as she passed her. "How was your trip to Lycania?" Standing at 59, Dr. Ava turned around, and as she did, her short white hair traced her movement. She had brown skin and her face was covered in light freckles. However, that did not hamper her outworldly charm from leaking all around her. "Leah, how many times do I need to tell you?" Ava said with a smile on her face. "When we are alone in the lab, call me by my real name. His Highness has already given me the permission to use my real name, and I think it would be better if you start using it too." "As you wish, Dr. Evelina Fenrir." Chapter 115, Ashes of Forgotten Times 2. Now that's better. Evelina smiled and made her way inside the laboratory, followed by Leah, who was silently observing Avelina's every movement. Unlike what anyone seeing her like that would assume, Leah had no foul intention towards Evelina. In fact, the reason why she was so intently looking at her boss was that other than being her assistant, Leah also happened to be Avelina's newly appointed bodyguard. Evelina was an asset to the king. After all, her research could potentially get rid of one of the two greatest weaknesses of the vampires, the undead blood. While the vampires could avoid the sunlight, an undead's blood was something that could kill them any time by forcing the coffin to activate. So far, the werewolves were not aware of this weakness of them, but it was only a matter of a few decades if vampires were lucky before the werewolves figure it out. Thus, they needed to get rid of this ridiculous weakness before the werewolves could potentially weaponize the undead blood. Although the three pillars, the vampires, the werewolves, and the undead, lived under an agreement of nonviolence against each other, it was an agreement made more because of a need rather than a want. After a long, tiring war against the humans, they could not afford to fight amongst themselves to claim each other's resources. Thus, the agreement was made to avoid any such conflict from rising. However, as decades passed and each of their kingdoms stabilized, their need was stability and peace with other pillars slowly started fading away, and was well on its way to being replaced by their wants. Each of them grew weary of each other as things started to change. Although it might take a few more decades for an all-out war to happen, it was better to be prepared for it rather than wait and hope for the best. Thus, Evelina and her research were one of the only things that could help the vampires at this time. However, not all vampire kings and lords believed Evelina was up to any good. Although they trusted humans, They could not completely trust someone who was not only a human but one who was in close contact with the werewolves for most of her life. These kings and lords were worried if Evelina was a double agent who could be setting up a stage for the werewolves to attack them. Then there were other people who wanted to have the research for themselves so that they could gain immunity from the undead blood and blackmail the others into doing their bidding. These people knew no limits and could do anything to get their hands on Evelina. That's why protecting her was of utmost importance. Even more important than the direct relatives of the king himself. But Evelina was a free spirit and did whatever she wanted whenever she wanted. Like going back to Lycania. No one, not even Evelina's closest aides, knew why she went to the place where she had nothing but bad memories from. Nor was she ever going to disclose the true reason for her visit to Lycania. However, when she returned from there about a month ago, the king wanted some answers. His court was worried that she might have been colluding something with the werewolves, and that's why she was not revealing the intention of her visit. The king trusted her to be innocent of the crime she was being accused of. But in a desperate attempt to prove everyone wrong, he made Evelina take a lie detector test in front of the court. However, before it all began, Evelina put forward a condition. Had she been proven innocent, the entire courtroom, excluding the king and his family, should be imprisoned for trying to place false charges on her. Otherwise, she would not take the test. After that, there wasn't much to say. The ministers backed off as none of them wanted to be imprisoned. Evelina no longer needed to take the test, but she did, and in doing so, told all of them the reason for her visit to Lycania. Well, one of the reasons. She was looking for some venom, as she hoped using it she would be able to develop some sort of a vaccine or medicine to help get rid of the effects of undead blood on vampires. The magicians confirmed that she was speaking the truth, and that was that. However, her real reason to visit Lycania was still shrouded in mystery, and Leah knew Evelina was hiding the reason from everyone. Real motive? I already told everyone what my real motives were. Evelina smiled and got back to work. But doctor, as far as I know, you are not one to take steps to help vampires. You are right. I'm not trying to help them. I'm trying to help myself. Evelina immediately interrupted Leah, since I too am a vampire now, thus the blood of the undead is enough to kill me as well. So I'm doing this research to protect myself more than anyone else. Do you get that? Leah nodded and kept her mouth shut from then on. Evelina was her boss, but she was also her friend. She did not want anything to happen to her because of her reckless moves. But it would appear Evelina did not care about anything anymore. Who can blame her? Leah thought to herself, if I were to lose my husband and my only son, who knows what I'd end up doing? Leah. Oh, hi, doctor. Stop daydreaming and ask someone to sort these files, will ya? I left for a month and everything turned into chaos. Evelina sighed heavily before shaking her head in disappointment. Also, I want daily logs of the last month for test subject 07C. On it. Leah mumbled and immediately left. Evelina waited for her to go out of her sight before she was finally overwhelmed with emotions. She went to Lycania in hopes of rescuing her son, Ashton, from the clutches of the vile mistress. However, by the time she got there, it was already too late. Ashton had been taken away by the mistress. Someday, I will reunite with you. Just hold on a while longer. Evelina mumbled to herself, you are the only reason I am so dead set on finding a cure for the poison within undead's blood. Once I find that, the vampires will attack Lycania and we'll be together once again. Chapter 116 Expulsion? It took a couple of days for Ashton to regain consciousness. From the moment he was awake, he could feel the tension all around him. No one was talking to him except the infirmary staff. They too were being short with him and were doing the bare minimum to keep him in check. Ashton had not noticed it, but more or less, his entire body was covered in wounds. Wounds he had no recollection of ever getting. Finally, after a couple of more days had passed, he was visited by the director, along with the mistress and an officer from the local police station. The moment he saw the look on their faces, he knew he had screwed up big time. That too, on the first day, his punishment had been revoked. Also, unlike last time, he had done something horrendous in a room filled with witnesses who would have willingly testified against him. This time it was really over for him. Are you Ashton Bismarck? A bold-looking officer asked him in his authoritative voice. Ashton wanted to speak up, but nothing came out of his mouth apart from shallow gasps. At that moment, the nurse standing next to them rushed in to give Ashton some sort of medicine before she started explaining his injuries to the three of them. The patient has severely damaged his larynx, or the voice box as it is more commonly called. As a result, he might not be able to speak for a long time, if at all. On top of that, his heart has also sustained a lot of damage from constant attacks done to his chest using sharp blades. There were a lot more things wrong with Ashton's body at the moment, like several broken bones and wounds that were taking an unbelievably long time to heal. But the injuries the nurse informed the others about were most troublesome and could potentially be permanent. The more the nurse talked, the more down Ashton felt. Mostly because he was frustrated about it. He did not remember a single thing that happened during the duel, and yet he was in such a terrible state. It could also mean that Ashton had turned into more or less a liability to the mistress. After all, He had been terribly injured and had permanent injuries all over his body. Things were not looking good at all. Once the nurse was finished speaking, the officer did not waste a single second. It doesn't matter if he can't speak or walk. He had committed a heinous crime and will have to be judged by the king's court for it. Saying so, the officer served Ashton a warrant and told him he was under arrest on the charges of assault and attempted murder. Ashton got wide-eyed, but that was all he could do as he still couldn't speak. Damn it. What the hell? Ashton's mind was running wild as his gaze shifted between the mistress and the director one after another. However, neither of them looked him in the eyes. The officer informed him and the mistress about their assigned court date. The officer was also instructed to detain Ashton, but after talking with the doctor and seeing Ashton's condition with his own eyes, he decided detaining Ashton would not do him any good, especially because he could not even move his broken feet and left the infirmary. Still, he did warn them to better show up on the hearing date or he will be hunted down and probably executed. Afterwards, the nurse did her usual checkups and left as well, leaving Ashton alone with the ladies. What should I do? What the hell can I do? No matter how long and hard Ashton thought about it, not a single idea popped up in his head. He was helpless, mostly because he did not even remember what had happened that day. You should leave as well. The mistress almost instructed the director, and to Ashton's surprise, she did so without a fuss. Once the director left, the mistress closed the door and then sat down next to him. You screwed up big time. Not even I can help you out of this mess. Unlike before, the mistress appeared to be calm and collected. Still, I know you couldn't help it. An outburst like that was long overdue. In fact, I am surprised it took 11 years for it to show up again. Ashton looked at her with perplexity in his eyes. He did not know what the hell was the mistress blabbering about. But to him, it felt as if he should have known about his outburst, as she called it. Looks like you don't remember a thing. Mistress smiled and shook her head. You must have heard tales about your berserk state while you were living in the enclosure, didn't you? All of a sudden a memory clicked to him. An old and lost memory of him beating a security guard to a pulp with his own baton. On the day his parents were taken away. Somehow, that sight reminded him of the last thing he had seen before collapsing on the ground about 5 days ago. The senior was lying there just like the guard had been in his memories. Ashton then nodded to confirm he remembered bits and pieces of what the residents of the enclosure called an enraged or berserk state. At first, Ashton thought they had made up something like that to make him feel special as he had been marked by the mistress. Only now did he realize that there might have been some sort of truth behind the tale after all. Before you ask about it, no one knows what it is. Not me and not even the director. All we can say is that there was something weird about you even as a human. The mistress sighed and carried on, but none of it matters now. Trying to figure out what happened and what didn't happen would not help us in the trial. We need to come up with some sort of strategy. That's where I come in. Suddenly the director's voice echoed in the room, and she materialized herself before them. Chapter 117 Expulsion? Phew, I thought I told you to leave. The mistress immediately got up and stood in between Ashton and the director. Pretty bold of you to assume I would leave a precious student alone with you. The director replied with a smile on her face. As much as I would like to argue with you and put you in your place, right now we have bigger things to focus on. The mistress took several deep breaths to keep her temper in check before walking out of their way. The tension between the mistress and the director was something that had been there long before Ashton was even born. But for the sake of helping their precious werewolf, both of them were willing to set their differences aside and work together for now. You have gotten all of us into trouble, Ashton. Even me. The director scolded him playfully. Whether or not she was doing this to lift his mood was left to be seen. But seeing her smile indeed helped Ashton's mood. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried by what she had said. You want to know why am I trouble? She asked Ashton, who nodded back. Since I was the one who gave you permission to attend the classes again, it's obvious I would be in some sort of trouble. You see, I myself have a hearing date to see if my actions have been jeopardizing the safety of the students. Well, it was long overdue. Mistress scoffed. Ashton did not know what could have possibly happened between the two of them, but for the mistress to be acting like this, it must have been something huge. As much as Ashton would have liked to know about that, he already had too much on his plate. However, there was one more piece of news the director had to give to him. A news that Ashton did not like at all. Not one bit. Due to his continuous violence on the academy grounds, he had been expelled from the academy. Well, technically it was more of a suspension than expulsion. Don't worry, if everything goes according to plan, you'll be back in the academy within no time. The director reassured him, and even though Ashton did not have a pint of trust in her, it wasn't like he could have done something about it. He had been warned again and again, and yet he always ended up in one mess after another. As a result, the director had to take some sort of action against him. That action being expulsion. However, if during the trial the king showed some leniency towards him, then Ashton just might be able to attend the academy once again. The director had assured him that she would call on every favor from all of the influential people she knew to make it possible. But till then, Ashton was no longer a student of the academy, which wasn't fair to him, as none of the others had even been suspended, let alone expelled. But it was what it was. Not being able to talk was pissing Ashton off incredibly. There were a lot of things he wanted to talk about but couldn't. He tried using gestures as well, but thanks to his broken body it was a no-go as well. While the mistress and the director did their best to interpret his expressions and body language, they were still having a tough time conversing. If only Rose was here everything would have been comfortable, Ashton thought as he continued trying to talk about what happened to him while he was berserking. After half an hour of awkwardly pointing at himself and his injuries, the director finally got what Ashton was asking. Sadly, there was nothing much to know other than that Ashton lost control over himself and brutally pummeled the seniors there to the brink of death. As for the injuries he got, he had received them from the other seniors who tried to put a stop to his rampage but were unsuccessful. According to Professor Amira, it appeared as if your mind had turned off all of the sensory organs. They stabbed you, broke your bones in hopes of stopping you. But your brain did not register any kind of pain and you kept beating the 3 seniors. She continued, even after Professor Amira herself jumped into the arena to stop you, you completely ignored her and continued beating them up. Especially Mr. Lancaster, who was in the worst condition among the 3. That did not help me either. Ashton sighed and ignored whatever she was saying. Maybe I should try asking Anna about it. Wait, I can't because of this stupid expulsion. Don't get your hopes high yet. Remember, the final decision would depend on that asshole father of mine. Mistress interrupted the director. I don't know whether he would care enough to verify that fact or not, but since you're a Bismarck, he would certainly not make it easy for you. Hell, it surprised me if he did not throw you in prison just because you're mine. I'm no one's bitch. For once Ashton was glad he could not speak, or else he would have certainly yelled it out loud. But the king was not the only problem. The jury would most likely be made of nobles, which was far worse than having King Jonathan be the judge. That is a problem. The director mumbled and suddenly everything went silent. However, we have Wadir to help us out. As it is known, the jury is an important part of a trial, thus it was also the thing that could help them. After all, that's where the mistress and the director's influence would come into play. Lawyers and judges select juries by voir dire, which means to speak truth. It was basically a test to see whether the jurors are suitable to take part in the trial or not. As for the list of potential jurors, the lawyers from both parties recommend a bunch of people to take the test and then they get selected on the basis of the results. This was their only hope, as through this process, they could get some support for Ashton in a courtroom filled with enemies. Since the trial is next week, let's not waste any more time and get to work. The mistress exclaimed and got to work. Till then, so not cause any more troubles, you bastard. Chapter 118, Unexpected Help. 1. What troubles could a bedridden child cause? It would have been a wonder if Ashton could even sit right up, let alone step out and cause trouble. But there was one thing Ashton was worried about. Why was his body not healing as quickly as it used to before? Although it was the first time Ashton had gotten injured so badly, he had had his fair share of physical issues thanks to the mistress' relentless training. He had been hurt and injured so many times that his pain resistance was already on level 8. Thus, it was safe to assume he had been injured a lot of times, and each time his accelerated healing had kicked in to help him get back to his feet in no time. But not this time around. There has to be something wrong within my body, Ashton thought, and opened his status to see if he was having some weird status effect or something. He assumed maybe in the attempt to calm him down, the student back in the academy or Amira might have done something to him. But at the moment it was just a hunch and nothing more. However, his hunch soon turned out to be true. Sure enough, there was something wrong with him. However, it wasn't anything the student or probably even Amira could have done. The moment I get up, I'm gonna kill all these bastard nurses and doctors. Name: Ashton Fenrir. Species: zombie, inactive; vampire, inactive; werewolf, active; human, deceased. Status: werewolf. Class: unassigned. Active status effects: hemorrhage, level 10, poisoned, level 10, fractured, level 4, paralysis, level 5, plus 2 more. Causes: rapid consumption of high-grade bleeding potion, paralysis potion, and a mixture of poisons is rendering the system useless to heal the host. The user's resistances are actively repelling these debuffs to protect their well-being. However, immediate intervention is advised by the user, or else the effect of these negative effects would not be able to contained and the host might even die. Having all of these negative status effects at once wasn't normal at all. Hell, it wasn't even possible for someone to acquire these many negative effects in actual combat. As for why was Ashton angry with the infirmary staff, was because, well, rather than healing him, they were rapidly making his condition even worse. These fuckers will pay for injecting me with all that crap, Ashton thought while staring at the 4 drip attached to his hand. Under the guise of supplying nutrients and medicines into his body, these fuckers had been injecting him with a variety of potions and poison in hopes of slowly killing him. As for the fractured and hemorrhage status effects, he might have received them during the fight. But after all the time he had spent in the infirmary, they should have at least taken care of his bleeding wounds. Yet, they were not even able to do the basic treatment properly. It was a wonder Ashton's body had kept him alive all this while, otherwise, these doctors were dead set on killing him and making it seem like he passed away due to his strange incurable wounds. I bet those fucking nobles would have paid the staff to do this. Ashton did not have to rack up his brain to come to a conclusion why was it happening to him. By now, he had made way too many enemies. First, there were the gruntas, then the children of other nobles whom Ashton had beat the crap out of ever since the first test. But he was sure only a high-ranking noble family would have had enough money and influence to bribe the entire staff of the infirmary. But would have to make sure his hunch was correct before planning revenge on them. Fuck revenge. I have to get rid of all these effects first. Then I'll force these staff bastards to admit what they had done to me. Just knowing what was going on wouldn't help him. Ashton was more or less helpless and he was paralyzed. Although his body was slowly developing a resistance to it, the process was too slow. By the time his body would get rid of the paralysis effect, the rest of the negative effects would have made his condition worse. Despite all that, the thing which surprised Ashton the most was, how come no one noticed it yet? While he did not have any experience in these things, the mistress and the director should have been able to spot that something was off. After all, they were high-leveled beings. Stop thinking useless things. Ashton reminded himself to focus. Wondering about his next steps would not do him any good if he cannot get off the bed in the first place. He tried and tried, but his hands were as useless as a pile of crap. He could not even move his fingers. How the FCK was he supposed to get rid of the drip attached to him? Lucifer. Oi, help me out. Contacting Lucifer was his last ray of hope. But it didn't seem like Lucifer was listening to his cries. After all, he had already made it clear to him that he was the only one who could contact Ashton and not the other way around. CK. Ashton's wanted to thrash around cause of fuss and whatnot. But he simply couldn't. He didn't know how long his body would be able to resist the continuous assault of potions and poison. The only indicator of his death he had was his slowly reducing HP. Activating the vampire genes might have helped him get rid of the poison or at least slow its spread. But doing so, without finding a cure for his paralysis first, could have potentially leaked his secret. However, just when all hope seemed to be lost, Ashton heard a sudden commotion outside. He could hear more than a dozen different footsteps heading in his direction, and a moment later the doors leading to his room were thrown open. What the hell is she doing here? Chapter 119 Unexpected Help 2. You look worse than I thought you would. Michelle said with a smile, good thing I am here, wouldn't you agree? Oh right. I forgot you can't speak. Ashton was shocked to see the Princess of Lycania standing in front of him again. He didn't know why she was there, but whatever it was, it couldn't be good. After all, their last meeting had ended up with concealed hostility from both of them. Could she be the one behind all this? Ashton's mind was in overdrive. If it was the princess, then she certainly have enough money as well as influence to kill someone in secret without worrying about the consequences. Even if someone were to confront her, her father could have easily either silences the opposition or make a false culprit take all the blame for her wrongdoings. Also, if she was involved in the accident, then the hope of Ashton's re-entry in the academy was as good as gone. Since Ashton could not turn his head to get a good look at her, he could only see her from the corners of his eyes. But even that was enough to see all of the doctors and nurses Ashton had seen in the days he had spent there, standing behind her. However, all of them were in chains and handcuffs. Seeing them like that confused Ashton even more. They weren't working for her? He thought as the princess slowly walked up to his bed. She looked all over him with a repulsed look as if she was looking at a pig covered in mud. However, her expression of disgust soon turned into that of anger as she turned around to face the doctors and the nurses. I am no specialist in the medicinal field, but even I can see that you all have been neglecting your duties as healers. She scolded all of them before slapping the doctor right in front of her. You are the head doctor here, aren't you? Why's your highness? That would be me. The man who had just been slapped mumbled. Then would you mind telling me why is this patient in such a terrible condition? If someone would have seen the princess, they would think the doctors had done something wrong to her lover or a close friend. But Ashton saw right through it. She was behaving like this for a reason. As for what that reason could have been, he couldn't come up with a single reason. The princess was supposed to hate him. After all, he was a person who served the mistress and the relationship between the king and her was no secret. Yet there she was acting like a messiah. Your highness, there must have been a mistake in his. He was barely able to get a word in before the princess kicked him right in the chest. The kick sent the doctor flying away. However, he wasn't the only one who got flung away. Since all of the staff members were chained together, all of them got knocked back. Excuses, all you can offer me are excuses but no explanation. She then nodded at the soldier she had brought with herself and they immediately forced the doctors back to their feet. I don't care why you did what you did, but I am going to find out about it all, and when I do, dying would be the last thing in your minds. Hearing that, all of the staff members went down on their knees and started begging the bloodthirsty princess for mercy. But their blabbering only made Michelle even angrier. She reached into her inventory and took out a rapier and then in a flash stabbed a nurse right in the chest, killing her right then and there. If any of you want to live to shed your filthy furs again, then treat the patient correctly and without any malicious intent. My bodyguards will stay here to ensure his safety, and if anything happened to him, not only you but your entire family will die a miserable death. That is my royal oath. What a lame-ass speech. It was a good thing Ashton's mouth was shut, or else he would have inevitably ended up yawning. He did not believe that people could change, especially not within a few days at least. Although he didn't know why the princess was going through so much trouble just for him, he knew that there was some sort of selfish motive behind it all. It's clear she wants to get on my good side. The question is why? What would a princess want from a mutt either way? While Ashton might have to wait for some time to uncover the prince's true intention for doing all this drama, the princess turned to check on him once again. Only this time her eyes were full with compassion and pity. Damn, if I didn't know she has a rotten heart, I would have ended up believing her acting is real. No wonder she has so many followers by her side, she's quite a good actor. While Ashton was thinking all that, Michelle unexpectedly grabbed his hands in hers and started stroking them gently. Ashton immediately felt uncomfortable and wanted to withdraw his hands. But his paralyzed ass could not do anything but look at her, wondering just what was going inside her head. Don't worry. I came here to apologize for my unjust treatment of you the last time we met. Only when I got here did I realize something worse was going on here at the moment. I hope you can forgive my past transgressions and accept my help in the form of my apology. Yup, she's an actress, all right. Well, considering she's royalty, it's one trait she would obviously have. She held his hands for a couple of more minutes before leaving. But before she did that, she told Ashton one thing. Just by hearing it, Ashton's worries about not being able to return to the academy were nullified. Don't worry about the trial. Everything will be taken care of. In return, I hope we can get a new start for our new relationship. Chapter 120 Trial. And the week got over sooner than expected. To no one's surprise, Ashton was able to heal miraculously once the staff started doing their jobs properly. Well, especially when the mistress took various members of their family hostage. Yes, she kidnapped at least one family member of all the doctors and nurses in case they pulled a stunt again. All of them were safe, but only till Ashton had recovered completely. To Ashton, it seemed like she was trying to compensate for not being attentive enough. However, she looked really pissed as well. Probably because her half-sister was the one to come to Ashton's rescue and not her. Her precious pawn was on the verge of dying, and yet she was oblivious to it all. The doctor could not report the kidnappings either. So far, the secret of what happened in the infirmary was being kept a secret. However, the mistress warned them if they tried to report her or any of her lackeys, she would not hold the truth back. This would have ruined the reputation of the infirmary and possibly the academy. On the other hand, nothing would be done to the mistress, as even though she felt repulsed by it, she was still royalty as well. And no one in their sane minds wanted to mess with the royal family. Then there was a secondary purpose of kidnapping the relatives like that. She wanted to use them as a bargaining chip for the doctors to tell her the name of the person responsible for all of this. It was important to get rid of such a foe who was hiding in the shadows. But nothing ever came out of it. The doctors told the mistress to go ahead and kill them. Still, they were not going to give up the said person's name. They were not taking the mistress seriously and were going to regret making that choice, had it not been for the intervention by the director. In the meantime, Ashton sat back and relaxed as he had never before. He was still planning to take revenge on the infirmary staff, but that would have to wait for two reasons. First, although he had recovered quite a bit, he was still far from attaining his peak again. Secondly, he did not want to cause any more trouble, at least till his trial was over. Even though the princess had told him not to worry about it, he had his suspicions about her. Trusting someone who was an enemy just a few days ago was the biggest mistake he could have done. Thus he wanted to stay as clean as possible. However, once the trial was over, he would start working on the list he had made while remaining in his room. Since he had taken a lot of beating, Ashton wasn't surprised at all after finding out his werewolf genes had leveled up again. Which meant one thing: the harmony of his genes was in danger. Although it would take quite a while for Ashton to level up the werewolf genes again, he wasn't willing to take any chances. Well, all of that logic are just excuses for doing what I want to. I have been itching to get my hands on these bastards. That's it. Although the mistress was doing her best to make the lives of the staff members hell, Ashton was not satisfied. These fuckers tried to kill him, and it would rude of him to not return the favor while he had the chance. After all, he had to feed his other selves, and frankly speaking, sucking the blood of these doctors might even give him some kind of a healing skill that he needs so much. It would be a shame and a disaster if the infirmary staff did not have any skills related to healing that he could learn. But for now, he had to think and prepare for the trial. Since the king was personally overseeing this case, all of Lycania had their attention on it as well. After all, it would be more than 2 decades after the king would make a public appearance, and that too in his courtroom. The king was generally someone who had the least interest in anything happening around his kingdom. At least that had been the case for the last couple of decades. The only thing he had been interested in was conquering the swamps. Thus seeing their ruler be interested in something else for a change was peculiar but a happy surprise nonetheless. However, they were not only interested in their ruler, but also the one who was about to be placed on trial. The citizens were speculating that either the person being trialed was someone important, or that he had committed some heinous crime. Those could be the only possible two reasons for the king to himself take interest in the trial. This soon sparked the beginning of a series of rumors against Ashton. From rumors branding him as a mutt who had lost control of himself, and given into the bloodlust, to rumors branding him as the Resistance's spy sent to infiltrate the academy and cause trouble there. There were a lot worse rumors spreading about him, like he was a molester and stuff, but Ashton did not care about those. In fact, he was thankful to whoever started this trend. Because of the generosity of that person, no one would even think about messing with him for some time. That is, once he got back into the academy. Thanks to the combined efforts of the mistress and the director, it did not seem too far from happening. You ready? The mistress walked into his room as soon as he was done dressing up. The tux suits you. Now let's leave. Even after using the portals, it would take us a couple of hours to get there. Just the two of us? Ashton asked when he saw that there was only one car in front of them with no bodyguards around. Isn't the king your mortal enemy or something? Why would you go there without backup? In returning home in the eyes of the citizens, even my father would have to think twice before even thinking about causing me any harm. Now shut your mouth and get in. Chapter 121 Trial 2. Prior to visiting Deja, Contingent was the biggest city Ashton had stepped foot into. But upon seeing Deja, the capital city of Lycania, Ashton's perception of big changed drastically. Deja was at least twice as big as Contingent, and the atmosphere was much livelier. Also, unlike Contingent, no one stopped their vehicle and they were given a safe passage straight to the palace, which was located at the heart of the city. The palace was surrounded by huge walls with multiple watchtowers towering over the city at regular intervals. As they headed inside, Ashton was surprised to see the beautiful gardens full of lavish flowers and exotic plants, as well over 100 people tend to them. Other than that, the soldiers were patrolling every inch of the palace with their hawk-like eyes. Seeing all the security around the palace, Ashton couldn't fathom who the hell was the mistress. Was in a stalemate kind of situation with the king? With this many soldiers and citizens who would die for their king if he wanted them to, it would have been quite easy for His Highness to squash the mistress like an ant. Either the mistress has something the king needs her alive for, or he is not interested in her and her antics. Ashton thought as the car ride finally came to an end. Ashton was already in awe of everything he had seen so far, and the main palace building didn't disappoint him either. The building was certainly befitting of a king. The palace appeared to have been made of gray limestone with an excellent carving on them. The symmetrically placed short but wide windows added to the overall look of the castle. However, before Ashton could see any more of the majestic palace, suddenly the gigantic metallic doors leading to the inside were thrown open and out of it walked the director, with a couple of soldiers behind her. Is it over already? The mistress inquired, to which the director laughed before replying. Well, it wasn't like they had a case against me either way. The director then turned towards Ashton. You, on the other hand, do. Come on, let's get inside. The trial will start within 10 minutes. Oh, and Ashton, use your crutches. No need to act like a tough guy just yet. Ashton simply nodded and used the crutches to follow them around. He was given the crutches on the day the princess helped him. However, once the doctors started doing their job properly, he no longer needed to use them. Still, he kept them inside his inventory as a reminder of one of the worst phases of his life yet. Within minutes, Ashton found himself in a room with over 1,000 people in attendance. Well, the room was less of a room and more of an auditorium. There were people everywhere, from the benches in front of him to the balconies above. On top of that, all of them seemed to belong to high-ranking noble families. There were a couple of faces that Ashton immediately recognized, like the Gruntas and the professors. Thankfully, Rose was also in attendance along with Anna and with her parents, at least that's what Ashton assumed. But he did not know most of them. Everyone was busy chatting amongst themselves, but the moment Ashton and the mistress walked inside the room there was utter silence. Relax, Ashton. The mistress mumbled as she wrapped her hands around him. Everything will be fine. Believe me. I won't let anything happen to you. Yeah, mind telling me, where were you when I was about to die again? Ashton shook his head and kept walking ahead calmly. He wasn't worried in the least. If anything, it was a great chance to leave a lasting mark on everyone present there. Then there was the thing the princess had told him, although he was worried about the catch related to her generosity. Bow your heads before His Highness, the ruler of the proud kingdom of Lycania, King Jonathan Bismarck. The announcer yelled, and immediately everyone bowed their heads to the king, even the mistress, although she had a disgusted look on her face. A second later, a man's heavy footsteps resounded throughout the room. But way before the footsteps, Ashton's perception ability was going crazy. The aura around the kind made his legs go numb, and he began sweating momentarily. Since the others did not have the heightened perception that Ashton had, they were seemingly unaffected by the king's presence. While everyone pulled their heads back up with ease, Ashton had to force himself to do so. The power of the man in front of him was indomitable. This bitch is crazy to think she can get rid of someone like him. It's simply impossible. Ashton thought about the mistress wanting to get rid of the king. Ashton looked up to the man who had a bored expression on his face, on his golden throne. One hand was placed on the arm of the throne as the king's cheek rested on the other. Even the attire he was wearing was different from what Ashton had imagined. Jonathan was dressed in a black tuxedo, with a red cape dangling behind and a sapphire sword strapped to his waist. He was a century old, and yet there was not a sign of aging on his face. But his eyes were similar to the ones mostly the old people had, full of wisdom and knowledge. While Ashton was scanning the features of the king was doing the same to him. Jonathan was trying to figure out just what his illegitimate daughter had seen in him to care about him so much. However, Ashton was just as much of a mystery to him as he was to the kid. Let's see what the kid has to offer, shall we? Jonathan thought and nodded towards the Minister of Law and Internal Affairs. Ashton Bismarck, stand in the podium. The minister mumbled calmly, careful not to irritate Jonathan with his high-pitched voice. The trial for the crimes of assault, attempted murder and inhumane battery will now begin. Chapter 122 Trial 3. As soon as Ashton got to the podium, the minister once again started speaking something. However, his voice was too low for Ashton to make anything out. Still, a couple of seconds later, he got to know exactly what the minister had said. All of a sudden, every single juror present there walked out of the courtroom, leaving Ashton, the mistress and the director stunned. They were the ones who were supposed to help him out of this mess, and without them he was screwed. In the podium opposite to the one Ashton had occupied, Amira stood in with a smug look on her face. She was careful that only he got to see the look on her face, while to the rest of them, she appeared to be normal. Professor Amira, since you were the only adult present in the room when the previously mentioned incident happened, would you like to shed a light on it? Sure, ask her whatever you want. Hell, if you had even asked her why is the sun burning up, she would have found a way to accuse me of that as well. His trial had just started and Ashton already knew these bastards were trying to make his situation even worse than it already was. Of course, Mr. Minister. Amira mumbled and took a deep breath before telling everyone what had conspired in the training room. Ashton listened to her carefully as well. Initially, he wanted to make sure she did not make up some tale, accusing him of something he had not done. Instead, he finally got to know about what had happened after he lost himself. Apparently, the bald guy who was stomping on Nikki would not be able to stomp on anything ever again because he was in a coma due to severe blood loss. Just like the rest of his teammates. Apparently, in his berserk state, Ashton ended up activating Aggravate's skill and attacked the seniors, giving them incurable wounds. As a result, they lost too much blood and ended up in a coma. Thankfully, they weren't dead because the bleeding stopped once Ashton got knocked out. The moment Amira mentioned that Ashton had the Aggravate skill, everyone in the room started murmuring. It was a skill that Lycaon was said to have and had helped him win countless battles against the humans and the other foes like the night creatures. Countless werewolves had tried to obtain the skill but had failed. Yet this kid had such a fabled skill even though he was yet to receive his first class? What kind of sorcery was this? The minister asked Amira whether she was sure about it, and she replied in affirmative. There was no mistake about it. The skill was just like she had read about. By this time, the bored expression on Jonathan's face had disappeared. He now knew why this kid was so important to Mara. Well, she still might know a couple of other secrets about this kid, but the sole fact of the kid having the Aggravate skill made Jonathan want Ashton in his elite force. So you're saying this kid turned into a bloodmonger and single-handedly took down not one but 3 students who were capable of partial transformation? As unbelievable as it sounds, he did. Also, the accused, Ashton, is also capable of partial transformation. Actually, his transforming ability is better than most of the second years. Amira continued with a straight face, however. He appears to have no control over himself when he transforms, and this I would request His Highness to make him accountable for all the harm he had caused. At this moment the director shot a dirty look at Amira. The director was already aware that Amira was more or less a puppet working for the nobles. Whatever she was saying had been thought out to paint Ashton in a poor light. However, before she could say anything, the king raised his hands, instructing everyone to settle down. He then turned towards Amira, who immediately bowed before him. According to the reports I received regarding this matter, this isn't the first case this kid has defeated a senior, is it? Jonathan asked her while smiling faintly. Why, Your Highness? Amira replied. A few days before the accident in the arena, he had knocked out another second-year student called Jason. Interesting, so you're telling me this first-year student who hadn't even attended the academy for a month can defeat students who had spent a year there? That, Your Highness. Before Amira could even form a proper sentence, Jonathan gestured her to stay silent as Rick, the minister, handed him a huge file. The file wasn't an ordinary file either. It contained the reports from the rest of the professors of the academy regarding Ashton. All of the professors who were teaching Ashton had only praises for him. Even Kakarov, the professor who hated every student with passion, had only good things to say for him. All of them except Amira. That report itself was sufficient for Jonathan to revoke Ashton's expulsion. However, doing it would not fulfill any of his intentions for overseeing this trial himself. He wanted Ashton to be grateful to him. Only then would he be able to use the kid for making his dream of dominating all of the werewolf kingdoms become a reality. What do you think, Rick? What should we do to someone who can defeat people who are supposed to be far superior to him? Jonathan asked the minister. That person should be considered as an asset to the kingdom, Your Highness. With proper training and careful mentorship, the kid would certainly become an even bigger asset to Lycania. Hearing the minister say those words baffled the nobles present there. They were there to see the mutt get his ass handed to him. Instead, they ended up watching the king praise him? What the hell was going on in his mind? But Your Highness, the accused had injured a lot of students. One of the high-ranking nobles tried interjecting but was quickly silenced by Jonathan. If they ended up getting injured means they were weak and thus did not belong in the academy in the first place, Jonathan said with a serious look on his face. Either that or this kid is too strong, and I for one appreciate strength over blood, purity of their blood. So tell me, which is it? Are the second years are weak or this kid is absurdly strong? Chapter 123 Royal Guard 1. Obviously the noble had no answer for Jonathan's question. If he acknowledges that the students were weak, they might end up getting expelled instead, as weak people did not deserve to study in the academy. On the other hand, if he admitted that Ashton was strong, that would qualify the mutt to get preferential treatment from the king. As it was well known, Jonathan did not care able blood and lineage when it came to his soldiers. Sadly, it wasn't true when it came to his family. Either way, as long as someone could prove their worth to him, their lives were as good as set to drown in a sea of riches and power. Also, judging by the way Jonathan had framed the question, the noble more or less already knew he had taken notice of the mutt's talent. The kid is strong, Your Highness. The noble mumbled and sat back down. For once you are right, this kid has exceptional talent. Jonathan said in a low voice. That being said, his rampancy can pose a threat to a lot of people around him. That's a fact even I can't ignore. While praising the strong is important to the werewolves, protecting the weak is an undeniable duty as well. Thus, after thinking about it long and hard, as well as taking the opinions of everyone present here into account, he continued, I have decided to turn the accused's expulsion into an indefinite suspension. The accused is advised to get his powers under control during this time. Once it is confirmed that he is in complete control of his powers, he will be allowed to attend the academy. With Jonathan's final judgment, came smiles on the faces of the nobles. For all they knew and cared, it could take the mutt decades to control a power that none of them had any idea about. In the meantime, their kids would graduate from the academy and will have nothing to do with the mutt. However, in their excitement, they forgot that the sentencing wasn't over yet. Also, the noise they made irritated Jonathan beyond any limit. However, before he could do something regrettable, Rick went into action and immediately calmed everyone down. Jonathan took a few seconds to calm his nerves before carrying on with the sentencing. That being said, it would be unfair to the accused if he was not provided with any assistance at all. Therefore, I would personally handle his case and make him strong enough to be an asset to Lycania. The details of this venture would be discussed tomorrow in private. The court is now adjourned. And just like that, the trial was over. But the sentencing had left everyone confused and angered. The nobles who were celebrating moments ago now had a defeated look on their faces. However, they weren't alone, as the mistress and the director were quick to join them. They were too late to understand Jonathan's play. He wanted Ashton all for himself because of his special talents, and under the guise of helping him, he successfully did that. There was only one winner in this trial, and it was the king himself. A few hours later, I won't stand for it. The mistress yelled at the top of her lungs as soon as they got into the royal suite. Jonathan had his servants prepared for Ashton and his guardian. What are you gonna do then? Fight Jonathan in his city? The director tried her best to calm the raging mistress. Ashton didn't know why, but this event had seemed to make both of them put their differences aside and work towards finding a solution. Well, to be honest, he did not care about it at all. After all, who wouldn't want to work under the special guidance of a king? I can understand the mistress' anger. I was supposed to be the weapon to take down the king, and now she is about to lose me to him. So it's obvious she would be pissed. But why the hell is the director losing her crap over this shit? He couldn't help but wonder, why was she behaving like this? Still, this wasn't the first time the director did something like this either. All of a sudden, Ashton remembered all those times when the director had protected him, or at least tried to. Although Ashton wasn't that big of a fan of the director, he somehow knew she always, or at least most of the time, had his best interest in her mind. Then there was the fact she happened to know his parents. There were a lot of things he still needed answers to, but for now there wasn't anything he could do on his own. I will do so if that's what I have to do. The mistress did not seem to be relenting, but then Ashton had a bright idea of opening his mouth. I don't like sucking that bitch's ass, but if I want to get close to the king, I will have to let this bitch allow me to do so. Well, it's not like she can refuse his direct order either. Here goes nothing. With all due respect, I cannot allow you to do anything that would cause you harm, mistress. Ashton mumbled in the sweetest and worried voice he could manage to spout, You are strong, really strong. But even I don't think you can take on the entire kingdom down by yourself. If you could, you would have already done so. Ashton waited for a bit for the mistress to reply. But when she didn't, he continued. In hindsight, I think this is a great opportunity for you to get what you wanted in the first place. Ashton's this line seemed to have caught the mistress' interest. What do you mean? She asked him. Let me go and work under the king. I'll gain his trust, and once he trusts me completely, I'll blindside him. Ashton had a smug look on his face. Why wouldn't he? It was the brightest idea ever. Though it would have been better if the director and the mistress were not laughing at him. We need to get your intelligence up ASAP. The director mumbled breathlessly. You think you're the first one who came up with such a ridiculous plan? I agree, the mistress was still laughing, but I also agree that we have no other choice. Since father has set his eyes on you, there's no way he would give you up so easily. For now, let's get some food, we can discuss all this later. Chapter 124 Royal Guard 2. The next day in King's Palace. Well, the day did not start the way mistress wanted to. For starters, when the king said he would like to meet Ashton, he meant he would like to meet him alone. No one else. The mistress was baffled by this, but it wasn't like she could have done anything about it. So Ashton went in and sat in silence in the courtroom alone. Out of boredom, his eyes eventually began wandering through the room, feeling a bit overwhelmed because of the sheer size of the room. He could not believe it was the same room in which he had been put on a trial. Probably having all those people sitting there and the tense atmosphere made Ashton not aware of his surroundings. The room was more or less like the one the mistress had in Madden Creek, only this room was about 5 times as large as the mistress' throne room, if it could be called that. As got the decorations, everything in the room was either covered in gold and silver or in innumerable precious stones. How the hell did I miss all of this yesterday? Ashton mumbled absent-mindedly. Sometimes things are better left unnoticed. A sharp, authoritative voice echoed from behind. Ashton immediately turned around only to see Jonathan standing there in some basic yet elegant attire. He wasn't wearing a tuxedo or anything, just a simple black turtleneck sweater along with a pair of black jeans. However, his sword was right by his side as usual. How did he appear here out of nowhere? It was only yesterday when Ashton could sense Jonathan's indomitable aura even before he had entered the room, but now, he was standing right behind him and yet his perception could not trace him? But there was one more thing. When Ashton tried viewing Jonathan's stats, he could only see a bunch of name Jonathan Bismarck. Species werewolf. Status werewolf. Class. Title. Age 86 years. Gender male. Grade. Affiliation. Werewolves. Level. Werewolf level. Stats. HP. / Damage. Armor. Stealth. Stamina. Agility. Intelligence. Nature. Abilities / skills / spells. Plus 12 more. Although Ashton was familiar with being denied to view someone's stats, this was the first time he had seen so many on someone's status page. Hell, he wasn't even strong enough to view Jonathan's grade, class, or title. Just how strong is this guy? The next moment Ashton ended up chuckling. He did not want to, but he couldn't help but do so after thinking how the mistress wanted to challenge someone like the king on his turf. Just thinking about it was much worse than committing suicide. Mind if I ask what you find so amusing? Jonathan asked Ashton, and although he had a smile on his face, it didn't look like the king was in the mood for joking around. And nothing, Your Highness. Jonathan sighed before speaking again, and the words he spoke were nothing less than a threat concealed in flowery words. He explained how he had been wanting to claim the other kingdoms for himself but facing setback after setbacks. All thanks to the swamp lying between him and his ambition. The conversation was long, but the gist of it was that Jonathan wanted Ashton to work for him. Don't overthink it. I don't have any interest in you, but the skills that you possess. Jonathan made his intentions clear from the get-go, but since both of you come as a single package, I have to make do with whatever I can. When Ashton did not reply to him, Jonathan put his offer in even simpler terms. Join the Royal Guards and I'll personally train you to become an excellent warrior. A true force to be reckoned with. And once you are done with the tasks I give you, you'll be generously rewarded. Women, riches, hell, you can even have one of my daughters if you like. He continued, but I don't think you are someone who would be interested in such meager things. So how about the location of your lost parents? As soon as those words escaped Jonathan's mouth, Ashton could not keep his face expressionless anymore. He was happy, angry, and confused at the same time. How the hell did everyone knew about them except him? Just what were these people hiding from him? How do I know them? What a foolish question to ask. Jonathan said with a faint smile, how can I not know 2 of the founding members of the resistance? Founding members? Ashton was getting too much information all of a sudden. How could his parents be the founding members of the resistance? If they were so important, then shouldn't they have been the last ones to get arrested? Nothing was making sense anymore. Then Ashton remembered something he had heard a lot of oldies in the enclosure said about him. How he was different because unlike them he wasn't born in the enclosure. However, before they could tell much they were immediately silenced by the guards, so Ashton thought it was just another one of their made-up tales to make him feel special. But now those tales did not seem to be made up at all. While Ashton was still thinking about all that, Jonathan immediately began hammering the iron while it was still hot. "Oh, I assumed you already knew all that considering you are quite close with the third founding member." He acted all surprised, but deep inside he was laughing hilariously because his plan was working brilliantly. After all, she showed up with you during the trial. Close with the third member? Who could that be? No way. It can't be her. Everything finally made sense. How the director knew about his real name and his parents, why she was trying to protect him at all cost, everything made sense. She herself had told him that she too was a mutt when they first met after the entrance examination. The dots were floating right in front of him and yet he wasn't able to connect them. But why would she hide it from me? Ashton started mumbling to himself in his confused state. Maybe because she is ashamed of what she did. Jonathan shrugged his shoulder in a nonchalant way. Ashamed for what? For betraying them. Who do you think helped Mara to catch them? Chapter 125 Duel 1. Think carefully, Ashton. Jonathan continued with his plan of manipulating Ashton. What do you want? If you choose revenge, I'll give it to you as long as you do what I ask of you. Help me take care of the swamp, and I'll help you take care of your foes. Fine, I'll do it. Ashton agreed with his expressionless face. Excellent. But I have some conditions of my own. What is it? Although Jonathan did not like to be interrupted while talking, he was willing to make an exception here because the kid was a valuable asset for him. Allow me to form an independent team. I don't mind working with the soldiers you trust, but I'd rather have my own people whom I can trust around me. This fgur, Jonathan forced a smile on his face as soon as those words emerged from Ashton's mouth. He doesn't even know how everyone had been betraying him, and yet he talks about trust so high and mighty. Jonathan pushed those thoughts aside, and even though he wanted to laugh right at Ashton's face, he controlled his urges. If the kid wanted to have fun with people around him, then it was fine. He could have whatever he wanted. Fine. Do as you please. Jonathan agreed to Ashton's request. However, Ashton wasn't done yet. He had yet another condition to put forth. Please make sure whatever we have talked about remained between us. I would not want the mistress or the director to know what's about to hit them in advance. Jonathan nodded. Anything else? I feel really frustrated, so I'm gonna kill a lot of people soon. I hope you can take care of it. At this moment Jonathan had had enough. He ended up laughing like a maniac. This 16-year-old was going to kill a lot of people? What a hilarious joke. Jonathan was aware that this young lad had the skills to do so, but he didn't know if he had the will. Kill night creatures and killing werewolves were two entirely different things. Not everyone had the guts to do something like that, let alone proclaim in advance that they were going to do that crap either. However, for the sake of the things Jonathan was about to have the kid do for him, he had to get acquainted with killing soon. After all, his plan of dominating and ruling over the other kingdoms will not get fulfilled without lots of bloodshed on both sides. Still, what Ashton was saying was downright absurd. How could someone of his age so calmly proclaim of doing such a thing? My apologies for laughing over such a serious matter, but I would like to know one thing. Have you ever killed someone before? Jonathan asked after calming himself a bit. There was no ulterior motive behind asking such a question. Jonathan just wanted to know whether this kid was all bark and no bite, or did he actually know what he was talking about. Do you think those 3 students who died during the ranking exam was caused by a night creature? Ashton responded with a calm and cold voice. For the first time ever since they had started chatting with each other, Jonathan felt that the kid was being serious. Or in other words, he felt like Ashton had finally dropped the mask of innocence from his face. So the brat was being serious, huh? It was Jonathan's turn to be surprised this time. I guess he is more capable than I was led to believe. Mara, I don't know what you did, but you have raised one hell of a monster. Jonathan had thought he would use the brat's feelings to turn him against the ones who had been protecting him till now. Only to realize that Ashton did not need anyone's protection. Others needed protection from his rage. Alright kid, enough talking for now. Let's see if your talent can back up your words or not. Jonathan got serious and drew his sword while simultaneously throwing another one towards Ashton, who easily caught it. I'll consider your offer if you can land one hit on me. However, if you can't, then you'll forget about killing anyone till I say so. Fine by me, Ashton responded confidently and wore his equipment. Just one hit should be fine. I thought you would say no. But I guess you are either the most stubborn person to ever live or you are just a maniac. Jonathan smiled. Let's make this duel a bit fairer, shall we? I'll not move from where I am standing. Also, I won't attack you either. If I break any of those rules, you'll win again. Your place, your rules. I'll fight you either way. After all, I have to prove my worth to you, don't I? Armor skill. Lure has been activated. Number of targets affected, 1. The affected targets are found to have a higher level than the user. The effectiveness of their skills have been reduced by 60%. Skill. Wolf's Mark has been activated. Number of targets affected, 1. Damage and agility have been boosted by 10% for 3 minutes. Impressive. I can see why those second years had trouble taking you down. Jonathan smiled as Ashton charged right towards him, however. Your technique needs a lot of work. Ashton ignored Jonathan completely and went in for the attack. He kept moving from left and right trying to confuse Jonathan, but right when he lunged in to attack Jonathan, something went wrong. Jonathan released the aura he had been hiding, and the next moment Ashton fell on his knees. Ashton never thought a man could be so overwhelming. The aura was much denser than Ashton had felt before. Probably because he was much closer to Jonathan than he had been previously. It almost felt as if something was choking him. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. What's wrong? Get back on your feet. Show me you're worth my time. Jonathan smiled while looking down at him. Jonathan was pretty sure Ashton would not be able to get up, let alone fight anymore. However, to his surprise, Ashton forced himself up and even managed to swing his sword. Before passing out. Chapter 126 Duel 2. Ashton woke up a couple of minutes later, surrounded by medics who were checking if he had sustained a concussion or something. Even though Jonathan had withdrawn his aura, Ashton could still feel it looming over his head. It wasn't an experience he would ever want to go again. I knew I was going to lose even before we started, but I didn't think I would lose without even touching his sword. Ashton squinted his eyes as he got back to his feet. That sounded so wrong. The medics still wanted to check him, but Ashton shrugged them off. After the stunt those hospital staff pulled, he couldn't bring himself to trust anyone meddling with his body. Hell, he was ready to fight these medics off when they kept pestering him until Jonathan made an appearance again. You're awake, good. I had the medics on standby in case things went south, but I guess it wasn't needed. He said with a smile before patting Ashton on the shoulder. You exceeded my expectations, but you're still too inexperienced to be of any use to me. We gotta take care of that first. Then you can go killing whoever you want. But I lost. I'm not someone who fights battles he knows he's gonna lose. Jonathan's smile got wider. I didn't expect you to win in the first place. It was all to test your willpower, and well, let's just say it's better than most of the soldiers under my command. Ashton nodded and scanned the soldiers standing behind Jonathan. Just a couple of minutes ago, there was no one in the room. Ashton was sure of it as neither of his skills informed him of any other presence. But now he was surrounded by more than 100 people. All of them must have been well above level 30, as he could not detect any of their information. Apart from their basic information like name and age. These people were members of the Royal Guards. The same group the king wanted Ashton to join. I know I have rare skills and stuff, but why would he want a level 13 werewolf like me to join them? Ain't I too weak in comparison? You are not joining them just yet. Jonathan said while looking Ashton straight in the eyes, but you will soon. Can you read my mind or something? Ashton asked Jonathan, expecting him to say yes, but he didn't. I don't need to be a mind reader to read your facial expressions, kiddo. So what's next? Mind your tongue in front of His Highness. Suddenly a knight pulled his sword out and the rest of the knights followed his lead. Ashton immediately jumped back. Their swords were laced with poison. Ashton could smell it even from the distance between them. While he was jumping back, he also tried to get a look at the knights' faces, but since they were covered in weird bronze and silver armor from head to toe, he could not get a read on them. Michael, I don't think I gave my permission for you to intervene, did I? Jonathan looked calm, but Ashton knew he was pissed. This is the last time I am warning you. Do not act before I say so or am harmed in any way. Is that clear? Yes, Your Highness. Michael put his sword back inside the scabbard, and just like before, the rest of the knights followed him in unison. You can leave now. We'll carry on with our discussion later. As you please. With that, Ashton and Jonathan were left alone once again. Once everyone was out, Jonathan spoke once again. So as I was saying, you know how to fight, but you lack the experience. Thankfully, there is a way for you to gain the said battle experience quickly. The dungeons. Before you can join the Royal Guards, I would need you to fulfill some criterion, one which is getting a class. He continued, since people are given the choice to select a class based on the skills they have earned so far, it would be difficult even for me to predict what kind of classes you would be offered. Considering that aggravate skill of yours is a unique skill, the class would also be a unique class. So I would need to go and get registered as an adventurer in the guild. Ashton mumbled slowly, I mean that's the only way since returning to the academy so soon for the dungeon trip is out of the question. Precisely, Jonathan nodded. Are you aware of the ranking system of the Adventurers Guild? Ashton shook his head. He only knew a bit about the Adventurers Guild and their work. That too he had to pester the mistress into telling him because she did not want him to join the guild and put himself into unnecessary danger. But Ashton was pretty sure she did it because she wanted to monopolize him and his skills for herself. This is turning out to be too much work for me, but it's fine. Jonathan sighed and proceeded to tell Ashton about the ranking system. Unlike the academy, the guild had an entirely different ranking system. The ranking of an adventurer did not count their levels but the level of threats they had subdued or the number of jobs they had completed. Based on this, the rankings were classified into 7 different ranks, namely, copper, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond. Copper was the lowest tier while diamond was the highest. At the moment, there were only 5 diamond-ranked adventurers in the entire world, or at least in the continents where the vampires and werewolves ruled. Because the guild had branches in both werewolf kingdoms as well as vampire kingdoms. There was a further 6 subdivision between the grade, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Everyone had to do a quest based on their subdivision grades to climb higher. For example, if someone wanted to upgrade their rank from copper to iron, they would have to complete one mission from E, D, C, B, A, and S grade under their ranks. Only then they would be promoted to a higher rank. So here is your first test. You have 2 months to show me how sincere you are. Jonathan said with a serious tone, get your rank up to gold in these 2 months or else forget about our deal. I'll have someone guide you to get tested in the guild. May Lycaon's blessing be with you. Chapter 127. Let's get ranked 1. The mistress had been waiting for Ashton the moment he walked out of the courtroom. She was worried about him as it had been a while since he went in. But the moment he walked out she immediately realized there was something wrong with him. Why is he pissed? The mistress thought to herself before rushing in towards him. But before she could get close enough the knights accompanying him jumped in front. What is the meaning of this? The mistress growled at the knights. I am his lawful guardian. Not anymore. To her surprise, it was Ashton who interrupted her. What did you say? I said you are not my guardian anymore. So it would be better if you leave. Ashton repeated his words while looking straight into her eyes. Till I manage to get my powers under control, my guardianship belongs to the kingdom, and effectively to His Highness, the King. The mistress was taken aback by this sudden development, but she wasn't going to let him go without a fight. He belonged to her and her alone. Not to the kingdom or to the king. You don't know what you are talking about. This is all for the better. Just like I said. Ashton cut the mistress off once again, but this time he nodded at her. The mistress was quick to take the hint. Ashton was still on her side, but now he was doing things his way. This brat, he actually plans on infiltrating the palace on his own? Either he is too brave or too foolish. But looks like he had already made up his mind to do this. The mistress was not on board with his plan, but there wasn't anything she could have done to persuade Ashton to do otherwise. The only thing that she could do was to hope whatever the brat had in his mind actually ended up working. Or else her plans of taking over the kingdom would fail hilariously. Believe me, Ashton, you will regret this decision you have made today. The mistress scoffed, and he'll be laughing right on your face when you do. We'll see about that. For now you should get going. Ashton smirked and waved his hands as if he was shooing away a street dog. Even though she knew Ashton was acting, the mistress did not take his gesture kindly and swore to punish him thoroughly for doing what he did when he came back to her. Maybe after spending some time apart, Ashton would start missing her for once and enjoy his punishment. Just maybe. Looks like phase 1 was a success. Ashton thought to himself, this bitch really thinks I'm on her side when I'm on my side. Working for the king is beneficial to me. So it'll work for him when someone else can benefit me more. It'll jump ships again. Ashton did not care about things like loyalty when it came to werewolves. The only thing he cared about was revenge, but now that the king had offered him something even better, he would focus his efforts on that. Jonathan apparently knows the location of his parents and they are still alive. Well, at least Jonathan thinks they are. As long as Ashton helped him clear the swamps, he will get to see them again or at least get to know more about them. But it would take a lot of time before it becomes reality. He would need to do a lot of things before even thinking about taking on the swamps. As from what he had heard, even the soldiers above level 30 and above die there on a regular basis. Thus Ashton wanted to get to at least level 50 before stepping foot into the swamps, and Jonathan seems to agree with it as well. Ashton was a valuable asset for him. Therefore, Jonathan would rather have Ashton proceed slowly than jump headfirst into danger and lose Ashton. That being said, there was one more thing that Ashton wanted to do once he was strong enough, which was to confront the witch of the director for the piece of shit she was. Ashton still had not gotten the complete truth about what the director and his parents had to do with each other. But one thing was for certain. She had betrayed his parents, which ended up with them landing in the mistress enclosure. The place where his shit show of life began. She would have to pay for whatever she had done. But for now, Ashton could only turn his grudge into anger and use it to fuel himself up. Also, Ashton had no intention of abiding by the rules Jonathan had presented him with. Especially the rule about not killing high-ranking nobles or simply not killing at all. After all, he had to feed his other genes and killing was the most important part of it. For now, let's just focus on getting that class of mine and killing whenever I get the chance to. We are getting late. According to the orders, you need to get registered as an adventurer by the evening. One of the knights escorting Ashton remarked in a very formal tone. Let's get going then. Ashton smiled as they headed towards the guild. This is the guild? Ashton asked with raised eyebrows. When Ashton had gotten to know about the guild, he had imagined it would be some kind of lavish place with lots of high-leveled people around. Well, the building in front of him was not in a bad shape, but it was certainly below his expectations. So were the people around him. Some of them had not even reached level 10. No. This isn't the guild's head office, but the recruitment center. The knight responded to Ashton's query. All of these people are here either for the recruitment test or for a revaluation. That makes sense. So what do I need to do? Nothing much. You just have to wait till they call your name and then head inside for the test. Before you ask how they know your name, preparations had already been made since yesterday. In fact, the first name they will call should be yours. Chapter 128. Let's get rank 2. Everything happened just the way the knight had informed. Although he was one of the last people to appear for the test, Ashton was called inside first, which kind of made the others blab a bit about him. However, the moment they saw that the kid was accompanied by royal guards, they immediately shut their mouths. None of them even wanted to mess with regular guards of Deja, let alone royal guards who were the strongest force in the city. Still, they kept mumbling about it to themselves every now and then. No wonder the nobility and the royalty are just some petty brats. They get everything handed to them after all. Ashton shrugged his shoulders and walked inside. Why the heck am I complaining though? I'm using the same privilege for myself, haha. Once inside, Ashton saw a dozen people working all around the room. Ashton did not know what they were doing, but they appeared to be occupied. Only the woman who had called his name seemed to be somewhat free. Alright, looks like everything checks out. We can begin the test. The woman said while flaunting his shoulder-length brown hair. The procedure is really simple. You'll head into the simulation room next door. There you will have to face various F-grade night creatures for 10 minutes. The more night creatures you end up eliminating, the higher will be your rank. Any questions? Will this process be recorded? And am I allowed to use my weapons and other gear? Ashton asked the attendant without wasting any time. Of course, this process will be recorded. How else are we supposed to rank you? The lady said with an annoyed look. As far as weapons and gear are concerned, you are free to use whatever you like. However, the use of any potion is strictly prohibited. Anything else? How many do I have to kill to get the gold rank? Ambitious, aren't we? The lady shook her head. Ashton's ignorance was slowly getting on her nerves now. The lady had no idea about Ashton's skill, and all she knew about him was that he was a royal brat, who often turn out to be mostly all talk and no show. On top of that, during this time of year when the academy had already begun, only those who could not make it into the academy came to get tested in hopes of redeeming themselves one way or the other. Even the top 5 diamond-ranked adventurers had to slowly crawl their way up through the rankings and take multiple revaluation tests over a decade to reach where they are right now. Also, none of them had reached the gold rank in one go. Here race the ranking chart. Feel free to go through it. The lady could have given Ashton a direct answer, however. She instead decided to show him exactly what kind of hell he was in for. Most of the nobles could only get to bronze, let alone any other higher grade. In fact, after getting their result, some of them even end up giving up on being an adventurer altogether. And she had a feeling this brat was going to be one of them. In the meantime, Ashton carefully went through the pamphlet the lady had so generously handed to him. As he went through it, he realized it was nothing extravagant. As long as people had the skill for it, they could easily reach beyond iron rank. The only problem was the time limit. No of monsters killed / rank achieved. Less than 10 not qualified to be an adventurer. 10 to 24 kills copper rank. 25 to 49 kills iron rank. 50 to 99 kills bronze rank. 100 to 249 kills silver rank. 250 to 499 kills gold rank. 500 to 999 kills platinum rank. 1000 or more kills diamond rank. Time limit, 10 minutes. I'm ready. Ashton confidently replied and handed the pamphlet back to the lady. Let's begin. Ashton headed inside the room with his armor and whip in hand. It went without question that he was going to aim for the gold rank right from the beginning. However, he was prepared in case he could not achieve it. After all, since this was a task given to him by the king himself, it had to be quite challenging, to say the least. If not gold, he at least had to get the bronze rank. Anything below that would be damaging to his self-confidence. As soon as the door locked behind him, the atmosphere of the room changed. All of a sudden it got cold, really cold, and a dusky forest formed in front of his eyes, followed by innumerable night creatures. Ashton scanned the nearest one of them, and it turned out to be a level 10. On top of that, these 6-legged creatures were unlike Ashton had ever seen before. Horns converted their entire body, and disgusting mutations had popped out of their bodies like wild mushrooms in monsoon. In other words, they looked like a bunch of overgrown insects, who now, instead of sucking the blood of animals, were dead set on eating their flesh. However, since they were level 10 and below, Ashton could easily handle them. That is, if there weren't literally over 1,000 of them surrounding him. Also, since all of this was being recorded, he could not afford to use his vampire or undead skills either. He had to fight using the skills he had retained as a werewolf and the gear he had on himself. Fking hell, let's do what we can and consider everything else later. Ashton sighed before jumping into the sea of monsters. 10 minutes passed sooner than expected, and Ashton was out of the simulation chamber in no time. However, he was not pleased with the results. He knew what rank he had achieved, but it took about a couple of hours for his official results to arrive. Adventurer name: Ashton Bismarck. Adventurer level 13. Adventurer class. Unassigned. Adventurer rank Bronze. Number of monsters killed 94. Time 10 minutes. Injuries received none. Chapter 129 First Dungeon 1. Unlike the test, the results were publicly announced for every adventurer and examinee to see. And to say a lot of people were baffled and impressed would be an understatement. After all, getting to the bronze rank in the first go was nothing less than an achievement, that too at such a young age. But none of the people present there had expected Ashton, whom they all assumed to be a noble brat, would be the one to top the list. However, Ashton was far from pleased. He was merely able to secure the bare minimum of what he had desired to. The creatures he had to face were especially difficult to one-shot despite being only level 10. Their tough exoskeleton made it difficult for him to kill them swiftly, especially with a whip of all things. However, Ashton wasn't pissed because of his performance but because of his weapon of choice. If only he had used the twin blades instead of the whip, he would have been able to kill those creatures much more easily. Hell, if he had some kind of heavy weapon, that would have been even better. That way, he would have been able to squash their heads in one go. No point in crying over spilt milk, Ashton thought to himself as he was given his bronze dog tag. He stared at the prize of his efforts for a moment. The tag had some weird engravings on it which he did not know the meaning of along with his name. He was officially an adventurer now, and was allowed to head into appropriate dungeons after receiving a contract from the guild. He did not waste any more of his time there, and immediately headed towards the head office of the guild that issued quests to the adventurers based on their ranks. It also appeared that one of the knights was called back to the palace while Ashton was giving the test, leaving him with only one knight to guide him around. The knight accompanying him suggested him to rest for the day but Ashton did not listen to them. Thanks to not getting the rank Ashton wanted to, he would have to clear 7 to get to gold rank missions instead of 4 that he would have needed to in case he had gotten the silver rank. That being said, he wanted to get a higher rank as soon as possible. But that was only the secondary reason. His primary reason was to level up the rest of his genes by feasting on the night creatures. It was a blessing that the monsters he had to face during the test were simulated beings and not real. Otherwise, his werewolf class would have already leveled up and as a result, a genetic shit show would have started within his body. Status: Name Ashton Fenrir. Species: Zombie active, Vampire active, Werewolf active, Human deceased. Status: Zompirewolf. Class: Unassigned. Title: Defiant. Novice brewer. Age 16 years. Gender male. Grade: Ftire. Evolution is possible. Affiliation: Werewolves. Level: Werewolf level 13 18%. Vampire level 9 89%. Zombie level 8 92%. Only 8% more EXP needed to level up the undead genes. It should be fine if I just kill and consume one monster, Ashton thought to himself, but just to be safe, I'll try to level up the vampire and zombie levels as much as I can. The headquarters was only a 5-minute walk away from the testing facility. And this time, Ashton was not disappointed. The building was humongous and the people around were at least level 15 and had lots of good gear on them. All in all, the place looked like somewhere strong people would frequent. Well, on the inside, the place was even more hustling and bustling. People were chatting amongst themselves, discussing their adventures or looking to team up to take on a variety of quests. You should go and take a look at the available quests. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and inform the concerned authorities about who you are. That should make it somewhat easy for you to get some intel about the dungeon in question. The knight accompanying him informed Ashton before disappearing. Let's see what we have here. There was an electronic board in front of them that listed the available dungeons that were free for anyone to try and clear. Next to this bluish bulletin board was another red-colored holographic board, which listed exclusive quests. These were the quests only gold or above ranked adventurers could accept, and they also needed the permission of the guild before accepting the quest. Thus, not a lot of people were standing there and the majority of the crowd was gathered in front of the blue board. That's where Ashton was headed as well. However, just as he reached there, a man stopped him. Well, he wasn't alone, he had a few other members as well. The man who stopped him was carrying a gigantic hammer strapped to his back while the two women behind him had a bow and staff each. Better take a look at them before getting into a fight or something, Ashton calmly reminded himself. Everyone in the trio was at level 15. Which meant they had just received their classes and were probably looking for a quest to test their new skills out. As for their ranks, well, the man was a bronze ranker while the two behind him were both ranked at iron, judging by their dog tags. The only thing Ashton wondered was, why the hell were they stopping him? Kid, this is not a place for someone like you. Go there and get some non-combat quests. The man had a gentle voice, unlike his ragged appearance. Don't worry me. I can handle myself just fine. Since the man was being friendly, Ashton replied to his question with a smile and walked towards the board, only to be stopped by the bearded man. However, before he could utter a single word, someone quickly called out for Ashton. You must be Ashton Bismarck. Pleasure to meet you. A smartly dressed man was standing behind them along with the knight. Standing at 55, the man had a gentle feel about him. He had well-kept brown hair which went quite well with his dusky, beaded beard. There was a deep scar on his face, which would have probably been the reason why he was wearing an eye patch, as his left eye was in the middle of the scar. Marcus Finley, the assistant guild manager. Chapter 131st Dungeon 2. Everyone around them immediately gasped as soon the man introduced himself. Everyone present there had heard of the great spearman. After all, he was one of the first people to head into the dungeon where the werewolves encountered their first ranked night creature, the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut was a dozen feet tall nightmarish creature with unbelievably strong defense. However, its offensive abilities were even worse. It also took about a week to finally kill the monstrosity. But by the time that was achieved, out of the 100 adventurers who participated in the raid, a quarter of them were annihilated and numerous souls were left crippled for life. Marcus Finley was one of them as he lost an eye to the monster. But he was also the reason why more than 70 members survived the battle. In short, the man standing in front of them was a living legend. Someone whom all of them looked up to, and for someone like him to appear in front of them was a bit overwhelming for everyone. Well, everyone but Ashton, who did not have a single clue about who Marcus was. However, judging by how everyone was acting up and that the old man's stats were hidden, he decided to treat the man with respect. "The pleasure is all mine, sir," Ashton respectfully replied. "Oh my, I never imagined a Bismarck would address me as sir," Marcus joked before heartily laughing. Immediately the people around them had found something new to talk about. It was their lucky day, probably. "Great. You went ahead and messed with royalty. Good going, Virgil. We got new classes and now we're gonna die even before we got to test them out." The woman with the bow smacked the hammer guy right in the head. "Oh shit. I grabbed someone related to the king by his shoulder." The hammer-wielding man mumbled absent-mindedly, "I'm so dead." Before everything could get overly complicated, Ashton cleared any misconceptions they had about him being related to the king. After all, Jonathan did not seem like a man who would have enjoyed having a son like him. "I'm a Bismarck only in name. His Highness is only my patron, nothing more. Still, for him to send a recommendation letter for you, he must value you quite a bit. After all, he did not even do it for any of his children." Ashton did not know anything about a letter, but judging from how pleased Marcus looked, Jonathan must have written something good about him. "Either way, I have been informed you obtained bronze rank in your first attempt and hurried here to find a quest. You are quite ambitious, Mr. Bismarck. That being said, I think I have the perfect quest for you." Just as Marcus said that, a new quest appeared on the screen. It was a subjugation quest, alright, but an extremely rewarding one. 20,000 blue units as the clearing reward, and on top of that, whatever they found inside the dungeon would be theirs. However, the requirements were a bit troubling. It needed to be a 5-member team with at least 3 of the members having bronze rank or above. Ashton was hoping to get into a low-rank solo dungeon, as he needed to focus on leveling up the rest of his genes. However, with a team that was certainly not possible. "I was thinking about solo. Don't worry, I'm sure some of these people would likely accompany you too." Marcus interrupted Ashton. "Too? You don't think His Highness would let you go on a rampage, do you?" The knight standing next to him replied, "I'm not just your escort. I'm also a silver-ranked adventurer, which means I'll be looking after you in every single dungeon trip." "Great, just what I wanted." Ashton sighed heavily. Nothing ever goes right in this accursed world. He actually thought Jonathan would let him do things his way. But it didn't seem like that was going to happen anytime soon. Maybe it was another one of Jonathan's tests to see if he was loyal to him or not. After all, he was psychotic enough to actually do something like that. "Fine. Let's look for teammates then." "Excuse me, but we overheard your conversation and were wondering if we could be a part of the team?" Virgil, the hammer guy, asked while scratching the back of his head, while the rest of his party members smiled awkwardly behind him. Ashton was not in a good mood anymore, so he decided to throw a verbal jab at the man. "This is not a place for kids like me, right? So piss off. Two only said that because I didn't know you were a bronze ranker like myself. Otherwise I would have asked you to join our squad instead. If you don't want them to join, we can join you instead." A different group roared at the top of their lungs, followed by another and another. Ashton didn't know why all of a sudden these many people wanted to join him when they were not even paying any attention to him before. Then it hit him. Not only did the subjugation quest give better rewards than the rest of them apparently, but Marcus had also already registered the quest under Ashton's name, which essentially meant there was only one way for any of them to participate in the quest. They had to form a team with Ashton, and no one wanted to miss the opportunity to obtain such high rewards. They behave more like jackals than wolves, to be honest. Ashton thought before turning towards Virgil, "This guy doesn't look too bad. He has decent abilities, and on top of all that, I know he genuinely was looking out for me when he stopped me earlier." Ashton pondered about it for a little more time before coming to a decision, as the knight and Marcus both had left the decision on him. "Fine, you can join us." "Virgil, was it?" "Yes, sir." Virgil proudly banged his chest. but he might have been overly enthusiastic and hit himself too hard. Oh boy, what have I gotten myself into? Chapter 131, First Dungeon 3. There were a lot of things about night creatures that no one knew, especially their pack mentality. They were supposed to be wild mutated beasts who did not care about anything. However, that was far from the truth. For some strange reason, some of the species between the night creatures cared about each other enough to live in packs. No one knew the reason behind this, as most of the time night creatures followed a strict hierarchy in which those at the lower rung were constantly killed by the creatures above them. But for some strange reason, everything the werewolves knew about the night creatures became void once they were inside a dungeon. Unlike in the wild, the night creatures rarely, if ever, fought amongst themselves. Instead, they behaved like a collective mind and did their best to exterminate the intruders. This was the reason why the beasts found inside a dungeon were much more dangerous than those found in the wild. Also, the night creatures that lived inside a dungeon were individually stronger than the same species found in the wild. The reason behind this was also not known to anyone. But the most popular belief was that when a night creature evolves, it becomes stronger, which hence motivates the other creatures to do the same, and they follow the evolved beast. Thus, being around the evolved being might expose them to some unknown radiation or aura which made them stronger. As for what was a dungeon, well, it wasn't exactly known either. But the brightest minds across the world had come up with one absurd explanation. It would seem when a beast evolves, it decides to either isolate itself from the rest of the world, or make a region where its dominance is unquestionable. They often hide in places such as caves or abandoned cities where their power slowly grows more and more. This region then becomes crowded with the beasts who decided to follow the boss-level beast's footsteps, and is called a dungeon. Also, these beasts had a weird habit of collecting, and in some cases generating rare gear and weapons which can be obtained after conquering a dungeon. No one knew whether this theory had any credibility, but then again the adventurers did not care about it in the least. As long as they get paid enough, they would venture into the deadliest environments without a second thought. This was the reason why, after a dungeon had been cleared out, scholars and scientists went on an exploration trip to figure out the secrets hidden in those places. Well, that's all we know about dungeons and stuff. Virgil said while stroking his beard. Do you need anything else? No, that'll be enough. Thanks, Virgil. Ashton absent-mindedly replied while gazing down into the abandoned city they were contracted to clear out. Lavina was also known as the City of Monkey Ghosts. It was a weird nickname, but as Virgil explained why the city was nicknamed like that, Ashton could see it making sense. The forest around the city was once populated by monkeys who had mutated into night creatures called monklins, which were essentially dead monkeys, and hence the weird nickname of the city. Apparently, right after winning over the humans in the region, the werewolves had tried to establish their own city in the middle of the forest. Everything was going great, until one day mutated beasts showed up there. Since the city had been surrounded by forest, it was obvious there would be animals in it. Animals that would have mutated and turned into night creatures thanks to the virus. Back then, the night creatures whom the werewolves had fought were pathetically weak. Therefore, they thought even if the creatures attacked them, their forces would have easily pushed them back. However, to their surprise, their overconfidence led to the demise of every single soldier, man, woman, child, and human slave. The creatures they fought were extremely agile and dominated the field instantly. However, the victory of the night creatures was short-lived as the pack exterminated most of them, though it took them months to do so. You might be thinking, if the night creatures were exterminated, why are we here? The archer joined Ashton gazing over the ghost town while the knight watched them from behind. I wasn't. Ashton immediately replied, not once looking in the direction of the platinum blonde woman. Judging by the size of the forest, it's not possible to exterminate all of the creatures in just a few months. They must have missed some creatures who continued to reproduce, and as a result, we're here now. You're not completely wrong. The soldiers did exterminate all the creatures they could find, but it would appear the creatures have hidden breeding grounds. Renee, the archer, continued while fidgeting in the black tank top she was wearing. Every 2 years, monklins, the indigenous night creatures, reappear, and an extermination quest is issued with a side exploration quest. Finding the hidden breeding grounds. Ashton completed what Renee was about to say. Under the guise of an exploration quest, this was just an extermination quest where the participants were required to clear the area of any hostile presence. For an extermination quest, this quest of exterminating the monklins was a highly rewarding quest. Also, this quest is perfect for someone like me. Ashton was barely able to maintain his stoic expression as a thought crossed his mind. With his heightened perception skill, it was easier for him to try and find this hidden breeding ground, which was supposed to be filled with rare gears and riches. Even if it wasn't, the reward for finding and clearing the so-called breeding grounds was more than enough for someone like Ashton. But more importantly, since they had to cover a lot of area, thus they would have to individually take over a part to clear by themselves. Which meant as long as he was careful, he could feast upon the beasts and level up his genes without any problems. Also, since the monklins only appeared at night, they would have to hunt them at night as well. Which meant the darkness would further help him to protect his secret. Now all that's left to do is wait for the sun to disappear. Then the feast will begin. Chapter 132 Monklins 1. As the sun was going down, the 5 of them gathered to discuss strategies. Since this mission was given to someone once every 2 years, they had all the information that they needed to come up with the fastest strategy to get over this quest. The quickest strategy any of them knew about was the most obvious one. Divide and conquer, but instead of dividing their enemies, they were going to divide their team instead. Each of them would head into a different part of the forest and kill all night creatures they could find there. The plan was simple, but there was a problem. The curly brown-haired mage, Faye, and the archer Renee needed someone to tank for them. They weren't strong like the rest of them, nor did they have heavy armor to protect them from the Monklins' agile blows. As a result, their plan of going their separate ways was immediately vetoed by the 3 of them. I know it will take a lot of time this way, but I think this is the best plan to ensure our safety. Marcus chimed in while Ashton and the knight stared at each other. Ashton was a bit annoyed by the chance of plans, but there wasn't anything he could have done to persuade them to put their lives in danger. If only Marcus had not chimed in, Faye and Renee both would have agreed to the proposal, and they would already be on their way to the forest, hunting Monklins. Since the 3 of them were going to stick together, there was no way the knight would have let Ashton out of his sight either. After all, the king had made it his life's mission to protect Ashton no matter what. Also, even though they were part of the same team, there was no reason for Ashton and the knight to blindly trust Marcus and his group. For all they knew, they could try and betray them for rewards or something. Incidents where members of a party accidentally died were very common after all. Fine, we'll divide into 2 groups then. Ashton sighed and began stretching his muscles. You people take the north, we'll take care of the monsters in the south. Once you are done, we'll meet in the abandoned city, is that understood? All of them nodded and headed to their respective objectives. Once Marcus and company were out of earshot, the knight asked Ashton a serious question. Could they trust them? There's no way to be sure they won't. However, I'm not here to trust them either. Ashton replied in an uncaring tone. As long as they can do what I asked of them, I wouldn't bat an eye even if some of them die. It appeared that the knight was not expecting to get such a straight and cold answer from someone who was just 16. But then again, it was about time he realized he wasn't talking to an ordinary noble brat either. While we hunt for the creatures, I'd like to ask something as well. That is, if you don't mind, obviously. Go ahead. What's your name? Ashton asked as they headed deeper into the woods. The royal guards don't have names. Only our captain has a name while the rest of us are just numbers. Makes it easier to order us around and assign tasks. The knight replied in a monotonous voice, but to answer your question, M7. We're. Ashton shrugged his shoulder and everything went quiet again, too quiet. They are here. 7 mumbled under his breath. In a flash, both of them had their weapons drawn. Ashton had his whip while 7 had his longsword. Then they waited, however, nothing happened. But Ashton knew they were not hallucinating because his perception was screaming at him. They were surrounded by hundreds of Monklins. You want to play this game? Fine by me. Monklins might have wanted to pull a sneak attack on them, but Ashton had just the skill he needed to get rid of their advantage. Wolf's Mark has been activated. Presence of more than 5 creatures found in the user's vicinity. 5 nearest targets have been marked. Location of marked targets have been revealed. Damage and agility have been boosted by 50% for 3 minutes. The next moment 5 claw marks appeared in the air for both Ashton and 7 to see. Without even speaking a word to each other, the 2 of them dashed in opposite directions. Ashton used his whip to traverse in the forest easily, and in no time he found the first of his target. The Monklin's appearance was quite bizarre, unlike anything Ashton had seen before. They appeared like small humans with 4 arms, 6 charcoal-like eyes and a weird gooey greenish skin. However, the Monklin wasn't alone, there were at least a dozen others with him. But before they could use their agile abilities on him, Ashton quickly disabled them using his armor's lure ability. Since the Monklins were all below level 13, they could no longer use their skills, while giving Ashton the perfect opportunity to hunt them down. With a single swing of his whip, Ashton caught the head of 3 Monklins and ripped them off of their shoulders. You have received 30% EXP by killing 3 level 10 Monklins. Current werewolf level 10. Current werewolf skill points 23. Current EXP 48%. However, Ashton wasn't done yet. After confirming that he was quite far away from 7, he immediately activated the rest of his genes while battling through the pain from doing so and grabbed one of the severed heads before chomping it like an apple. Tastes like shit. And why the hell do I even know how shit tastes like? Ashton involuntarily made a disgusted face but took another bite while also drinking some of the disgusting blood leaking out. You have received 15% EXP by consuming the blood of a new creature. You have leveled up. EXP limit has been reset. Current vampire level 10. You have received 6% EXP by consuming the blood of a level 10 Monklin. Current vampire skill points 15. Current EXP 6%. You have received 20% EXP by consuming the flesh of a new creature. You have leveled up. EXP limit has been reset. Current zombie level 9. You have received 12% EXP by consuming the flesh of a level 10 monklin. Current zombie skill points 9. Current EXP, 12%. This act of eating their kin in front of them enraged the rest of the monklins, but they couldn't do a thing but run. They were afraid as despite despising Ashton, they did not want to meet an end like the three of them just did. Who gave you permission to run? Ashton wiped the blood off his mouth and threw the head away before charging straight towards them. Chapter 133 Monklins 2. You have received 30% EXP by killing 7 level 10 monklins. Current werewolf level 14. Current werewolf skill points, 28. Current EXP, 21%. I got less EXP than last time. Looks like continuously killing the same creature gives lesser EXP. Ashton mumbled absent-mindedly before quickly checking his stats. Everything was going better than he had expected. It had been 4 hours since he began slaughtering the monklins and the results were promising. His werewolf genes were already on level 14 while the vampire and zombie genes were at 13 and 11 respectively. However, Ashton was a bit disappointed. He had wanted to reach level 15 and get his werewolf class during this quest itself. But judging by how little EXP he was being awarded now, he didn't think it would be possible for him to reach level 15. He just killed 7 monklins and all he got was 21% EXP. Soon killing 1 monklin would give him 1 or even less than 1 EXP. Also, after seeing how he had slaughtered the monklins, they were a bit hesitant to attack him. But not everything was gloomy in the forest. Ashton had earned a lot of things by battling and killing these mini monklins. Namely a new skill and a title, both of which were quite good. Monklin Slayer. A common title earned after slaying a total of 50 monklins within 24 hours. Title effect. Boosts agility by 1 point per 3 monklins killed. Damage against all types of monklins is increased by 20%. Thanks to the title effect, Ashton's agility was now raised to 35 points, putting him on par with the agility of the monklins. The difference wasn't huge, but Ashton could already feel his body was a bit lighter and easier to move around. The skill he obtained due to skill absorption also improved his agility. Stride. This skill allows the user to temporarily increase their agility by 20% for 1 minute. After 1 minute had passed, the increased agility will slowly decay, 2% per second, back to normal. The duration of the skill can be improved by leveling up the skill. Grade. Low level 1. Cooldown 10 minutes. Cost. 50 mana/use. Can be used 10 times a day. Condition to upgrade the skill. Use the skill and kill a high-level target before the skill goes into cooldown. Caution. Since the user cannot manipulate mana, using this skill isn't possible. Please reach level 15 to unlock mana veins within your body. While obtaining a class was important for Ashton, he also wanted to unlock mana so that he could have access to better skills. Skills that might turn out to be crucial in future. As for the battle, he was trying to get used to the aggravate skill. But it was getting a bit out of hand. He didn't know why, but whenever he activated the skill, bloodlust took over his mind and all he could think about was killing his enemies. Frankly, just using the skill was a bit scary because he had to keep all of his focus not to lose his mind. Even though he was there to kill the monklins in the first place, it would have been problematic for him to use the skill around his comrades as in his blind lust for blood. He might end up injuring them as well. Sooner or later I have to take control over this skill. But it should be enough for now, no good will come from overexerting myself. Ashton decided to take a breather right there while being surrounded by headless monklin corpses. His perception had been honed to the limit as he had been using it relentlessly as he had to be on a lookout for potential trouble and also to identify if someone other than the night creatures were coming towards him. Should I look for Seven and Virgil or should I try to find the breeding ground? Since the monklins were no longer coming after him, he had 2 choices. Either he could start searching for the hidden breeding ground of the monklins or he could look for his teammates. It had been hours since he had seen anyone other than monklins and although he didn't care whether they lived or die, it would be a hassle if someone were to die. I'm sure they can take care of themselves. Looking for the breeding grounds takes priority for now. Ashton wiped the dirt off of his armor and pushed his perception to the limit. That was the only way for him to find something that had remained hidden to the naked eye for decades now. However, before he could make much progress, there was a loud explosion on the north side of the forest followed by a huge cloud of smoke. The hell was that? Ashton immediately raced in the direction of the explosion, ignoring the task of finding the hidden breeding ground. Meanwhile, at the north side of the forest, a bloodied Virgil stood in front of Renee and Faye who was desperately trying to heal the hammer-wielding man. However, her low-grade healing spell did not seem to be working, and there was no time for Virgil to drink an HP potion either. Renee had taken out her secondary weapon, a rusty dagger as her bow had been shattered into pieces. However, it had been a long time since she had used a dagger in the first place. Virgil was their only hope of survival, but now he himself was on the verge of dying. This is bullshit. Renee cursed at her weakness. There was no information about this beast in the quest request. Suddenly it dawned upon them why this repetitive quest had a higher reward than ever before. It was because one of the monklins had evolved. The 8-foot-tall, gray-furred beast in front of them was the king of Monklands, an elite who was at a level 20 night creature. It had to be that strong at the very least considering how it single-handedly overwhelmed 3 level 15 adventurers. Go. I'll hold it off for as long as I can, Virgil weakly mumbled. Virgil was barely able to hold on to his hammer, which was also drenched in his blood. His words might have been brave, but considering the state he was in, it would be a miracle if he could even buy them a second to escape. If we die together, remember? Renee replied with a faint smile as tears rolled down her cheeks. Faye, don't care about conserving mana. Just do what you have to heal this brutish moron. Renee, no. Faye yelled at her, but it was too late. Ren had already charged at the elite monklin with her dagger. Within moments she was within the creature's reach and it lashed out, intending to kill her by smashing her into the ground. However, the moment the creature raised its hands over his head, he found a couple of arrows dug deep within them. Starting a party without me, eh? Ashton breathlessly spoke while brandishing his crossbow. Too bad I'm right on time to poop all over it. Oi, Miss Archer, back up a bit, will ya? I wouldn't want to hit you or something with my bad aim. Chapter 134 Dungeon Slayer 1. Moments earlier, Ashton found himself racing towards the direction of the explosion. He was doing it out of some noble intention of saving Virgil and his squad or something. He simply wanted to know what was going on there. Also, the three of them could have accidentally stumbled across the fabled breeding ground, and if that was the case, then Ashton was not going to waste his time anymore. Well, if nothing else, at least he'll be able to get enough EXP to level up. But first gotta deactivate the genes. I'm pretty sure 7 is also headed in that direction. Ashton mumbled to himself as he jumped over a fallen tree. And I don't want to expose my secrets just yet. The explosion was very far away, so it took him a lot of time to even get in the vicinity. However, as he did, he couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Even from a distance, the creature was easily visible to him. After all, this monklin was way bigger than the one Ashton had been bullying till now. Also, the monklin's appearance was different as well. Instead of being covered in the green goo, this creature was covered in fur. However, when Ashton used detection on the beast, he realized it wasn't a monklin at all. It was a different species called gorillan. Name gorillan. Species monklins. Status enraged. Class brawler. Age 3 years. Gender male. Grade tire. Affiliation gorillan queen. Level 21. Stats. HP 8000/8000. Damage 90. Armor 65. Stealth 0. Stamina 80. Agility 30. Intelligence 5. Nature. A chaotic. 5% chance of inflicting 2% additional damage after using a skill. Abilities/skills/spells. Hell Smash. Grievous Claw. Seismic Throw. Resistances. Piercing. 50% damage reduction from piercing weapons. Remark. Gorillan, also known as the King of Monklands, is a rare night creature not often spotted as it enjoys its sleep, and can sometimes sleep through a decade. However, if something interrupts its sleep, it enters an enraged state which boosts its damage by 100% while reducing the defense by 30%. Once enraged, only their mates can calm them down as only one of them sleeps while the other mate protects them. Usually, it's the male who often guards the females who also happen to sleep more often than the males. Note: humans were afraid to go against normal gorillas. If you think you can fight a mutated and overgrown bastard like this one, then maybe you need to get your head checked. You might be missing an important organ there. Lucifer. Ashton ignored Lucifer's expert opinion and wanted to attack the beast. In his mind, he wanted to level up as fast as he could to get his hand on a class. But for that, he needed to kill or at least keep inflicting damage to the gorilla until he leveled up again. The safest way to do that would have been to attack the beast from a range and not charge in like a certain foolish bitch was doing. Ashton immediately took out the crossbow he had taken from the female bloodsucker. He killed back in Madden Creek, as it was the only ranged weapon he had, and shot multiple shots at the gigantic creature. Since the gorillan was huge, he didn't even have to aim properly. Ashton randomly took his shots and most of them landed right on the creature's body. You have received 7% EXP by doing 50 HP damage to level 21 gorillan. Current werewolf level 14. Current werewolf skill points 28. Current EXP 28%. Back to the present. Ashton had made every calculation he could think of, all of them but one. What would he do now that the creature's aggro was on him? It couldn't simply keep shooting at the gorillan getting 5% EXP per hit. Then there was the decay factor. The more he would hit the giant, the lesser EXP he would get the next time. He could keep shooting the damn thing again and again only to level up in his dreams. Also, he only had a limited number of arrows. They wouldn't even last a couple of minutes, let alone hours. There's no other way. I will have to use everything in my arsenal to even stand a chance against him. Ashton thought to himself as the gorillan came rushing towards him. It was a good thing Ashton surpassed the gorillan in terms of agility and easily rushed past him. As for the gorillan, he was so focused on Ashton, he ended up totaling down a couple of trees before tripping over himself. On your left, slowpoke. Ashton flipped the gorilla off as he arrived next to Virgil, who was now on his knees. Ashton was no expert, but his condition did not look good at all. His blood was everywhere, and despite Faye's best of attempts, she could only manage to stop the bleeding but not heal the wounds. "You'll owe me for this," Ashton joked before handing Virgil a couple of high-grade HP potions that Ashton had bought from the black market. "Now get away from here ASAP. I don't want you guys anywhere remotely close to me." "Are you mad?" Renee immediately retorted, but was silenced by Ashton. "You charged right at him with a dagger that wouldn't even pierce through its fur, and am the mad one?" Ashton scoffed. "Virgil needs to get out of here, and it would take both of you to do that. So get going." It looked like Renee wanted to say something else, but Faye stopped her. "He is correct. We have to get out of here. If we don't, then we'll only end up as a burden to him." Seeing no other way, Renee slipped under Virgil's shoulders and got him back to his feet. "Well, inform the guild about the situation. Just keep the bastard busy till then." Yeah. Now go." Right as the trio disappeared into the forest, the gorillan finally got back to his feet and once again charged right towards Ashton. "Oh shit, here we go again," Ashton mumbled with a smile. Skill. Wolf's Mark has been activated. Agility and damage boosted by 10%. Armor skill. Lure has been activated. The efficiency of Gorillan's skill has been reduced by 60%. Title Monklin Slayer is in effect. You'll deal 20% more damage to the Gorillan. Skill. Aggravate has been activated. Chapter 135 Dungeon Slayer 2. It might look like Ashton had a plan, but in all honesty he didn't. All he knew was that he was facing an enemy who had more than 6 levels than him. Normal strategies wouldn't work against him, and there was no way he would have survived a heat-in battle with the Gorillan. Also, he could not use the rest of his genes because Seven could appear there at any moment. And Ashton did not want him to know his secret because Seven would have immediately reported it to Jonathan, who in turn would have had Ashton dissected in hopes of obtaining the secret to his powers and possibly replicating it. But Ashton wasn't that big of a fool to take on the Gorillan without thinking about everything. He was aware that the Gorillan had lower intelligence and agility than him. While he wasn't sure how he would use the Gorillan's low intelligence against him, but he knew of a way to use his agility against him. Like he was doing now. As long as I can dodge the bastard's attacks and keep inflicting wounds on him using aggravate, he would sooner or later bleed to his death, Ashton thought as he once again charged right into the Gorillan. In theory his plan should have worked, but it was taking too much time. All thanks to the thick fur shrouding the Gorillan. The fur attacked as a layer of armor for the Gorillan, and well, most of Ashton's attacks were being rendered useless because of the Gorillan's resistance to piercing damage. Also, Ashton was having a hard time getting through the Gorillan's fur while only using his werewolf claws. In other words, Ashton's attacks were only giving the bastard shallow wounds which did not seem to have any lasting effects on the Gorillan. Then there was the problem of Ashton slowly succumbing to his bloodlust. The more he used aggravate, the more he seemed to be losing his shit. However, he wasn't the only one losing his mind. Even though Ashton's attacks only felt like mosquito bites to the Gorillan, they were enough to make the Gorillan even more irritated than he already was. Thus he too was losing his focus. Twice the Gorillan had the opportunity to smack Ashton away from him, but he missed both opportunities hilariously. But there was a ray of hope shining brightly at the end of the tunnel. Thanks to Gorillan's missed attacks, Ashton was continuously making his way towards level 15. You have received 7% EXP from dodging an attack. Current EXP, 49%. Almost halfway through, Ashton sighed heavily as he managed to dodge yet another attack. But I'm getting a bit tired now. The Gorillan had quite some endurance, but Ashton, who had now been continuously fighting for hours, was starting to have a hard time. He had not taken this into account, but his endurance was lacking after chasing around the Monklins. Chasing and killing Monklins was fun, but they also ended up sucking his endurance up like vampires sucking the blood of their victims. Where the FCK is 7? Ashton yelled out in frustration. If he doesn't want to show up, at least tell me somehow so that I can use my other genes to pound this bastard down. 7 was at least at level 30. For him, handling the Gorillan should have been an easy task. But for some bullshit reason, he wasn't there yet. Little did Ashton know 7 had been there for a long time, hiding in the trees and studying more about Ashton's fighting style like Jonathan had instructed him to do. 7 might have been appointed to accompany Ashton in the dungeon, but his second set of instructions had been very clear. He was to let Ashton grow on his own without interfering and watch him through the shadows. But Jonathan was not all that heartless. Well, actually he was, but he didn't want Ashton to die before he had accomplished all of the tasks assigned to him. Thus 7 was allowed to interfere once he deemed Ashton to be in grave danger, but not a second before it was absolutely necessary. I already lost his sight while fighting the Monklins and couldn't gather the initial data on him. But I'm not gonna miss this chance again. 7 mumbled to himself before taking out his sword and sharpening it. It doesn't look like the kid will be able to finish off the Gorillan for some time. Might as well use it to do something productive. In the meantime, Ashton kept doing whatever he could to chip away some of Gorillan's HP. Slowly, The shallow wounds he had been inflicted started piling up on top of each other. On top of that, since the wounds couldn't heal unless either Ashton allowed them to or he got knocked out, the gorillan was continuously losing blood. Enough blood to make him lose 100 HP per minute. However, because of the absurdly high amount of health the gorillan had, it would take him well over an hour before to die because of blood loss, and Ashton wasn't sure if he had enough endurance to keep it going for that long. Alright, time to come up with a new strategy, Ashton mumbled and deactivated Aggravate skill before he went completely berserk. Since the idea of chipping away his HP isn't working, I'd have to focus on leveling up instead. There were 4 ways for him to get EXP quickly. Killing something, attacking something, or dodging hits, and last was getting hit. Since killing the gorillan was out of option and attacking and dodging wasn't giving him as much EXP as he wanted, it left him with one option only. He had to allow the gorillan to hit him and hope he wouldn't die before leveling up. It was a risky move. Nah, it was probably the shittiest plan anyone had ever made in the history of the planet. But he was the only one who could come up with such a suicidal plan. Though for once, Ashton did not care about it in the least. Looks like I am a masochist, damn that bitchy mistress. She turned me into something so despicable. Ashton gritted his teeth hard and shut his eyes before walking right under the gorillan. Do it, bastard, fulfill your desire. The hell is he doing? Seven saw everything from the tree he was hiding him and immediately rushed to help Ashton. But he was too late. Ashton was too close to the gorillan and got hit right in the head before Seven could reach them. Chapter 136 Revenger 1. A moment later, everything went dark as Ashton went flying in the opposite direction. He lost consciousness the moment gorillan's fist connected with his face, which was a good thing as he would not want to know what happened to him next. After colliding and totaling down at least a dozen trees, Ashton finally stopped rolling around. But his condition did not look great. Although his armor cushioned most of the damage, he still got his head split open and blood oozed out of his facial orifices. While he was still unconscious, multiple notifications popped up in front of him, basically informing him about the injuries he sustained. But Ashton couldn't see nor interact with them. With just one attack, his health was reduced from 97% to 5%, and even that was reducing rapidly. But then all of a sudden it stopped declining. In a flash, his wounds started to heal by themselves like some miracle. Then the final notification appeared before his closed eyes. You have received 60% EXP by getting hit by level 21 gorillan. You have leveled up. All wounds have been healed and HP has been restored to the maximum. Current werewolf level 15. Current werewolf skill points 30. Current EXP, 0%. After analyzing your skill set, you can pick up one of the following classes. 2039C error encountered. There is only one class that can be assigned to the user. Automatically assigning the mentioned class to the user. Congratulations! You have obtained a new werewolf class. Revenger. You have obtained 2 class abilities. Revenge and Rearrange. You have unlocked mana. You can now use mana-based skills. In the meantime, Seven stood in front of the gorillan, unable to comprehend what had just happened there. Why would that idiot not dodge the attack? It didn't seem like he was suicidal or anything, then why the hell did he do something like this? No matter what Seven thought, he knew he was fged. Jonathan would not let this kind of thing slide. On top of that, he was supposed to protect Ashton from scenarios like these from ever taking place. But he had failed miserably. Hell kill me, hell make me beg for death. Seven hysterically began mumbling to himself, completely ignoring the fact that the gorillan was still there, right in front of him. Well, his life was already over. Why would he care about defeating a gorillan? In fact, no matter what the gorillan did to him, it would be far better than what the king would do to him once he got to know that he failed in protecting his property. Seven thought about running away, but he knew that would only enrage the king even more. He could even find out about the love of his life and torture her till he surrendered himself. He could not allow something like that to happen. No matter what he did, he was screwed, completely screwed. His life was over. The only way he would ever have peace would be if he died right there. That way, everyone else would think he died while protecting Ashton till his last breath. Yes, it's the only way. I have to die. Seven had simply thought about it and his body started moving on its own. Everything was a bit hazy. He couldn't focus on anything anymore. Still, his body was working on autopilot. His armor fell right next to his feet while he brought the sword right in front of his heart. He took a deep breath and was about to plunge the sword in his chest when he felt something rush past him. Maybe it was due to his hazy vision or simply his inability, but he couldn't see what had rushed past him. However, a moment later he saw it clearly. It was Ashton. His hair, his face, his armor, everything was soaked in blood, and yet there wasn't a single wound on his body. A moment later he jumped in the air. Ashton was at eye level with the gorillan and the next moment he kicked the creature right in the head. Seven didn't know what he had expected to happen, but he certainly did not expect the 8-foot-tall creature to get flung sideways with a simple kick of someone who should have been level 14. Then it hit him. The reason why Ashton allowed the gorillan to hit him. He wanted to level up. Seven mumbled absent-mindedly. He was still shocked. Not a single soul that 7 knew had ever used such a trick to achieve their goals. But even if Ashton leveled up and got a class, it didn't mean he could do what he just did. From what 7 remembered, no matter what skill or ability a werewolf had, they would have to choose their first class from one of the 5 basic classes. Warrior, Defender, Archer, Assassin and Magician. These were the only classes a werewolf could obtain. But the problem here was, none of these classes had the explosive damage output like what Ashton just showed off. Also, even if he had obtained a class, he was still at level 15. How could someone like that knock out a creature that had to be at least at level 20? It simply didn't make any sense. If it hadn't happened right in front of him, he would have never believed it either. Why are you topless? Were you giving the bastard a strip or something? And I thought I was weird. Ashton looked over his shoulder. I'm not one to judge, but really? You have received 70% EXP by dealing 5,400 HP worth of damage to level 21 Gorillan. Skill. Aggravate is in effect. Level 21 Gorillan is losing 300 HP per minute. Current EXP. 70%. Skill. Revenge is now in cooldown. Cooldown. 6 days 23 hours 55 minutes. FCK, he's still alive? Ashton sighed heavily before appearing in front of 7 in a flash. I'm sorry about this. Well, not really. Sorry about what? Before 7 could even complete what he was saying, Ashton knocked him unconscious. Then rushed back towards the Gorillan who was struggling to get back to his feet. Not consuming your flesh and blood would be such a waste. Ashton mumbled with a sadistic smile on his face. I wonder what kind of skill I would get from you. Well, there's only one way to find out. While I am at it, might as well get some of 7's blood. Now that I have some mana, it will be good to have some better skills. Chapter 137 Revenger 2. Vampire Skill. Skill Absorption activated. Attempting to absorb the skill, Hell Smash from the prey. Required gene to learn the skill, none. The skill is an evolved version of a basic attack skill, and can be learned by any species. Proceeding with absorption. Due to the inefficiency of skill absorption, only partial absorption could happen. As a result, the active skill Hell Smash, level 10, has been turned into the active skill Rock Pound, level 1. Note: the user is recommended to upgrade skill absorption as soon as they can. Yeah, I'm already on it. Ashton stretched his neck for a bit before checking the information about the skill. Ashton didn't know, but the skill, Rock Pound, was nothing special. As the system said, it was a basic attack skill that could be later evolved into Hell Smash. For now, the skill would only deal additional damage in a wide area and knock the targets back a bit. The effect of Hell Smash didn't change much, but the effects were more serious as it could both stun the targets as well as inflict bleeding on them. No point wondering what Hell Smash can do if I don't have to skill. At least I leveled up all of my genes by a bit and I can finally use mana. Name Ashton Fenrir. Species: Zombie active, Vampire active, Werewolf active, Human deceased. Status: Zompirewolf. Class: Revenger Werewolf class, unassigned Vampire class, unassigned Zombie class. Title: Defiant. Novice Brewer, Monkland Slayer. Age 16 years. Gender male. Grade: Ftire, evolution is possible. Affiliation: Werewolves. Level: Werewolf level 15-70%. Vampire level 14-65%. Zombie level 13-22%. Stats: HP 3500/3500. Mana 500 of 500. Damage 45. Armor 30. Stealth 30. Stamina 45. Agility 40. Intelligence 29. However, upon obtaining level 15, not only did he get a new class and 2 new abilities, but all of his stats also increased by 5 points, which was a welcome surprise. Also, apart from getting 500 points of mana, his HP increased to 3,500 from 3,000. But there was something else. He was notified by the system that now whenever he leveled up or killed a higher level being, he would get a free stat point which he could freely use to increase his stats, HP or mana. Still, the main attractions of leveling up were his new Revenger class and the 2 most precious skills he got from it. Even though he was a bit bummed out that he could not select a class of his choice, the class that he got was supposed to be a unique class. So it was supposedly the best starting class he could get his hands on. Revenge. A class-exclusive skill belonging to the Revenger class. This skill allows the user to temporarily decrease their armor by 20% for 30 seconds. During this period, the user will accumulate damage from every attack received. After 30 seconds had passed, the user will dish out 2x of the accumulated damage to a single target in one attack or deal 1.2x damage to everyone who dealt damage to the user in an area. The duration of the skill can be improved by leveling up the skill. Grade: Low level 1. Cooldown 1 week. Cost: 400 mana/use. Condition to upgrade the skill: none. The skill can only be upgraded by getting familiar with using the skill. Rearrange. A class-exclusive skill belonging to the Revenger class. This skill allows the user to temporarily rearrange their total stat points as per their will for 3 minutes. During this period, the user will not be able to change back the stats even if they wanted to. After 3 minutes had passed, all of the stats will return back to normal and skill will enter cooldown. The duration of this skill can be extended upon leveling up. Grade: Low Level 1. Cooldown 1 day. Cost: 50 mana/use. Condition to upgrade the skill: none. The skill can only be upgraded by getting familiar with using the skill. It sucks I can't just dump enough points and level up the skills right now, but it is still better than I could have expected. Ashton sighed before checking up on Seven, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. Ashton did not know why the heck was he still knocked out. But it was good considering he could get enough blood from him to get at least one skill from him. The only problem was, skill absorption was still in cooldown and would be for 24 hours. Also, it had been a while since Virgil and his team left to inform the guild about their misfortune of encountering a gorillan, which meant the reinforcements could get there at any moment. But that didn't mean Ashton was gonna let Seven just go away like that. Ashton took the man's sword and plunged it into Seven's open palm, before quickly collecting his blood in a vial and storing it inside his inventory. Once that was done, Ashton poured some healing potion on his hand and voila, the wound had healed completely. I guess this is it then, Ashton mumbled, and the following moment his legs gave out. He wanted to continue looking for the hidden lair or the breeding grounds of the Monklins, but he was exhausted after taking down the gorillan. It was better for him to rest a bit before hastily charging into the unknown as he did before with the gorillan. While he was laying down, a dangerous thought entered his mind. It was something he had not given attention to before as he was understandably preoccupied. Where the hell did Seven appear from out of nowhere? Was he hiding somewhere near? Or did he get here at the last moment by coincidence? Ashton thought to himself, even if I give him the benefit of doubt, it made no sense why he wanted to kill himself rather than killing the damned monster. He looked over at the unconscious knight, who still had a look of surprise on his face. Looks like we'll have a long chat when you wake up. Chapter 138 Fame? No thanks. As Ashton was expecting, the reinforcements arrived a few minutes later. Most of them were level 15 while a couple were at level 20 among the dozen people who showed up there. They probably wanted to take credit for killing the gorillan because when they saw the beast was lying lifeless there, their faces fell. But that did not stop some of those greedy bastards to try and salvage some materials from the gorillan. After all, despite having somewhat low levels, these creatures were quite rare and their bones and fur could fetch a high price. However, before they could put their plan into action, Seven got back up and all of them immediately stopped. After all, none of them was neither brave nor foolish enough to anger a royal knight. The hell do you think you bastards are doing? And nothing. We were just checking to see whether the monster was still alive or not. One of the adventurers squealed before hastily backing away. Although Seven was still a bit confused as to what had happened before he collapsed, he had more important things to take care of, like protecting the monster's corpse from getting defiled by these punks. These corpse belongs to the participants of the raid. All of you please back off. Seven yelled back at them and surprisingly they obeyed his command. Looks like getting on the king's side was beneficial after all. Ashton was silently observing everything from the sidelines, looking at the difference of how these fuckers were behaving before and now. They must be afraid of offending a royal knight. Should I try to bully these people after I become one as well? It would be fun, but nah, too much fun isn't good for my health. Where is he? Ashton heard Renee's voice coming from the mob of adventurers. Have you seen a white-haired kid? Ashton could hear her because of his perception when in reality, both of them were quite far away. Also, Ashton was not in the mood for a meet and greet session, so he was hoping she wouldn't spot him. But one should never underestimate the eyesight of an archer. A moment later she already spotted Ashton and raced towards him, while Faye barely managed to keep up to her speed. As he saw Renee rushing towards him, he tried to calmly stop her, but it seemed she had a different idea as she pulled him in for a hug into the vastness of her cleavage. The heck? Ashton heard someone exclaim. Lucky bastard. Yet another one chimed in. Maybe I should try finding another gorillan. Ashton could feel the jealous eyes of the adventurers on him, as Renee kept pulling him deep and deep into the valley of Esinusen. Ashton could have easily pulled away if he wanted to. But since this was the first time he had a direct non-aggressive contact with a female, he didn't know how to react to the softness of Renee's skin around his face. Seven thought of intervening, but then changed his mind at the last second. Ashton had killed the gorillan all by himself and it would be unfair if he didn't get some sort of reward for it, right? Renee, that's enough. Don't forget he's technically royalty. Faye retorted, probably because she was not as endowed as Renee was in a certain department. Oh, my apologies. I got carried away. Renee pulled back and immediately bowed before Ashton, but in doing so, she accidentally ended up headbutting his nose instead. FCK. I'm sorry again. Ish fine. Ashton somehow managed to get that out while covering his nose to stop the blood. Although everyone had seen why Ashton's nose was bleeding, they could help but get suspicious that there was an entirely different reason for his nosebleed. This time, Seven intervened. Pulling a boy in cleavage and breaking his nose were two different things. But Ashton gestured him to stop before Seven ended up doing something unnecessary. Lay back and let me take a look at it, Faye instructed Ashton, who complied with the request. A moment later Ashton's nose was fixed, but he learned a valuable lesson that day. Women were very dangerous, especially a woman like Renee. It was better if he stayed further away from her for the moment, as he did not want his face to get restructured by her steel-like forehead. Once he was all healed up, thanks to Faye, the girls respectfully apologized and thanked him for saving their lives. If he had not attacked the gorillan when he did, they would have certainly perished. They wanted to repay his kindness with anything he wanted, but Ashton refused. Probably because his intentions behind going after the gorillan weren't noble or some shit as these people were thinking. He did not save them or told them to leave out of goodwill. He simply wanted to all out against the night creature, and for that he needed them out of his sight. After all, in the event they got to know about his secret, he would not have hesitated even for a second before killing them himself. And that would not have been noble of him, would it? But as usual, people were making him out to be a hero for something he only did to fulfill his desire of leveling up and getting a class. Still, he couldn't simply tell them that now, could he? Thankfully, Seven intervened before things could get out of hand again. I think we should head back to the guild to get the rewards and file a report. I think the assistant manager would be really interested in knowing how the gorillan died. Seven said with an enigmatic look, but the rest of these people would have to stay back. After all, gorillans always move in pairs. They'd need to look out for his mate, the queen. Yeah, let's get going. The travel portal should not be far from here. Ashton agreed, and the four of them left for the guild. Chapter 139, Fame? No thanks. Phew. The portal network in Deja was much better than any other city in Lycania. This was obvious since there wasn't any city as important as Deja, with maybe the exception of Contingent. It was thanks to this extensive network of portals Ashton and Seven were able to get back to the guild within minutes. At the same time, butchers were immediately deployed under Finley's instruction. Butchers were the people who were experts in dismantling rare night creature corpses with minimal wastage. But since their talents were quite unique, the price for their service was also high. That's why most of the low-ranking adventurers preferred to dismantle on their own. However, if the killed beast was rare, they would often inform the guild about it, who would send in some in-house butchers to do it for them. In such an event, the adventurers were adequately compensated, and they didn't even have to pay for the butchers. In other words, it was a win-win situation for everyone. But this time it was different. Although the gorillan was a rare species and was always in demand by researchers, it wasn't worth it to send in a bunch of butchers. But Finley did so as he was an opportunist. Firstly, using the butchers would make Ashton see him in favorable light, which in turn would get him closer to the king. And finally, he did not want to offend the king by letting them know that appearance of the gorillan wasn't a coincidence. As it all happened because of not properly researching the quest before handing it to Ashton. If the king got to know about it, he would not be pleased, and although he wouldn't do anything to him directly as every worker under the guild was protected by the guild master herself. But Finley knew how King Jonathan was infamous for making the lives of those who cross him without getting involved by himself, through using the conundrum. Since no one knew who were the members of the conundrum, even the guild master would not be able to protect him if Jonathan decided to hold him accountable in case anything happened to Ashton. He was pacing up and down in his room ever since he got to know about the gorillan. But even then he wasn't worried all that much because a royal knight was with Ashton. That was until he heard the female archer say that it wasn't the royal knight facing the beast, but Ashton. He was worried about Ashton's safety as it was directly linked to his. After all, that was what the king had written in the recommendation letter he sent along with the knight. A moment later Finley heard a knock on the door and rushed to open it immediately. His heart wasn't pounding or anything, but it was beating faster than it used to. Especially after he saw Ashton drenched in blood. Thankfully, it didn't seem like he was injured or something. The same went for the knight accompanying him. A couple of moments passed and Finley realized how weird his slack jaw must be looking for the two of them, and immediately regained his stoic demeanor. It's good to see both of you unharmed. He smiled before inviting them inside his office. Would you like to have a drink or something? Seven was a bit thirsty and would love to drink some wine or beer to calm his nerves at the same time. But Ashton beat him to it and ordered some water. Seven threw Ashton a pleading look, but Ashton completely ignored him. After everyone got settled down, Finley began talking once again. Firstly, I would like to apologize for the incompetence from the guild side. I have already launched an inquiry to punish everyone who was involved in the debriefing of the dungeon. Finley breathlessly said, on top of that, I am personally willing to compensate for the troubles you undoubtedly faced. Ashton kept nodding every nod, and then as Finley kept blabbering about things that were of no interest to him. He just wanted to get his reward and possibly to get to know what the guild would do now. But before he could start up with his inquiries, there were a couple of more things Finley wanted to ask them. How did you manage to kill the gorillan? However, to no one's surprise, he did not ask the question to Ashton but to Seven. This certainly makes things easier for me. Ashton turned to face Seven and nodded. Upon getting the signal, Seven started spouting bullshit about how he cornered the beast and killed him. Nonetheless, even though it was a made-up tale, the details of the events were extremely realistic. No 16-year-old kid went berserk and killed a being that was about 6 levels stronger than him. A few minutes before, Ashton had already notified Seven about his intentions of making him the hero of all this because he did not want the guild to start investigating him. But that's not what he told Scene to persuade him. Instead, he blackmailed him using his loyalty to the king. As they were on their way back to the guild, Ashton figured out the reason why Seven was about to kill himself right before the gorillan and used it as a bargaining chip. As long as he did as Ashton told him to, he would keep what actually happened during the quest a secret, and if Seven refused, Ashton would inform the king about the royal knight's failure to protect him. It was a dirty move, but it was what Ashton needed in order to keep his identity and class a secret. Although Ashton didn't know whether his hunch was correct or not, he had a feeling his class was something the rest of them wouldn't believe even existed. If they did, they would try to get their hands on him to learn more about him and how the heck he got such a broken class. After Ashton was done blackmailing Seven, the latter only had one question. Don't you want the fame? I mean, it would huge news. As far as I can remember, gorillans are troublesome to deal with even if someone is at the same level as them and you killed it while being at a much lower level than him. Fame? No thanks. I don't like it when everyone's eyes are on me. Ashton sarcastically replied. Well, then you are doing a terrible job at it. Seven shook his head before knocking on the assistant manager's door. Back in the present, Seven was finally done portraying himself as the main character, and since he was a level 30 high warrior, Finley had no reason not to believe him. But deep down he was hoping all this was a lie and the kid was somehow the hero. He didn't know why he was having such absurd thoughts, but it was what it was. After his first question was answered, Finley immediately followed it up with his final question. Did you manage to find the gorillan's mate? Seven shook his head along with Ashton, and as they did, Finley's expression turned gloomy. Ashton did not understand why, but Seven did. He was about to explain it to Ashton earlier, but then everything happened so quickly that he couldn't. But Finley was more than happy to do so. Gorillans are always found in pairs, a male and a female. They only have 3 purposes in their lives: to have as much sex as they can, to eat as much as they can to fuel their lust, and sleep as much as they can to recover their lost energy. He continued, since you found a male there, it's highly plausible there was a female in the vicinity as well, considering they do not leave each other's side for extended periods of time. However, since you killed the male, the female would be enraged and would definitely seek revenge. Ashton immediately understood where Finley was going with this. The female was going to become the new source of trouble for them. In other words, by killing the gorillan, Ashton had released a whole new can of worms in the forest. You don't have to worry about a thing. Finley reassured them. We will send the best adventurers we can to hunt down the remaining gorillan. In fact, I should thank you for leaving something for us. That's all I needed from you too. You can leave now if you want, and don't forget to claim your rewards from Mitila at the counter. They got up and left, leaving Finley alone with his thoughts. He was a bit troubled. The fact that there was another gorillan inside the forest was quite obvious, but if the queen was present there, she would have intervened in the battle and protected her mate, which led to 3 possibilities. 1, that the gorillan was a widower and had no mate, or 2, the gorillan queen has more than one mate and thus did not care about the gorillan enough to save him. And 3rd, she was somewhere far away and could not respond to her mate's cries for help. The chances of the first and last scenario of happening were quite high. Whereas, considering the explosive growth in the number of monklins in the forest in comparison to the last decade, the second scenario of multiple partners appeared to be true. I can just hope my fears are unfounded. Having more than one partner could only mean the gorillan queen has evolved into something else entirely. Something no one has ever faced and lived to tell the tale. Chapter 140 Investments 1. Like Finley had advised them, Ashton and Seven headed to claim their rewards for subduing the gorillan and clearing the main quest. On top of that, as an added bonus, Seven would also be given additional rewards after the gorillan corpse was sold. However, Seven was a man of honor and discipline. He wasn't going to claim a reward for something he had no part in achieving. Therefore, he immediately handed over the money he got to Ashton without a tinge of hesitation. Ashton was a bit surprised by Seven's weird behavior, but he wasn't someone who would say no to money, especially now that he could use mana. The money he had could be spent to get better skill pages or gear so that the next time he goes into a dungeon, he wouldn't have to get hit in order to restore his health. But before going on a shopping spree, Ashton wanted to visit a certain someone. Seven, do you have any idea where Virgil could have been taken? I mean, there are multiple hospitals in the capital if I remember correctly. There are, but considering they were only copper and iron ranked adventurers, they would probably have to use the hospital with cheaper services. Seven replied while bobbing his head back and forth. Why do you ask? Are you planning on visiting him? Yeah. It would be rude to not do so, and I also have some business with him. Ashton replied with a stoic expression. You can just show me the way and leave. I'm sure you must have gotten a bit tired. Follow me. Seven shook his head and started walking, completely ignoring what Ashton had said. Ashton was not completely right in his assumptions. While Seven indeed wanted to end his day there, he wasn't that tired that he would need to get rest. He did want to visit someone special. After all, he could have lost her forever and Ashton had not made a miraculous recovery. That being said, he was still Ashton's bodyguard and had to accompany him everywhere he went. Also, in case something happened to Ashton, he wouldn't have been safe either. In other words, Ashton's and his lives were linked the moment he accepted to become his bodyguard. Either they both lived or he dies, that's all there was to it. As they walked to the hospital where Virgil was probably admitted, Ashton wanted to know more about the capital city, and Seven was more than happy to answer any question he had. Back when Ashton arrived in the city with the mistress, he thought the mistress chose the portal as it was the fastest way to arrive there. However, Seven clarified that while the portals were indeed the safest and fastest way to travel, the portals in Deja had a special purpose. Because the portals were the only way in or out of the city, as Deja was not part of the mainland Lycania, but an island southwest to the mainland. The capital was formed on the island due to the strategic importance of the place. Since the secured and authorized portal were the only way in and out of the city, it was almost impossible to launch a surprise attack on the city. As the portals were under surveillance every second on the day, no one could have used them to invade the city. If someone tried to, they would simply shut the portals off and the king and his family would escape through one of the innumerable hidden paths. No one knew the location of all of these paths, as only the members of the royal guard even knew about these paths, and all of them only knew about a separate path that the other knights did not. In simpler words, each knight only knew about one path that no one else did, not even the king. This was another added security measure to ensure that in an unfortunate event that a knight was captured by the enemy and was forced to reveal the location of a hidden path, they would only be able to tell them about a path that the king would most definitely not take. As the secret of that path would only be known to that knight and not the others, who would use a different path to ensure that the king safely makes it out of the capital and into the mainland. Even though Ashton did not want to admit it, their plan was certainly flawless, or at least had no noticeable flaws that popped up in his mind at the moment. Looks like not all werewolves are fools drunk on power. I gotta admit, if I ever make a city or something, I'll incorporate this as well. But maybe with a bit more caution, considering a royal guard is freely giving me all this information. Seven continued talking about the city and its significance. But the thing that stuck most with Ashton was that there was a temple in Deja. Something that Ashton had not seen or heard about in any of the other cities he had mentioned. Apparently, the temple was the place where all of the healers had to take mandatory training. Sadly, only the healers were allowed to enter these premises and no one else, as everyone else was sinful, whatever the heck that meant. Ashton wasn't sure how many sins someone like him could have committed, but he was sure being a mutt was one of them. Either way, other than the temple and the palace, there was also a marketplace where people could buy anything they needed: weapons, gear, potions, everything. But Seven advised Ashton that if he ever needed to buy something, he could consult him or the king first, as the royal family and the royal guards had their personal blacksmiths, potioneers, as well miscellaneous workers. Ashton made a mental note of everything Seven had to say about Deja, and finally, they arrived at the hospital. Time to recruit someone else on the team. Chapter 141, Investments 2. Back in contingent, the captain of the special force was busy making inquiries about a kid named Vince who attended the academy, only to find out that no one with that name was a student of the academy. But he simply couldn't accept that. He was sure he had seen the kid wearing the academy uniform, but since it was a normal uniform that almost 1,000 students wore, there was no way they could have found the one kid they had been on the lookout for. Did she find out about our plans and eliminated him? Or did we really get tricked by a stupid brat? Scarlet was irritated more than usual. They had thought using the kid they would be able to find a way to get rid of the director, but now the kid had comfortably disappeared as if he never existed. No matter how hard and fast they thought, they arrived at one conclusion. The director must have gotten suspicious and erased the kid. Not only from the academy records but from the face of the planet altogether. I don't think so. Captain mumbled while the rest of them had their eyes and ears on him. The kid never accepted our deal, so he didn't have any reason to go snooping around. I know it sounds a bit weird, but it is possible the kid never attended the academy. Also, the fact that we cannot find anything about him makes me think maybe he truly was a spy. He continued, those bastards would know that no one messes with the academy student, and somehow managed to forge a fake uniform so that they could roam around contingent freely without any consequences. No one wanted to admit it, but what James said indeed made some sense. Although, it didn't mean that James had not let his imagination run wild. There was no way the resistance would even dare to pull such a move. At least that would have normally been the case. But since they have been getting pushed back quite aggressively by them, it could be entirely possible that the resistance was plotting some dangerous escapades. It doesn't matter whether the kid was a spy or the director got rid of him. The only thing that matters is we are back at square one. Scarlet sighed. The conundrum would not be happy about this development. James nodded and took a drag from his cigar. Guess we'll have to abandon playing hide and seek and take a more direct path. kidnapping a few kids and threatening that director bitch should do the trick. But make sure not to kidnap anyone from the higher noble class. Those brats would throw tantrums like newborns. Meanwhile in Deja, upon entering the hospital, Ashton was a bit confused. Seven had mentioned this hospital was one of the cheaper ones in the city, but it seemed just a tad bit duller than the one he had been hospitalized into. Let's just focus on what I am here for and get going. I have some calls to make once I am done here. Ashton thought to himself while Seven made the necessary inquiries at the reception. Maybe I should make the calls now while I'm waiting. Yeah, he's here. Seven informed Ashton. He isn't in any danger, so I guess we're allowed to meet him. Great, let's get going then. It took them little to no time to get to the room Virgil was being kept in, thanks to Seven using his royal guard influence to make the head doctor personally escort them. As soon as they entered the room, Virgil was surprised. At first, he thought they were there to punish him or something since he was the one who accidentally awoke in the gorillan. But when Renee and Faye welcomed them inside, he knew that wasn't the case. We didn't know you were coming here or else would have prepared something. Faye immediately left her seat for Ashton while bowing to him. Relax and enough bowing, please. I'm not royalty and don't plan on becoming one. Ashton was a bit flustered and annoyed after receiving this kind of treatment from strangers. I'm just an adventurer who wanted to check up on an injured teammate. Also, you people forgot these. He then proceeded to hand them their share of rewards. Upon seeing the money, all three of them got wide-eyed. The guild had their rules and regulations regarding failure to complete a quest, and since all three of them had left before the quest was completed, they did not receive a single blue unit. In fact, they were paying out of pocket for Virgil's treatment. Also, since they suspected since they had put the lives of people close to the king in danger, they would face some sort of punishment. Instead, they were being handed out money? Was this kid out of his mind or something? Why, Virgil managed to mumble, but Ashton cut him off. 2 reasons actually make it 3. Ashton said while activating the influence skill just to make sure his plan doesn't backfire. 1. You killed your share of monklins. 2. You were the ones who discovered the gorillan, and 3rd, you deserve the money. Simple. You are using the skill. Influence on 3 targets. Due to the low intelligence of the targets, the skill was successful. The targets feel an enigmatic warmth towards you. Your relationship has improved. Hostility towards you has been decreased. Current relationship points, 30 out of 100. Classification has changed. Neutral friendly. When you put it like that, Faye mumbled while looking at her teammates. I guess it should be fine, right? I think so, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Renee bowed before him, unleashing her bottomless cleave heart. In front of him, your kindness knows no bounds. 2. Don't know what to say. Virgil smiled in his weak state. If you ever need some help, just call for us and we'll be there. Actually, that's what I was here for. Ashton smiled like a hunter who found his prey. Would the 3 of you like to team up with me? Chapter 142 Investments 3. Ashton walked out of the hospital with a beaming smile on his face, while 7 had a confused look on his face. If Ashton was looking for teammates, he could have easily gotten much better ones. Hell, even the gold rank adventurers would have jumped at the opportunity to form some sort of connection with him considering his background. Yet, he chose to go for nobodies who had landed him in trouble with the gorillan in the first place. Whatever Ashton was thinking made no sense to 7, and he expressed his views to Ashton. That's exactly the point, Ashton replied with his ever-copious smile. As long as it makes sense to me, it doesn't need to make sense to anyone else. Although 7 was still a bit on the edge over Ashton's decision, he knew he could not do anything to persuade this strange kid. So he dropped the topic entirely. Ashton was glad that 7 did not pursue the matter any further. Even if he had done that, Ashton already had Jonathan's permission to make his own team independent of any royal interference. As for the reason he was inviting nobodies to join him, it wasn't anything complex. Ashton just wanted to make sure that the people he recruited had nothing to do with royalty or nobility, with the exception of 7. And secondly, they had to feel as if they owe Ashton something which would spark a sense of loyalty in them. So far, everyone he had recruited had both or one of these things. Virgil and his team were indebted to him for saving their lives, as well as taking care of his hospital bills. While Master Bader's case was also the same because Ashton gave him the money he required for whatever reason. Then, at last, came 7, whom Ashton was partially blackmailing into submission. But 7 too had some shred of gratitude towards him because he had not only saved him but also his loved ones from dying a horrific death. That being said, the team was coming along great. All of them had already unlocked their classes and 3 of them even had rare classes. By 3 of them, Ashton meant himself, Master Bader and 7. While Virgil and his party only managed to get their hands on basic or common classes, Master Bader had received the Creationist class while 7 had the Paladin class. After getting to level 15, Ashton used detection once again on 7 and only then he got to know about the class of the Royal Knight. However, even with level 15, Ashton could only get the basic information about the knight and nothing about his stats or skills. Let's head back for the day. Once Virgil has recovered, we will take quests with higher difficulty. Till then we'll be doing common quests so that I can get my rank up. Ashton explained his plan as they headed back to the bungalow that Ashton was given by Jonathan as a reward for accepting his request. Jonathan would have liked if Ashton stayed inside the castle along with the rest of the knights, but he decided against it as his spoiled daughter might throw a tantrum. Also, this arrangement worked perfectly with Ashton as he enjoyed having his freedom more than anything else. But there was the issue that he cannot risk killing anyone in Deja as a food source. The risk was too high. Thankfully, he did not need to worry about feeding himself because as long as he could keep visiting the dungeons, he would have an infinite food supply for his genes. Once Seven had ensured Ashton had safely reached his residence, which was guarded by regular soldiers of the Empire, he immediately headed back to his home. But Ashton's surprises weren't over yet. The moment he walked into his new home, he was greeted by two familiar faces. Duncan and Daniela, what are you guys doing here? Ashton had not seen either of them after what happened in the academy arena, so he was a bit surprised. But not enough to lose his composure. After all, they were his slaves and no longer belonged to the mistress. Allow me to be of service. Ashton heard an unknown voice as the following moment a fair-skinned man walked out of the shadows and greeted him with a smile. Ashton briefly looked at the man. Standing at 60, the man had a weirdly suspicious feeling about him. His elbow-length brown hair was worn as a ponytail while his round face was covered in a half-grown patchy beard. Even though he appeared to be in his late 30s. But the thing which caught Ashton's attention the most was the mark the man had on his palm. It was the brand of slavery. However, this man was previously a human. Just like him. Who are you? A messenger from our mutual master. The man hissed. The mistress? Oh my, looks like you are not as foolish as I was led to believe. Cut to chase. Ashton did not want to unnecessarily drag the conversation on as he still had one thing to sort out. Nothing much. I've been instructed to remind you of your true purpose here. The man replied back. Also, the mistress says congratulations on receiving your first class and would like to know about. I got the message, now get out. Ashton calmly but sternly made his point and walked past him, but as he did the man grabbed him by the shoulder. Ashton did not like this forced contact and retaliated in kind, by grabbing the man's hand and tossing him out of the house through the main door. Look, I'm very tired and highly irritable. Even the littlest of things can make lash out, so be careful. Ashton took a deep breath in order to calm himself. As for my reply, tell the mistress if she wants to talk. I have a device on me and also that it would be wise if she doesn't send people my way to threaten me. He continued, because the next time one of her messengers crosses the line, they would be able to cross anything other than the bridge to the afterlife. Now get lost before I change my mind. Chapter 143 Investments 4. The man had not expected to get humiliated like this, considering how he quietly stood there without speaking a word. It was probably because he was taken aback by Ashton's sudden outburst, or so Ashton thought. But once he turned around to leave, the man pounced at him with his half transformation into a werewolf. Ashton did not know why the man was getting so aggressive on him, but he frankly had enough of him and responded in kind. As soon as the man got within the range, Ashton jumped over the man, grabbed him by his legs and started swinging him around as if he was playing with a human-sized doll before once again throwing him out. Stay down like the dog you are, Ashton warned the man, but he was none of it and tried getting up again. You just can't fing read the room, can you? The once again lunged at Ashton but was swiftly kicked back before he could even arrive at the doorstep. However, Ashton wasn't the one to do so. It was one of the guards that Jonathan had appointed to protect the property and Ashton. You all surely took your time to get here. Ashton shook his head and began walking back inside, hopefully for the last time. But he was yet again interrupted. This time by the guard who had kicked the man. What do you want us to do with him, sir? The blonde soldier asked in the politest of voice. Do what you want, I couldn't care less about him. But he should be able to tell the mistress what I told him. You're gonna regret ever laying hands on me, you filthy mutt. The man roared in fury as we got dragged away. Yeah, sure, why not? If I'm a mutt, then what are you? A pussy? Ashton waved him off and finally got some peace. You seem to have gotten stronger, master. Duncan respectfully bowed to him. Daniela wanted to follow in her husband's footsteps, but her overgrown belly prevented it from happening. Yet she kept trying to bow lower and lower as she did not want to anger Ashton. After all, she still remembers what he did to Duncan in a fit of rage. You don't need to do that. It wouldn't be good for your baby. Ashton shrugged his shoulders. What are you people doing here anyways? Wait, no need to answer that. I guess I already know. She sent you to spy on me, didn't she? Duncan hesitantly nodded his head before replying. But I assure you we have no intentions of following her wishes. After all, you're the only master we serve. I know. There should be plenty of room for the two of you here. Make yourselves comfortable and feel free to treat it as your own house. I'll be skipping dinner, so don't bother coming near my room. That's all. As you wish, master. We're just a call away in case you need anything. Ashton nodded and went upstairs, but there was a slight problem. Does anyone know where my room is? Once inside his lavish room, Ashton quickly made a call to Master Bader as it was the only way Ashton would have been able to contact him. Hello? A strong masculine voice echoed from the other side. Bader? There was a moment of silence followed by a series of short but loud noises. A couple of moments later Ashton heard the voice again. Yeah, it's me. Who am I speaking to? It's me, Vince. Just wanted to check in on you. It's you. I was meaning to call you as well. But I didn't have your contact info, so haha. If you're gonna lie, then at least try to sound genuine. Ashton shook his head before continuing the conversation. I hope you have dealt with whatever you needed the money for? Yeah, my wife is alright thanks to your generosity. And don't worry about the money. I'll return them back as soon as I. Bader might have wanted to talk some more, but Ashton couldn't be less interested in getting his money. He was only interested in getting the creationist on his side. Or at least his abilities. No need, it was the money you deserved. But I was hoping you'd be kind enough to do me a favor while making more money. Ashton then put forth his conditions. Once he was done, Master Bader got silent, but Ashton knew he was considering his offer of fighting alongside him. It had barely been a minute, but to Ashton it seemed like hours. I'm afraid I'll have to decline the offer. Bader mumbled softly, don't get me wrong. Normally I would have jumped at the opportunity, but I need to take care of my wife. She needs to be taken care of 24 hours a day, which I won't be able to do if I'm busy fighting night creatures. Is that all? What? I asked, is that it? Ashton reiterated his words, because if it is, then you don't have to worry about it. I have servants who can take care of her. Also, the hospitals in the capital are much better, so your wife would be able to get better treatment as well. When you put it like that, fine. I don't see a reason to refuse. Bader laughed. So when do you want me there, boss? In a couple of days? Alright, see you there, and since again, thank you, Vince. Ashton. That's my real name. That's a pretty high-class name you got there. You can call me Bader because as weird as it sounds, that's my real name. After exchanging a few more words, Ashton disconnected the call. Finally, all of his investments were in place. The team he had been wanting to make out of nobodies was finally coming together. Even though there was room for a couple of more members for now, Ashton was content with all that he had. Now then, shall we have a taste of Seven's blood? Ashton thought, but before that I gotta sweep this room. Jonathan is a cautious man. It wouldn't surprise me if he had placed some surveillance devices here. Chapter 144 Mistress's Rage and a New Baronet in Town. The next day. He did what? The mistress was trying hard not to lash out, but after hearing the things Lashken said to her, it was really tough not to allow her anger to get the better of her. She had sent Lashken to congratulate Ashton on getting his first class, but according to Lashken, Ashton immediately started berating him. In his words, he took all the insults Ashton threw at him, but when he started disrespecting her, he attacked Ashton and as a result got banned from ever entering the capital again. Obviously, everything he said was a lie. The mistress had already informed him not to trigger Ashton, but Lashken intended to show off his worth by defeating her precious pawn. He did exactly the things mistress told him not to, but he could not tell her that, so he decided it was best to manipulate the story in his favor. He berated me? The mistress asked Lashken in a serious tone. He, who did not ever lash out no matter what I did to him, berated me? Why, wise mistress? You seriously expect me to believe that? I only speak. Before Lashken could complete his sentence, the mistress snapped her fingers and the next moment he was on the ground withering in pain. He was desperately clinging on to the collar the mistress had forced him to wear prior to the meeting. Although it looked nothing extraordinary, it was a restraining device in all sense of the word. After Donovan and Disha betrayed her, she was forced to see the wrong in her ways and immediately decided to correct them so that no one would be able to betray her again. The collar was an electrocuting device that the mistress could control with her gestures. Since the collar Lashken was wearing was only the first prototype, the mistress decided to test it firsthand. I wanted Ashton to be the one to get the honors of being tested on, she mumbled while Lashken kept crying out in pain, but since he got taken away from me before I could use this, I guess you should do just fine. After all, you're both mutts. She expected Lashken to respond to him, but the pain was too much for him to do anything but scream. After what seemed like an eternity, the mistress snapped her fingers once again. Although Lashken was free from the pain, he was still hurting even though his body was completely numb. Get up. The mistress walked up to him and kicked him over, and this time tell the truth. If you don't, then you already know what's going to happen to you the next time. Lashken's face was drenched with tears and sweat, but he somehow managed to get back to his knees. He wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. It seemed the collar still had some issues, but the mistress couldn't care less about it. She wanted to know what this fucker had done to anger Ashton to the point where he handed Lashken over to the guards. Lashken kept trying to explain, but the darn collar kept getting tighter and tighter around his neck. Soon the low-ranking creationist who brought the prototype collar for the mistress to examine realized what the fault was and informed the mistress about it. It goes without saying, the mistress was a bit annoyed and ordered the man to take off Lashken's collar. Go back and fix the fking collar or I'll send someone to fix your entire department up. The mistress yelled and anger completely consumed her. Looks like we'll have to do this the old way then. A week passed since Ashton received his first class. By this time his team had finally assembled in front of the guild hall to take on their first mission together as a team. In the last week, Ashton and Seven had done nothing but clear quests. Well, Ashton did all the work while Seven only intervened when things got a bit overwhelming for his lord. That's right, when Jonathan got the good news of Ashton getting his first class and what the class was, he only saw it fit to reward Ashton. What was that reward? Let's just say Ashton was a couple of promotions away from being considered nobility. He was no longer an ordinary citizen in Lycania but a baronet. Although the title meant that his powers were above that of the usual knights, he only had one knight under him. That was Seven, and hence the knight now referred to Ashton as Lord. Although Ashton did not like when he did that and often instructed Seven to call him by his name when they were on a quest or something. Ignoring all that mess, Ashton along with his teammates headed inside the guild hall. Most of the people who were standing near the blue board immediately stepped aside as soon as they saw Ashton. It had only been a bit over a week since this kid became a Bronze A ranked adventurer, but now he was only on dungeon clear away to being promoted into silver rankings. Whoa, I never thought I would ever get to be inside the guild. Bader exclaimed and immediately went down to his knees and started kissing the ground as if it was a holy place from him. Although Ashton was calm, Bader's behavior prompted him to kick his butt, and that's exactly what Ashton did. I know it's your first dungeon trip, but get a grip over yourself. Virgil immediately criticized Bader when he saw Ashton taking the initiative. Your name is already humiliating enough for the girls. At least show some decency through your actions. Oi, what's wrong with Master Bader? It's a good name. Bader countered and punched his metallic fists together. Want to get a piece of these? What have I done? Ashton mumbled and shook his head. Only God knows the answer to that question, my lord. Seven shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry. I'll put them in their places. Till then, why don't you go ahead and select a quest? Ashton nodded and left, but not before smacking both of them at the back of their heads. Chapter 145. This won't do. Ashton initially wanted to travel back to the quest to hunt the Gorillan Queen. But there was a problem he couldn't solve either with money or influence. He didn't know the complete details, but the requirements for entering the quest, related to finding the hidden breeding ground of the Monklands, had been changed drastically. Earlier, silver ranking adventurers could participate in the quest, but now only gold and above ranking adventurers were allowed to do so. Upon inquiring about it, it was revealed to him that the squad containing 10 silver rankers was found dead after a search operation was organized to look for them. Their death did not seem to be painless or quick either. The receptionist informed him, sorry, but I can't give you any more information about it as you don't have the rank nor do I have the authority. Don't worry about it. Ashton smiled wanly and headed back to the bulletin board. I guess the Gorillans are out of the picture then. Guess I wouldn't get to test my level 16 strength anymore. Ashton kept looking for something new, but no suitable quest appeared in front of him. He wanted to keep leveling his adventurer rank, but taking low-ranking quests was not going to help him in that. My vampire and zombie genes are stuck at level 14. I need to get some monster hunting quests to get them to evolve. Just like continually hunting and consuming the same species over and over again, did not give him an extraordinary amount of EXP. Consuming the same rank monsters had a similar effect. Although Ashton had been relentlessly participating in quests, most of these quests had him hunting low-leveled monsters. That essentially meant despite killing dozen upon dozens of monsters, he was only getting a small amount of EXP. Hell, sometimes he had to kill more than 5 monsters at once to get a 1% EXP increase for werewolf genes. It was the same with the rest of his genes as well. This should work. He picked a quest and at the same time he received a call from Duncan, and it wasn't something Ashton wanted to hear. Meanwhile, members of Ashton's team, which had been named Zero, were having a discussion of their own. About how they met him. It was supposed to be their ice-breaking conversation, but Bader's ass-kicking kinda already did it for them. Well, I only met him once before today. Bader explained it to them. Someone who helped me told me to go and see him for something. He gave me an opportunity to make some money while also helping with my wife's treatment, so I couldn't say no. Would you mind telling me who this person was? Suddenly Seven was intrigued by Ashton's background, as he didn't know anything about his new lord. It's a man kid, Vince. I think about the same age as Master Ashton. They are supposedly good friends, and when the master was looking for someone to join the group, Vince recommended me to him. Bader explained to Seven. Intriguing. I never knew Lord had such mysterious friends. At that moment they saw Ashton making his way towards them. He was supposed to brief them about the quest he had accepted. Instead, he simply shared the information through their watches and told them to follow him. We're going to the swamps? Faye couldn't help but get surprised. That place is like the hub for high-leveled monsters. What are we going to do there? I have a better question. Why is there a swamp quest available for mid-rankers like us in the first place? Renee jumped in, but both of them had missed something that Virgil and Seven didn't. It's not a quest, Virgil said while tapping his bald head. It's a request from someone. Specifically the director of the academy. Ashton mentioned he was a former student, right? Maybe it's something related to that? Since Bader had next to no knowledge or experience when it came to guild things, he didn't know what was the difference between a quest or a request. When he asked about it, Seven was more than happy to educate him. While quests are open for any adventurer to take as long as they met certain mentioned requirements, requests were something different. Basically, it was a quest, but instead of asking for the guild to help, they ask help from certain adventurers. Whether the adventurers accept the request or not would be a completely different thing. In case the adventurers who had been requested for Aki to the quest, the guild would take a 10% of the reward as compensation of basically acting as a broker. However, in the event the adventurers don't accept the request, the guild would be free to send in someone else to complete the quest for them. But it seemed like Ashton had accepted the quest. Wait, it's not in the swamps but in a city close to it. Bader pointed it out. I know it because that's the city my wife is from. You're right. Virgil confirmed after taking a closer look at the map, but I have one question. How did a weirdo like you score a wife in the first place? Instead of getting pissed or angry about it, Bader placed his hand on Virgil's shoulder and whispered in his ear that my friend is the greatest mystery of my life. While the rest of them were chatting amongst themselves, Seven was busy reading more about the quest. The quest wasn't anything extraordinarily dangerous, just him and Ashton would have been sufficient to take care of a bunch of goons. However, there was something else. Although they had only been clearing dungeons together for a week, Seven knew this kind of quest wasn't something Ashton would have usually accepted. After all, he liked fighting and killing night creatures more than anything else. But the moment he looked at the rewards, Seven immediately realized why Ashton was going in for this quest. Or at least he thought there was a possibility. Awards. A rare equipment of choice, for up to 6 members. Information regarding a sensitive topic. Everyone, let's get going. Seven reminded them and they left, but as they chased after Ashton he thought of something. Just what the hell could this sensitive topic be? Chapter 146. This won't do to. The sky overhead had turned into the deepest shade of gray possible before it turned completely black as raindrops drenched everything in sight. The area everywhere was surrounded by buildings, broken beyond repair. Still, the people were forced to take shelter in these houses and covered their heads with whatever they could find so that the acid pouring down from the sky did not do much physical damage to them. But that wasn't enough to protect them indefinitely. There were others around these people as well. But they were well armored and the rain did not affect them all that much. Probably because those in armor were werewolves while those hiding were mere human slaves brought there to help in the construction of the new stronghold for the soldiers to stay in as they ventured in and out of the swamps. Although Ashton was filled with more than a teensy bit of anger when he saw the humans being treated as expendable resources. After all, he too had slaves of his own, and although he took good care of them, it didn't admonish the fact that he had slaves in the first place. Damn, this place is nasty, Renee mumbled and promptly covered her nose. She wasn't alone. The others followed her lead as they had a sensitive sense of smell. But Ashton was fine. It wasn't the first time he was subjected to the smell of rotting human flesh. Well, it would have smelled the same even if werewolves had died there, but after taking the living conditions of the humans into consideration, it would surprise him if the corpses did not belong to humans. But before they could put much thought into it, a military officer made his way towards them to confirm the purpose of their visit. Hysteria flowers, eh? Good luck finding that shit here, haha. The officer scoffed, but his smug look vanished the moment he saw Seven standing behind them. Obviously, the officer did not know Seven, but only a fool or a blind man wouldn't recognize the insignia engraved on his chest plate. As soon as the name saw Seven, the tone of his voice and demeanor, everything changed. He went from acting all high and mighty to their personal tour guide. What do you mean good luck? Ashton asked the officer as soon as they were done registering themselves as new arrivals in the ruins of the city, once known as Ethereal Falls. The officer was not in the mood to indulge in random talk with a freaking child and was about to express his thoughts, but Seven immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed it at the officer's neck, stopping a mere millimeter before he ended up chopping the head off entirely. Mind your language in front of Sir Ashton Bismarck, 213th Baronet of Lycania, and my lord. This will be your one and only warning. Many apologies. The officer immediately asked for Ashton's forgiveness. Just answer the question. Ashton sighed and Seven put his sword back in place. Sir, the answer to your question is right outside. The officer pointed out the downpouring rain. Hysteria flowers are known to grow in open fields. This ruined city was once the primary source of naturally grown hysteria flowers. He continued, but ever since these damned acidic clouds shrouded the skies, everything was ruined and this place became a ghost town for night creatures to raid and feast. But thanks to the efforts of His Highness and his brave knights, we have been able to secure the town a few years back. I remember about it. Seven nodded, although he still had his face covered. Ashton knew he was reminiscing about the past. I was still a trainee back then, but I remember our trainers talk about it. It was a bloodbath. The officer silently nodded along. Since then, not a single hysteria flower has grown in these parts. Therefore, when I saw that absurd request, I couldn't help but laugh it off as if it was a joke to trick some innocent beginners. Ashton had a feeling the person wanted to call them fools but changed his words at the last moment. Still, Ashton could not get his words out of his head. Did that witch of a director had really pulled a prank on them? Was there a chance they could somehow find the hysteria flower there? However, after he had got to know who exactly the director was and how she knew his parents, it wouldn't surprise him in the least if she actually pulled a shitty prank on him. I just wanted to know what the FCK was, the sensitive information she wanted to share. Ashton clenched his fists. I was hoping it would be some information regarding my parents, but now, I don't think it is like that. Is there no place where we could find those flowers? Faye politely asked the officer, who seemingly got lost in his thoughts. There might be one place, but I would advise you to not go there. And why is that? Bader chimed in while Virgil played around with his gigantic hammer. It's a dungeon infested with terrible night creatures. As if it wasn't already enough of a challenge to take care of the beasts, we suspect the dungeon might be a maze. After all, whoever went inside there never came back out. So it's a kill box. Seven said before turning towards Ashton. How should we proceed? Ashton thought about it while looking around his teammates. Normally he would have taken them with him. But after what the officer had told him, he did not want to do so. It wasn't for some noble reason of not getting others involved for the sake of him. However, Ashton decided to go solo because he wanted to go all out in the dungeon. If the beasts were actually as strong as the officer was saying, it would be a waste to not have a taste of them. Not to mention he wanted to take out his frustration in peace. I'll go alone. Chapter 147. This won't do. 3. Alone? Are you out of your mind? Renee expressed her disapproval. I know you're stronger than all of us, but you shouldn't. It wasn't a suggestion. Also, I'm only going to scout the place. I'm not that big of a fool to fight all those creatures hidden. Ashton replied, if any one of you has better recon capabilities, then step forward. I'll let you go without any problems. Obviously, none of them stepped up. Ashton already knew he had the highest stealth stat amongst the ones present here with the exception of 7. Ashton's level was still not enough to view his stats. But the fact that he didn't step up meant either one of two things. One, he really didn't think he had more stealth points than Ashton. Or second, he knew Ashton had something in his mind and therefore did not object. Either way, it was good for Ashton. Well, if you're dead set on going alone, take this with you. Bader broke the silence and handed Ashton some sort of mobile device. It's a thermal scanner. It might come in handy for you to avoid large groups of monsters inside the dungeon. Can look through walls as well. Ashton nodded and placed the scanner in his inventory. Having a creationist on the team was already showing its benefits. Following Bader's lead, all of them gave a thing or two to Ashton. Most of them were potions to temporarily increase a variety of resistances. The only other useful item he got was a rough map of the area Ashton was about to venture into. The officer was a bit reluctant to give it to Ashton, as it was the last map they had, but it wasn't like he had a choice in the matter. Especially when 7 was looming over his head. I'll accompany you till we find the cave. 7 uttered in a definitive voice. Someone would need to protect the entrance after all. Do as you please. Ashton shook his head. Ashton knew there was no point in arguing with 7. After all, his life was linked to his lord's. So he went along with him, leaving the rest of his party back. Unlike Deja, there were no portals connecting the outskirts of the ruins with the main city, which was obvious, considering each portal would need at least a dozen or so soldiers to guard it as the forces in the city were severely understaffed. They were only managing to protect one portal which connected them to the capital, and that was enough. However, this meant Ashton and 7 had to traverse all over the muddy ground by themselves, which proved to be a tiring task. Not to mention the acidic rain wasn't the only thing they had to be cautious of. As they continued following the map, they were slowly surrounded by one of the thickest layers of fog they had ever seen. It was proving to be almost impossible for them to look at anything and had to heavily depend on the thermal scanner Bader had given Ashton to look for enemies. Well, at least 7 had to, because Ashton had his perception skill. Although it wasn't all that accurate. Some of the monsters they had encountered were simply too good at hiding, but weren't all that strong once they found them through the scanners. It took them a couple of hours to make the journey that would have usually been completed in half an hour. Are you sure you want to do this alone? 7 was hoping Ashton would change his mind after facing all the couple of night creatures they had till now. Sadly, his hopes were bound to get shattered. I didn't stop you from accompanying me till now, so you shouldn't either. See you in a bit. Ashton flexed his neck and was about to walk into the wicked-looking dungeon when 7 stopped him again. 45 minutes. 7 mumbled. I'll barge in once 45 minutes have passed. That much time should be enough for you to do whatever reconnaissance you want to. You think I will let you interrupt me like that? Ashton was now getting a bit annoyed. Yes, he knew his safety was 7's priority, but the situation was getting out of hand now. He did not appreciate 7's continuous interruptions even when he had made his intentions clear. Don't forget what'll happen when the king finds out the truth about the gorillan. Ashton warned 7, if you want the things to remain as they are, then shut your trap and stay out. A moment later, Ashton walked inside the cave. The cave looked big enough from outside, but Ashton did not think he would find such majestic foliage within. While the tree and plants outside were decaying thanks to the acid, the plants within the cave were flourishing. But the beauty of this hidden forest had its scars as well. Numerous skeletons were scattered all over the place. Some belonged to humans, or at least Ashton assumed so, while the rest belonged to some unknown creature with huge canines attached to their skull. The nutrients from these corpses might be the reason why the forest was able to flourish inside a cave without any visible source of light apart from the mosses which had attached themselves to the trees and were giving off a weird purplish light. The light wasn't bright or anything, but Ashton could feel a weird sense of warmth coming from them. While Ashton deeper into the forest, he felt sudden movement behind. He quickly turned around and saw claw marks running up one of the trees. The following moment, the leaves began rustling in the thick foliage. This won't do. I've already been found. The recon mission is a bust. What shall I do? I have no choice but to fight, do I? Enough drama for the day. Ashton smiled and quickly activated all of his genes. Let's have a tasting session, shall we? Chapter 148 Claws and Horns 1. The creatures took their sweet time to show up. But when they did, it was to show Ashton that they meant business. These black-horned creatures were much bigger than Ashton had expected. In fact, after taking a good look at their ginormous size, Ashton was wondering if these creatures were actually hiding in the foliage of trees or not. Their bodies were covered in translucent blue fur, except the horn protruding from the middle of their foreheads. It's the first time I've seen such beasts. Ashton mumbled to himself and quickly took out the twin blades from the inventory, which means I can get new skills. He quickly used detection to know more about their weakness, only to realize these creatures were a tad bit too weak as they were only at level 10. Still, he knew he was going to have a tough time there considering that these creatures only had 4 stats: agility, damage, armor, and their HP. Name: Horned Wraithwolves. Species: Direwolf. Class: Tank/Prowler. Age: 7 years. Gender: female. Grade: Tire. Affiliation: Level 10. Stats: HP 5000/5000. Damage 10. Armor 60. Stealth 0. Stamina 30. Agility 30. Intelligence 1. Nature: a Prowler's. 5% chance of inflicting 2% additional damage after using a skill. Abilities/skills/spells. Grievous Bite. Dark Vision. Resistances: Elemental attacks. 10% damage reduction. Weak against poison. Receives 20% more damage. Conditional immunity. Physical attacks. Hidden condition. Remark: a species branching off from usual direwolves which had gone through a secondary mutation phase due to an unknown reason. Due to next to no exploration done of the only cave they inhabit, no information other than what's shown is currently available. It is advised to proceed with caution and collect sufficient information regarding these monsters. This is new. Ashton thought to himself as the wolves slowly surrounded him. The system is more or less as clueless as I am. Before Ashton could finish speaking his mind, yet another notification popped up in front of him. But it was a notification he had never seen before. You have received a new mission. Introduction: it seems like a few direwolves have mutated yet again. Uncertainty is the enemy of progression, and thus you are being given the task to ease this uncertainty behind the mystery of these horned wraithwolves. Objective: find out more about the secret mutation of direwolves. Task: hunt down 40 horned wraithwolves and submit their horns and claws as samples for analysis. Progress: 040 horned wraithwolves killed. Reward: 10 stats points, 500 HP increase, 200 mana increase. Mission commissioned by Administrator. Priority level 2. The host cannot ignore the mission, but can delay it for 24 hours. How come you know their weaknesses and immunities if you don't know shit about them? Ashton scoffed. If you want me to kill them, just say so. No need to sound all important or some shit. The administrator has changed the rewards for the above quest. Reward: 5 stats points, 250 HP increase, 100 mana increase. Special note from administrator: do you have any idea how many people have already faced these creatures and died? All the information you are seeing is courtesy of those fallen people. If you don't want to join them, then I recommend you focus on completing the task before I change the rewards to something entirely useless. What the hell, you stingy bastard? Ashton wanted to know more about whatever this mission thingy was, but it seemed that the Wraithwolves had different plans. They simultaneously lunged at Ashton while he was still looking at the notification in front. Ashton was already surrounded. There was no place for him to run to. But it wasn't like he was trying to run away in the first place. Especially after receiving the quest by Lucifer. He leapt over them using one of the wolf's heads to further push him above. A moment later he activated Rock Pound, the low-leveled skill he had earned after defeating the gorillan. Ashton did not have many expectations from the skill and had used it since it was the only AoE area of effect skill he had. Also, this was the perfect chance for him to see if the skill was even a bit useful or not. The next moment, the ground in between split apart and huge chunks of borders were spat out, hitting the wolves right in their heads. The damage wasn't massive, but it was enough to stagger them long enough for Ashton to put the next phase of his plan into action. Skill: Stride has been activated. Skill: Wolf's Mark has been activated. Armor skill: Lure has been activated. Just like that, Ashton got an agility boost of 70% while his damage got increased by 50%. The tables had turned on the werewolves. Instead of Ashton, it was them who longer could escape from his grasp. The next moment Ashton slashed all of them one after another until his blades were drenched in the slimy white blood of the wraith wolves. But something was a bit weird. He was pretty sure he had killed the wolves, and yet neither the wolf's mark skill was deactivating nor did he receive any EXP for killing the wolves. A hidden condition has been revealed. Physical immunity. A wraith wolf will not receive any physical damage when 4 or more wraith wolves are targeting the same target. You gotta be kidding me. Ashton screamed at the top of his lungs before turning around. What he saw next was both mind-boggling and extremely frustrating. All of his strikes had been killer strikes just like he had thought, but his strikes didn't do shit to them as their wounds healed up by themselves. Since Ashton didn't know any spells and only had skills, all of his attacks were physical in nature. As a result, even though his attacks had killed the wolves, due to their immunity to physical damage, they were unharmed. On a positive note, at least now I know how the hell these weak bastards were able to kill so many soldiers. Ashton shook his head in disappointment. While the creatures were still recovering, Ashton once again reviewed the information he had about them. That's when he realized one thing: he could kill the wolves. He simply needed to do one thing more before slashing the creatures left and right. Unique skill. Blood poison has been activated. Chapter 149, Claws and Horns 2. There was a reason behind the wolves being referred to as wraiths. Sadly, Ashton got to discover it the hard way. But it was alright. After reading the descriptions of the wolves, he knew their weakness and was ready to exploit it. Even though the wolves healed up, they were now being a bit conscious of Ashton. Even though their injuries could heal time and time again, it wasn't like they didn't feel any pain. While they were busy circling around him, Ashton slit his palms and drenched the blades with his blood. Thanks to his pain resistance and hemorrhage resistance, he wasn't going to suffer through any long-term side effects. The same, however, couldn't be said for those poor wraith wolves. I hope this skill doesn't disappoint me, Ashton mumbled to himself before rushing into the wolf nearest to him. Since the creature's body was translucent, Ashton's job was made even easier. He could more or less see the organs within their body, and hence knew exactly where he had to stab those fuckers. Their hearts and brains were the ideal targets, and with his agility, it wasn't difficult for his strike to meet their mark. You have received 2% EXP from critically injuring the level 10 horned wraith wolf. Current EXP, 52%. The horned wolf has been infected with your poison. The poison has dealt 10 HP worth of additional damage. Your bloodlust is increasing. Ashton paid no heed to the notification flashing in front of him and rushed in to attack the rest of the horned wraith wolves. Just like before, it didn't take him much time to stab the rest of them. Once it was done, all he had to do was to sit back and relax as the wolves slowly succumbed to the poison coursing in their veins. Each of his attacks dealt around 600 HP worth of damage to the wolves per minute. It wasn't much, but thankfully, the skill could be stacked innumerable times. Which meant the more he stabbed them, the more damage they received because of the poison. A battle that would have normally resulted in the deaths of even the high-ranking adventurers was taken care of in a matter of minutes. All thanks to Ashton's detection skill. Sadly, even though the wraith wolves were a tough mob to handle, at the end of the day they were only level 10 monsters. As a result, the amount of EXP Ashton got for killing them wasn't enough for him to level up the werewolf genes. It's not like I wanted to level up the werewolf part of me either way. Ashton shrugged his shoulders and got to work. He needed to collect the horn and claws of 40 different wolves, which wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because the wolves would pose a threat to him or something, but in such a vast and dense forest, it would be tough to look for the wolves alone. For a moment, he wondered about calling Seven in for help but ultimately decided against it. Inviting him inside would only cause more troubles for Ashton as he would not be able to freely use his blood poison skill. I'll figure something out later, for now I need to feed. This time Ashton was a bit hesitant before consuming the flesh of the wolves. It was all gooey and their slimy blood didn't make it look any better either. Things I have to do for the sake of revenge. Ashton closed his nose and gulped down some of the flesh along with the blood. A second later Ashton got wide-eyed. The flesh did not look appetizing at all, and yet it was better than any other monster or mutants he had ever tasted. Even their blood was amazing and had a sweet aftertaste. You have received 15% EXP by consuming the blood of a new creature. You have leveled up. EXP limit has been reset. Current vampire level 15. You have received 6% EXP by consuming the blood of a level 10 horned wraith wolf. Current vampire skill points, 21. Current EXP, 6%. After analyzing your skill set, you can pick up one of the following classes. 2039C error encountered. There is only one class that can be assigned to the user. Automatically assigning the mentioned class to the user. Congratulations! You have obtained a new vampire class. Blood Mage. You have obtained 2 class abilities. Blood Mist and Exorcise. The same error again. As Ashton was saying that, he felt as if his insides were getting churned into liquid. He immediately threw up blood, his own blood. All he could hear was the sizzling sound, and the next moment he realized the part where his blood had touched the ground had been scorched black. The grass and moss there was burned away as if his blood was lava. But that was only the beginning. The pain in his abdomen hadn't even subsided when his head started pounding crazily. The pain was too much for him to handle even with his level 8 pain resistance. It was too much. Barely a minute had passed since the weird pain took over his body, but he bit his tongue so that he could muffle his painful screams a bit. After what seemed like an eternity, the pain finally lessened enough for Ashton to breathe properly without scratching himself. The hell was that? Ashton barely managed to mumble before once again collapsing to the ground. The pain might have subsided, but it had clearly taken a toll on his physique. He felt weak and tired but strong at the same time, which didn't make any sense until he noticed the system prompt in front of him. The physical modification was successful. HP 3,000, 500, 4,000. Mana 500, 750. Damage 4550. Armor 3035. Stealth 3035. Stamina 4550. Agility 4050. Intelligence 2930. The next modification would occur when another gene hits level 15. The innate skill detection has been upgraded. You can now view detailed information of beings up to level 30. Chapter 150 Skills. Some new, some old. Ashton was still a bit shook from the upgrades that he had received, and to be honest, although the pain was a ridiculous part of the process, he felt a lot stronger than he did before. Not only he was feeling good, but his body had also changed a bit. He had gotten a bit bigger and new muscles had taken over his body to make him look even buffer than before. The change which Ashton was concerned about the most was his eye color. His right eye was red as usual whenever he activated the vampire genes. But his left eye had turned yellow. Ashton didn't know why it happened, but if he had to guess it would be because of the upgrade his detection skill received. I just hope the color turns back to normal once I turn off the rest of the genes. Ashton sighed while looking around the forest. Although the forest was located within the cave, it was surprisingly huge. Huge enough to make Ashton lose his sense of direction, which was a bit problematic. While he wanted to level up his genes as much as he could, he also wanted to locate the hysteria flower. Forget about looking for a needle in a haystack. Locating anything in this forest is next to impossible. Maybe one of my new abilities could help? Ashton quickly opened his stat page and began checking his skills out. Sadly, neither of the two skills he had obtained could help him locate the flower. Blood Mist was an offensive skill while Exorcise could be used for recovery. Blood Mist was basically an evolved version of blood poison. Rather than coating his weapons with his blood and then attacking the enemies, Ashton could now activate Blood Mist to do so. Once activated, the mist would either ooze out of his existing wounds or burst out of the palm of his hands. Whoever breathes in this mist would get affected with poison, and their vision would get obstructed. However, there was a downside to it. Also, using this skill would consume HP rather than mana, with the cost being 2 HP per second. Meanwhile, Exorcise was a skill that countered the ill effects of Blood Mist. Upon killing a target, Ashton could capture their souls to heal up or to recover his lost stamina back. Depending on the level and grade of the soul, Ashton could recover anywhere from 50,500 HP per soul consumed. These skills won't be of any use for me in looking for the flower. Ashton mumbled to himself while scrolling down the page further. Wait, this is it. His eyes began to shine the moment he realized he had found the answer to his problem. If the werewolf and vampire skills weren't going to help him, then this zombie skill will. Let's give it a try, shall we? Ashton excitedly rubbed his hands together as he walked up to the dead wraith wolves. Unique skill. Corpse Parade has been activated. You have resurrected 2 skeletal wraith wolves. The host's intelligence isn't high enough to raise more skeletal soldiers. Unique skill. Corpse Parade level is too low. The skeletal soldiers will only do the host's bidding for 130 hours before disintegrating into dust. The host can also cancel the skill anytime they want. As those words flashed before Ashton's eyes, 2 dead wraith wolves shed their skins and organs before standing in front of him. Watching their skin peel off right in front of his eyes made him a bit uncomfortable. Well, to be honest, it made him plenty uncomfortable, but at least he didn't need to look for the flower by himself anymore. Their levels dropped a bit. But it isn't like I raised them to fight, so it should be fine. Ashton mumbled while looking at their information. Also, they can't use most of their skills. Not gonna lie, I was expecting a bit more out of this skill, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. He closed the interface and was greeted by his temporary servants, but it didn't look like Ashton was pleased with the way they were looking at him. Ayo, stop looking at me with those eyeless holes, it creeps me out. Ashton wasn't expecting them to do anything, but to his surprise, they actually bowed their heads down. It almost felt as if they could understand what Ashton wanted them to do. Whoa. You freaks can understand what I am saying? The skeletal wolves looked at each other before nodding. As they did that, Ashton jumped and threw a punch in the air. His mission had just gotten a lot easier. Now he only needed to ask the wolves about the flower and they'll guide him to it. Simple. However, when he did that, the skeletons looked a bit nervous. Ashton would have never imagined that a bunch of bones would be able to show such vivid emotions. After all, how the hell would someone dead express such emotions? Well, scratch that. More than 50% of the world's population was officially dead. You know, with the vampires and undeads walking around. Something's wrong? Ashton asked the skeletons, hoping they'd start talking as well. But he was disappointed. Fine, if you're scared of something, just show me where I can find the flowers and he'll take care of the rest. Meanwhile, the mistress had arrived at Ashton's bungalow in Deja, only to find out that he wasn't even there. Instead, she was greeted by hostile security guards who didn't know what to do with her. For starters, she was much stronger than they were even without the bodyguard standing behind her, and on top of that, she was royalty, which made it impossible for the soldiers to lay their hands on her. Please evacuate the premises, Marchioness Mara. The soldier in charge of the bungalow's security addressed the mistress with her official title. The king has explicitly instructed us to only allow those who have his permission to step inside. After the last incident, the soldier half expected Mara to strike him down, but to his surprise, mistress nodded. I understand. Very well then, I'll go and greet father first. But when I'm back, you better not show me your face.